Chapter 12-15, Super Large-Scale Team Dungeon. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 12-15, Super Large-Scale Team Dungeon. The Candlelight Trading Firm's top-floor meeting room. As soon as Shifeng entered the room, he noticed the change in Phoenix Rain, who was currently sat beside a French window. If Phoenix Rain had radiated a calm, collected feeling with the aura of a superior, she now felt free and natural. Although there was only a slight change to her temperament, Shifeng could tell that Phoenix Rain's harvest from the secret technique space had been significant. No wonder why the various superpowers are desperate for secret technique tablets. Their effects are truly extraordinary. Shifeng was inwardly surprised. If a bronze tablet was already so effective, Shifeng found it hard to imagine what kind of effects the golden tablet, which the mysterious NPC youth had stolen, would have. Phoenix Pavilion Master, you sure are early. I had assumed you would be in there for at least 30 hours, Shifeng said as he sat down. May I know what urgent matter you wish to discuss? Although this might sound a little blunt, I need to know. Do you have any of that soul water left? Phoenix Rain asked, her expression stern as she looked at Shifeng. A faint hint of anticipation glittered in her eyes. If you still have some, I am willing to purchase it for 50 gold per bottle or magic crystals of equivalent value. Shifeng was, more or less, surprised to hear Phoenix Rain's question. Even the most expensive consumable item that could improve a player's focus did not exceed 20 gold. In Zero Wing, guild members could purchase the 100-berry wine from the Dark Den for around 8 or 9 gold. Yet, Phoenix Rain had offered to buy soul water for 50 gold per bottle without hesitation. Phoenix Pavilion Master, why are you suddenly so interested in the soul water? Shifeng asked curiously. It was impossible to determine the soul water's effects based on its description. Only by testing it personally would one understand its benefits. He had obtained a total of 6 drops of soul water and had stored them in 6 separate glass bottles, 5 of which he had already given to Aqua Rose and the others. He had saved the last bottle for himself in case he needed its effects. Logically, Phoenix Rain shouldn't have any way of knowing the soul water's true value. It's difficult not to notice the soul water's effects even if I don't want to. Team Leader Yifeng, you've never entered a secret technique space, so you might not fully understand the situation. Inside a bronze rank secret technique space, anybody capable of reaching the 4th floor in 6 hours on their first attempt should be able to comprehend the legacy they chose easily. Those with talent might even be able to reach the 4th floor in less than 6 hours. As for reaching the 6th floor in 6 hours, extremely few geniuses have ever managed the feat, revealing a bitter smile. Phoenix Rain continued. However, among Aqua Rose's group, even the weakest one among them reached the 6th floor within 6 hours, while the other 4 reached the 7th floor. Although she acknowledged that Aqua Rose and the others were quite talented, the fact that the weakest among them had reached the 6th floor within 6 hours was something she could not accept. Throughout the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the number of people that had managed to reach the 6th floor in a bronze secret technique space in 6 hours could be counted on one hand. Every one of these people was a monster that had already reached the domain realm. But what of Aqua Rose and the others? Even the strongest among them had only reached the refinement realm and wasn't even close to the flowing water realm, much less grasping a domain. Yet, Aqua Rose and the others' performance was astonishing. She would never believe that someone could rely on their own abilities to achieve such a result. The only possibility Phoenix Rain could think of was the soul water Shifeng had given the girls before they entered. So, that's the issue. Realization dawned on Shifeng. I do still have some soul water. However, it's far too valuable. I don't have a lot on hand right now. If you would like some, I can trade them to you, but I want neither coins nor magic crystals. Rather, I would like to borrow the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strength to help me with something. Once the task had been completed, I'll give you 10 bottles of soul water. Selling the soul water was the most foolish thing he could do. He wouldn't even sell the liquid if someone offered him 300 gold per bottle, not to mention 50 gold. 100 souls were required to make a single drop of soul water. This limited the soul water's production. He didn't even have enough for his own guild members, not to mention selling it to others. Moreover, if he mass-produced the soul water, the soul orb would be exposed. 10 bottles. Phoenix Rain pondered. 10 bottles of soul water wasn't nearly enough. She wouldn't even be able to supply her direct subordinates. However, after giving the matter some thought, she found it reasonable. The soul water could enhance a player's comprehension and allow them to reach the 7th floor of a bronze temple within 6 hours. How could such a treasure be available in large quantities? Although a bronze secret technique was the easiest secret technique to learn, it was still extremely difficult to complete all 9 floors. Not one player throughout the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had comprehended an entire set of bronze-ranked combat techniques. If she could get her hands on the soul water, however, someone in the guild might. Comprehending a combat technique to the 7th floor would already massive boost one's combat power. If one fully comprehended a complete bronze combat technique, their combat power would soar. May I know what you wish to use the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strength for? Phoenix Rain asked. It's very simple. You just need to help me raid a dungeon, Shifeng said, chuckling. Raid a dungeon? Phoenix Rain asked, confused. Zero Wing already has so many experts. Are they not enough? Zero Wing indeed had a vast collection of experts. Raiding a level 45, 100-man team dungeon shouldn't be an issue. While Hell mode might be challenging, once the team reached level 45, even that shouldn't pose as a problem for Zero Wing. No, they are not enough. I want to borrow at least 100 people, Shifeng said after considering the matter. 100? Are you trying to raid? Phoenix Rain suddenly recalled a specific dungeon. That's right. The level 50, super large-scale team dungeon, Flaming Ruins. Shifeng nodded. In God's domain, the largest team dungeons before level 50 were 100-man team dungeons. However, after level 50, super large-scale team dungeons would unlock. The minimum number of players required to enter these super large-scale dungeons was 200, while the maximum was 500. There was only one level 50, super large-scale team dungeon throughout Star Moon Kingdom, the Flaming Ruins. If he wanted to turn Stone Forest Town into a holy land for players, obtaining the first clear of the Flaming Ruins was of the utmost importance. The various large guilds in God's domain were also preparing for such dungeons. If one could obtain the first clear of a level 50, 100-man Hell mode team dungeon, they would obtain a 3-star guild residence promotion order. If one managed to obtain the first clear of a level 50, super large-scale Hell mode team dungeon, they could obtain a town relocation order. The town relocation order was even more valuable than a town building order. It allowed players to move a town they owned to any location they desired. Chapter 12:16 Stone Forest Town's Shocking Transformation. Hellscythe _Vampire. Chapter 12:16 Stone Forest Town's Shocking Transformation. The Flaming Ruins? Phoenix Rain fell into deep thought as she looked at Shifeng. A short moment later, she said, "All right, I promise you. Notify me in advance when you're going to raid the Flaming Ruins. When the time comes, I'll ready the necessary manpower. However, I'll say this first. You should know that the death penalty of a super large-scale team dungeon is greater than that of a large-scale team dungeon. If we suffer 3 team wipes, I'll withdraw my men. I also won't return the 10 bottles of soul water." The difficulty of a super large-scale normal mode team dungeon could rival that of a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon. While she wasn't trying to belittle Zero Wing, she believed that even if Zero Wing sent a 100-man team consisting entirely of level 50, Tier 2 players, it would be impossible for them to obtain the first clear of a level 50, 100-man Hell mode team dungeon. She also had no intention of sending her own experts to their deaths. "That won't be a problem," Shifeng replied without hesitation. In the past, the various large guilds had not placed much importance on super large-scale team dungeons, because the items dropped in these dungeons were basically the same as the ones obtained in 100-man large-scale team dungeons. Rather than waste time raiding the more difficult super large-scale team dungeons, raiding several large-scale team dungeons was much more efficient. However, there were bound to be some players and teams that loved to challenge their limits. Eventually, after continuous efforts, a team had managed to obtain the first clear of a super large-scale team dungeon. Back then, many people had expressed their contempt for these people. After all, while these people were busy suppressing their levels and raiding a level 50 super large-scale team dungeon, mainstream players had long since exceeded them by over 20 levels. Even if they managed to obtain top-tier equipment from the dungeon, such an enormous gap in levels would render the advantage of having such equipment meaningless. Only epic items would be of any value, yet epic items rarely dropped even in super large-scale team dungeons. Hence, raiding such a dungeon was simply not worth the effort. However, nobody could have ever imagined that one could actually obtain a town relocation order from these seemingly worthless super large-scale team dungeons. It was common knowledge that the NPC towns players captured had their locations fixed. Meanwhile, if one wished to upgrade a basic town into an actual city, they would have to invest an astronomical amount of resources as well as plenty of time and effort. If developing even one town was already so tedious, one could just imagine how troublesome it would be to develop multiple towns. Not to mention, the NPC towns captured would eventually become outdated. Take Stone Forest Town for example. Due to the town's location next to a regional dungeon like the Stoneclaw Mountains, it became a travel destination for both players and guilds. However, once mainstream players went past level 50, they would no longer be able to enter the regional dungeon. One could just imagine the outcome of such a situation. At that time, the town would definitely lose its popularity, and its development would stagnate. Even with the support of the battle arena, it would be very difficult to keep the town alive. After all, the magic tower wasn't something unique. As players reached higher levels, the various large guilds would also be able to obtain its design. By then, Stone Forest Town's high mana density would no longer stand out. Moreover, after their NPC towns became outdated, guilds would also have to capture a new NPC town and start the development cycle all over again, investing another considerable chunk of manpower, resources, time, money, and so on. Hence, the advantage of a town relocation order immediately became apparent. With a town relocation order, players could transfer a town to anywhere within the same country, allowing guilds to retain their hard work and pool all their resources into developing a few select towns. However, the town relocation order was a unique reward for obtaining the first clear of a super large-scale team dungeon. Once a super large-scale team dungeon was cleared, no matter how many times it got raided later on, it would no longer drop a town relocation order. Currently, mainstream players were approaching level 50. Even if independent players of other kingdoms and empires found out about Stone Forest Town's existence, they would take this aspect into account when considering whether they should migrate over or not. This was also the reason why, despite the various superpowers being greatly envious of the profits Stone Forest Town was raking in, they did not make any actual moves to take it. However, if Stone Forest Town could relocate to a map that was even more suitable for current independent players, its attraction would definitely increase exponentially. Moreover, once players found out that Stone Forest Town was capable of continuously relocating according to players' level, this aspect would become a fatal attraction for many independent experts. At that time, just the amount of magic crystals Stone Forest Town could rake in through the battle arena would be astronomical. Hence, Feng had to obtain the town relocation order no matter the cost. Following which, Feng and Phoenix Rain signed a contract. He used a bottle of soul water as the deposit with the delivery of the remaining 9 bottles pending the contract's completion. Phoenix Rain did not particularly mind this condition. After all, the soul water did not have a particular effectivity period, it could be used at any time. Moreover, the spell-casting secret technique tablet had been used once already, so she would have to wait for a month before she could send anyone else in. By then, the 10 bottles of soul water would have long since entered her hands. Inside the dense forest a short distance away from Stone Forest Town. Due to the opening of the traffic route to Stone Forest Town, as well as the hiring of the temporary carriages, the number of players and NPC merchants going to Stone Forest Town had increased significantly. Right now, The traffic route itself was already a part of the Stoneclaw Mountain scenery. At this moment, over 100 carriages were traveling through the dense forest. There were even advanced carriages among them, which were completely different from the temporary ones hired by Zero Wing. Meanwhile, their passengers were all very high-leveled, with even the lowest among them at level 40. If placed in a large guild, they all would be elites at the very least. Vice Commander, these people are too strong. We should wait for the next batch. A level 41 gray-clad assassin hidden in the dense forest quietly suggested to the level 42 ranger carrying a dark gold longbow, standing before him. Damn it! How many groups has it been already? The resolute man carrying the longbow exclaimed in frustration. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have swapped hunting areas with the Demon Soul Guild. We'll lose out on making a fortune at this rate. The various dark guilds mingling in Starmoon City had already signed a contract with Heaven's Burial, stating that they would dispatch their members to kill the players operating around Stone Forest Town, using this as an opportunity to strike down Stone Forest Town's development. Originally, this should have been a good deal for them. After all, plenty of independent players and teams were traveling to and from Stone Forest Town. They did not lack prey at all. However, just an hour ago, Stone Forest Town had suddenly made an announcement that directly disrupted their guild's business. Stone Forest Town had revealed that it was going to replace its carriages with better ones as well as increase the rewards for the tournament held at the battle arena. For the mini-tournaments held every day, anyone that managed to become the champion of the said tournament would obtain not only top-tier weapons and equipment as a reward but also magic crystals and advanced mana armor kits. The top 3 players would receive similar rewards except for the advanced mana armor kit. Most importantly, however, players that became champions of the mini-tournament would get to live in a private suite on the battle arena's 7th floor for 10 days. The battle arena would also hold a large tournament once every 15 days, and the rewards for the champion were even more terrific. Aside from being able to obtain weapons, equipment, and advanced mana armor kits, the champion would have the opportunity to inherit a combat technique as well as live in a private suite on the 8th floor, which was also the top floor of the battle arena, for a month. Meanwhile, the top 5 players would also get to live on the 8th floor for a month. The quality of weapons and equipment awarded, as well as the quantity of advanced mana armor kits, would vary depending on their rank. In addition, those that received a private suite would have complete management over their own suites. As long as they had the money, they could spend some coins at the Adventurers Association and have the association construct a magic array in their suite to allow them to use return scrolls to teleport back to their room. This was an entirely new benefit. In the past, the rooms were only loaned to players temporarily. Now, however, players would become the contracted owners of the private suites for the entire duration of their stay. Due to the introduction of these several factors, a large number of powerful independent experts who were initially only a little interested in moving to Stone Forest Town took action right away. This development became the misfortune of dark players. After all, among the several groups of players that had entered Stone Forest Town so far, not a single one of them should be provoked. Chapter 12-17, Naval State. Vampire Cat. Starmoon City. Due to the appearance of Evernight City, Starmoon City had been undergoing transformations practically every day for the past few days. The capital had become so prosperous that one could easily spot level 40-plus players roaming its main streets. Now, however, the city bustled even more than before. Only, the players coming to Starmoon City now were not here for Evernight City but for Stone Forest Town. While excellent weapons and equipment were indeed tempting, the allure of combat techniques was much greater. The God's Domain experts list had no lack of experts that possessed combat techniques. The list even had introductions on the combat techniques of certain experts. Hence, combat techniques were not foreign to independent players and were something many independent experts very much wished to learn. However, combat techniques were different from system-made skills, which were readily obtainable as quest rewards or monster drops. Players needed to learn the techniques by themselves. Moreover, combat techniques were not easily learned. Unless one was the core member of a large guild that possessed the legacy of a combat technique, the guild would not be willing to teach them at all. Although one could also mimic the combat techniques of true experts from watching the latter's combat videos, ultimately, it was just a poor imitation. Without understanding the true meaning of a combat technique's movements, one would not be able to unlock the true potential of the said technique. And the more powerful a combat technique was, the more difficult it would be to understand it fully. As for creating their own combat technique, that was easier said than done. Even if a person had someone teaching them the legacy of a combat technique, learning it completely was not guaranteed. Meanwhile, creating an entirely new combat technique was something only geniuses among geniuses could accomplish. Hence, now that Zero Wing had publicly announced that it was using the legacy of a combat technique as the reward for the Battle Arenas tournament, how could independent players not be tempted? Not to mention, one could also get their very own house, aside from the combat technique, through the tournament. As long as they set up a magic array in their own houses, they could easily teleport back to Stone Forest Town, foregoing many wasted hours traveling to the town. With this, even if they were leveling up in an entirely different country, their leveling speed would not be affected whatsoever. On the contrary, they could even improve their strength through the battle arena, killing two birds with one stone. With such excellent benefits, even players operating in another country would find it worthwhile to visit Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, at the second-floor bar of Star Moon City's teleportation hall, several cloaked players were currently observing the situation inside the establishment. Zero Wing sure is capable. They've even managed to come up with such a method, generously letting outsiders learn combat techniques. Leader, if we continue letting Zero Wing develop like this, we'll be disobeying the commander's orders. Should we take action now? An elegant, cloaked female assassin asked, smiling as she looked at the refined-looking male elementalist before her. If Shi Feng were present, he would definitely find this elementalist very familiar, as this elementalist was none other than Cleansed Maple, one of Miracle's peak experts. It is indeed about time for us to take action. Those useless dark players don't pose any threat to Zero Wing whatsoever. Since we can't locate Zero Wing's upper echelon right now, let's strike at their elite teams instead. However, Stone Forest Town is still a big problem for us, so let's have the others disguise as dark players and hunt the players operating around the town. When the time comes, those hidden Zero Wing experts will have no choice but to reveal themselves, Cleansed Maple said slowly. What about the super guilds that are paying attention to Zero Wing? The female assassin asked as she sent a glance at several cloaked players present in the first-floor hall. Zero Wing's performance at the Dark Arena had simply been too eye-catching. This was especially true for the weapons and equipment the guild possessed. Hence, the superpowers targeting the items Zero Wing's experts wore definitely weren't limited to Miracle alone. So far, they had already discovered 3 superpowers in addition to many first-rate guilds targeting Zero Wing. To Miracle, though, their only opponents were still the 3 superpowers, as first-rate guilds were no different from ants to them. Don't worry about them. The more, the merrier. When the time comes, leak some information to them. In any case, we aren't aiming for weapons and equipment. We only want the disbandment of Zero Wing. Cleansed Maple laughed nonchalantly. Thousand Miles had already clearly stated that what he wanted were the talents of Zero Wing, not the items they wore. Of course, it would be good if they could obtain those as well. Understood. I'll have the others take action right away. The female assassin nodded before activating stealth and disappearing from the bar. What a pity. An upstart guild that has managed to climb up to this point will have to disappear just like that. However, if you have to blame someone, blame yourselves for being too conspicuous. A hint of pity flashed across Cleansed Maple's eyes as he studied the reports on Zero Wing in his hands. The various superpowers in God's domain never really had any interest in small guilds. They rarely even paid attention to first-rate guilds. After all, these guilds were negligible existences to them. It was also nearly unheard of for a superpower to use assassination tactics to deal with such guilds. Normally, they reserved such methods for other superpowers. However, Zero Wing had truly angered Miracle this time. Since Zero Wing had ignored their goodwill, they had no choice but to eliminate it from God's domain. Just as the matter regarding Stone Forest Town was causing a commotion in Star Moon Kingdom as well as its neighbors, Shi Feng himself had stealthily arrived at the sea's end. The sea's end was like an independent empire. It had very little contact with the kingdoms and empires on the main continent. The first reason for this situation was the long distance separating them. Just teleporting from the mainland to the sea's end cost 5 gold, 20 silver per person. Hence, Shi Feng was surprised when he encountered the Freedom Alliance at the Sea of Death. Of course, there was another travel method that was cheaper, but more time-consuming than teleportation, which was riding a flying ship. One would pay only 5 silver per person to get from the sea's end to the NPC island closest to the Sea of Death in a little over 30 hours. However, many people disliked wasting so much time on travel. The second reason was the different attitude each region had towards the various forces in God's domain. On land, the various kingdoms and empires were absolutely hostile towards the dark forces. The sea's end, on the other hand, maintained a neutral stance in this regard. Hence, dark players and ordinary players were treated equally in the NPC cities located in the sea's end. Red players and dark players would not be barred entry into NPC cities or captured by NPCs, so long as they did not cause trouble within the cities. One could say that the sea's end was a paradise for dark players. The third reason was the different lifestyles players adopted. Players that were born at the sea's end had fought naval battles ever since they started out in the game. If they were abruptly sent to fight land-based monsters, they would have great difficulty adapting. Likewise, the opposite was also true for land-based players. Hence, players of both sides rarely associated with each other. Only after mainstream players reached level 100 would interaction between these two sides of players begin to increase. Meanwhile, the city Shi Feng had teleported to this time was called Blue Jade City, one of the 12 major cities located within the sea's end. It was also one of the cities under the rule of the Freedom Alliance. The management style at the sea's end was different from that of the main continent. There was no concept of a country here, or rather it leaned more towards city-states. Every city was its own kingdom, and every kingdom managed a large sea zone. Moreover, unlike on the main continent, where players could not take control of an NPC city, no matter how much effort they put in, players could take over an NPC city here at the sea's end. In other words, players could become a city lord at the sea's end, far more convenient than on the mainland, where players had to establish their own towns and cities if they wished to become a lord. Chapter 12:18 Sea God's Blessing. Hellscythe_Vampire. Chapter 12:18 Sea God's Blessing. As soon as Shi Feng exited the teleportation hall, the sight of an azure sky greeted him. Beneath the hill that the teleportation hall sat on, he could see various ships docked around the island. There were also a large number of players at the port, shouting for parties. Team looking for level 40+ players to hunt giant armored beasts for a quest. We already have 4 advanced speedboats prepared. Veterans only. Noobs, stand aside. Forming a party to Red Reef Bay to farm red corals. Level 39 and below, do not disturb. Level 41 Shield Warrior looking for a party for the Underwater Temple. I own an advanced speedboat. Fleet heading to Black Mist Sea to grind for magic crystals. We have a bronze speedboat leading the fleet. We're currently still missing 2 advanced speedboats. Those with advanced speedboats, come apply quickly. Over 4,000 players crowded the port, looking to form parties. The scene resembled a lively market. Moreover, unlike land-based players, the players here put more importance on levels and the quality of the speedboats they possessed rather than combat standards when forming parties. As long as a player owned an advanced speedboat, they would be highly sought after by parties. Advanced speedboat owners here were the equivalent of expert players on land. If one possessed a bronze speedboat, they would be the equivalent of a famous celebrity and become the center of attention. There sure are a lot of players who own advanced speedboats here. With a glance, Feng discovered that roughly 10% of the ships docked at the port consisted of advanced speedboats. In contrast, one could rarely see even ordinary speedboats over at the Apocalypse Empire, much less advanced speedboats. Moreover, aside from the much higher standards of the ships here, the players were also considerably high-leveled. Feng could spot plenty of level 40+ players roaming the streets. At such a level, players would already be considered an expert in Star Moon Kingdom. Here, however, they were only average. However, although the players here were very high-leveled, the local businesses were not very developed. As Feng walked through the streets of the city, he did not spot many shops operated by players. There were even fewer items produced by players. Instead, he saw many players setting up stalls along the streets. The situation here was completely different from the NPC cities on the main continent, which barred players from randomly setting up stalls on the streets. On the main continent, if players wished to sell the items they had, they could only do so by shouting out the name of their products. Stalls, on the other hand, did not require players to do so, as they allowed customers to view the vendors' products. After taking a look at several dozen stalls, Feng noticed that the merchandise were either items dropped by monsters or harvested materials. There was not a single item made by lifestyle players at all. Sure enough, the development of subclasses for maritime players is much slower. Feng smiled faintly. In the past, he had practically spent his entire career in God's domain playing on land. Hence, he was not particularly familiar with the situation at the sea's end. His knowledge consisted of general information. Moreover, in the past, by the time he arrived at the island cities of the sea's end, many of these island cities had already been developed. The island cities back then were completely different from the current impoverished state before him. After all, there were much more resources available out at sea than on land, as well as plenty of unique resources. Hence, the NPC island cities in the past had all flourished magnificently, and one could see all sorts of naval merchant fleets and luxurious shops. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found the situation reasonable. In reality, the development of subclasses of naval players was not slower than those on land. It was just that, due to the butterfly effect from his having developed the subclasses in his guild early on, the players on the main continent started shifting their focus towards subclasses a lot sooner than the maritime players. While Feng was investigating the prices of products in Blue Jade City, a large crowd suddenly formed in the business district. Many players who saw this scene revealed excited expressions on their faces before promptly rushing into the crowd as well. Feng grew curious at this situation. Buying runic fragments in bulk today. Buying each stack for 6 silver. First come, first served. In the next moment, a slightly chubby, middle-aged man with a small mustache on his face walked out of a 3-story shop, a smile on his face as he shouted a series of words. Immediately, the surrounding players flooded into the shop. Damn it! We're too late again. There are just too many competitors here. Can't the House of Seas buy a little more runic fragments each day? I've already been waiting here for an entire day now, yet I still haven't managed to sell my stockpile. There's no helping this. Only the House of Seas is willing to buy those fragments at a high price. If we sell the fragments to NPC merchants, we'll only get 40 copper per stack. I already have 20 stacks collected. If I can sell them all, I can get 1 gold, 20 silver. With that money, I can buy myself a nice set of equipment. After a short moment passed, the crowd of players that flooded into the shop called House of Seas came out, the majority of them with disappointed expressions on their faces, having apparently failed to sell their runic fragments. Runic fragments? Feng could not help but recall matters regarding the runic fragment. I remember that it should be an item dropped by sea monsters. On its own, it isn't of any particular value. The only use it has is the synthesis of runic crystals. However, the synthesis rate is considerably low. Even master alchemists would have a success rate of only 10%. Could the House of Seas be trying to synthesize runic crystals? The runic crystal was an item unique to the sea. It was categorized as an energy crystal and was roughly similar to the magic crystal. Only, the amounts of mana stored in the two types of crystal were different. The amount of mana contained within a magic crystal was a lot higher. A runic crystal contained roughly 2/3 the amount of mana of a magic crystal. However, a runic crystal wasn't even worth half of a magic crystal. Currently, runic crystals should sell for 10 silver each. The reason for this was the runic crystals' much fewer uses. For example, runic crystals could not be used in the Divine Colosseum. If one had to point out its utility, then it would have to be in exchanges and the production of items. Out at sea, runic crystals could be used to exchange for many items at the Sea God's Temple. However, as the Sea God's Temple restocked only once a week, the number of items one could get using runic crystals was limited. Even so, what was available for exchange in the Sea God's Temple was of high quality. Occasionally, there would even be epic items up for exchange, although it was currently too early in the game for epic items to appear in the temple. Aside from epic items, the next best thing up for exchange in the Sea God's Temple was a potion named Sea God's Blessing. 5 runic crystals were needed to exchange for 1 bottle, which put the potion's price at 50 silver. In the past, not to mention naval players, even land-based players were very fond of the Sea God's Blessing. The reason for this was because consumption of the potion increased not only all of a player's basic attributes by 10% but also all resistances by 100 points for 12 hours. Moreover, the potion did not have a cooldown, and its effects could be stacked once. When a player consumed 2 Sea God's Blessings, all their basic attributes would increase by 15% and resistances by 150 points for 15 hours. The further one progressed into the game, the more important environmental factors would become. Certain maps required players to possess a specific resistance for survival. The system would prevent players with insufficient resistances from visiting many special leveling maps. A potion that was capable of increasing all resistances by 100 points could allow players to visit the majority of the locations in God's domain freely without having to worry about environmental factors. However, as only a limited amount of Sea God's Blessing was put up for exchange each week, its actual value on the market was a lot higher. In the past, each bottle had sold for roughly 2 gold. Moreover, this was only the price at sea. On land, each bottle had easily sold for 3 gold. That's right. Why didn't I think of this? I can use this opportunity to make a fortune. Shi Feng suddenly thought of the Philosopher's Stone. Others might need to waste a lot of effort into synthesizing runic crystals, but he had the Philosopher's Stone. His synthesis success rate was much higher than even that of Grandmaster alchemists. Chapter 12:19, Gathering of Warlords. Hellscythe_Vampire. Chapter 12:19, Gathering of Warlords. Although Shi Feng had such thoughts, he did not hurry to collect runic fragments. The runic fragment was a common drop at sea, hence, purchasing a large amount from players would be straightforward. Besides, his primary objective in visiting the sea's end this time was not to collect runic crystals but the legacy of the sea. Following which, Shi Feng hurried towards the meeting place he had arranged with Passing Monarch. At this moment, hundreds of players geared in fine gold weapons and equipment stood guard in front of the most luxurious high-class restaurant in Blue Jade City. These players were all at least level 42, and just by standing there, they put extremely heavy pressure on others. The passers-by only sent a few glances at these players before scurrying away, nobody daring to enter this restaurant. These players standing guard at the entrance were none other than the members of the Freedom Alliance, the absolute overlord of Blue Jade City. In this city, nobody dared oppose the members of the Freedom Alliance. After all, if they provoked the Freedom Alliance, they would no longer be able to stay in Blue Jade City. Meanwhile, on the 22nd floor, which was also the top floor, of Blue Jade Restaurant, every member of the Freedom Alliance's upper echelon was present. Even the commanders of the Alliance's 11 fleets were here today. At this moment, a beautiful woman dressed in luxurious, red mage robes walked up to Passing Monarch and said in a quiet tone, "Commander Monarch, our independent fleets will be depending on you this month. If we let those guild-formed fleets surpass us, our fleet standings in the Alliance will definitely suffer. Although this woman's appearance was not as flawless as Gentle Snow's, she was the only female commander within the entire Freedom Alliance, 100 Leaves. In response, Passing Monarch simply nodded silently. In reality, he did not fully believe 100 Leaves' words. Those capable of becoming the commander of a fleet within the Freedom Alliance definitely shouldn't be underestimated. Not to mention, the rise of 100 Leaves' fleet had been rapid. Initially, she and her fleet had joined the Freedom Alliance as the 11th Fleet. Now, her fleet was already the 8th Fleet. Her fleet's improvement speed was simply staggering. Most likely, her fleet would reach the rank of 5th Fleet or even 4th Fleet before long, perhaps even surpassing his 3rd Fleet one day. However, 100 Leaves' words were also partially correct. If their fleets, which were formed by independent teams, did not perform well and failed to obtain any legacies, their standings in the Alliance would no doubt suffer tremendously. The power structure of the Freedom Alliance was very complex. Although it was an alliance, it comprised 11 groups that fell into two main camps: the fleets formed by independent adventurer teams and the fleets of small guilds. Normally, the two camps would compete for the resources obtained by the Freedom Alliance as a whole. However, due to the small guild camp managing to acquire a legacy in their previous joint expedition while the independent camp failed to get any, the independent camp's situation deteriorated significantly. If the independent fleets could not reduce the disparity during this expedition, their position would definitely worsen in the next distribution of profits. I heard that the 2nd Fleet and 4th Fleet have joined forces and even managed to recruit the help of quite a few powerful experts. Once we enter the secret land, you'll have to help out the 8th Fleet, Commander Monarch, 100 Leaves said as she sent a glance at several people seated across her. These people were none other than the commanders of the 2nd and 4th Fleet and the experts they had hired to assist them this time. However, as these experts were wearing black cloaks, she couldn't determine their identities. Commander Leaves, you jest. Once we enter the secret land, I'm afraid that it'll be us who will be relying on you for help. I've heard that Commander Leaves has managed to employ the help of the Super Guild's Sacred Temple this time. I expect that even if we united the strength of the entire Freedom Alliance, we wouldn't stand a chance against the Sacred Temple, Passing Monarch said, his gaze shifting to the woman standing beside 100 Leaves. Although the woman had hidden her identity using a black cloak, the aura she exuded was no laughing matter. He had only ever felt such an aura on Demon Island. Moreover, his recent trip to the Sea of Death had enlightened him about many things: the fact that God's domain was massive, and that the various superpowers of God's domain were extremely powerful. They were far more powerful than he had previously imagined them to be. He had realized this just by watching the battle on Demon Island. When he and his companions went up against the Flower of Seven Sins members, they had been utterly powerless to retaliate. Yet now, through some unknown means, 100 Leaves had actually managed to get help from the Super Guild Sacred Temple. In the next fleet ranking, the fleet 100 Leaves commanded would most likely rank 2nd out of the 11 fleets in the Freedom Alliance. As for getting first place, that was unlikely to happen. The reason for this was the commander of the 1st Fleet, who was the man that personally formed the Freedom Alliance. The 1st Fleet was also the first one to obtain the Legacy of the Sea. Even now, Passing Monarch had yet to uncover the identity of the mysterious supporter backing the 1st Fleet. Just as Passing Monarch and 100 Leaves were conversing with each other, the 2nd Fleet's commander, Identical Summer, and the 4th Fleet's commander, Heavenly Spider, were likewise chatting together but with sneers on their faces. Ha! Monarch, that fool! He actually went to the Sea of Death and got all 4 of his bronze speedboats heavily damaged. Even now, the speedboats have yet to be fully repaired. With this, 3rd Fleet no longer poses a threat to us. The only problem left is 1st Fleet and 8th Fleet. Identical Summer laughed as he looked at Passing Monarch. The Sacred Temple will be a troublesome foe. Not only is it a super guild, but unlike the other super guilds, the Sacred Temple also began developing its naval forces very early on. When it comes to the guild's naval strength, even our entire Freedom Alliance added together won't be a match, Heavenly Spider said, shaking his head. In response, Identical Summer sent a glance at the woman seated beside 100 Leaves and said dismissively, "What are you afraid of?" Although 100 Leaves has managed to recruit the help of the Sacred Temple, it is impossible for the Sacred Temple to lend her all of its strength. At most, she'll get only a small portion. With the cards we have prepared, we'll be able to deal with 8th Fleet easily. Afterwards, our 2 fleets will definitely secure the position of 1st and 2nd Fleet and rule Heavenly Ocean City. The Freedom Alliance occupied a total of 3 major NPC cities in the sea's end: Blue Jade City, White Hull City, and Heavenly Ocean City. As for Sea Dragon City, it was not considered a major city, only a minor city located on a certain island. It was valuable merely because it provided access to a secret land that contained legacies. In terms of overall value, Sea Dragon City was worth much less than the 3 major cities. Moreover, every one of the 3 major cities had a player population of over 8 million. Among them, Heavenly Ocean City's population was the highest, with over 12 million players based there. It could already rival the capital of an ordinary empire. If their 2 fleets could obtain Heavenly Ocean City, the wealth they could amass would greatly surpass that of the large guilds occupying empires on land. After all, unlike the guilds on land, which only got to live in NPC cities, naval players like them got to control their cities completely. Chapter 1220, Discovered. Hellscythe_Vampire. Chapter 1220, Discovered. Inside the elegant hall, the Freedom Alliance's various commanders all had their own plans. They were all brimming with confidence about obtaining the legacy of the sea this time. Just as the various commanders were conversing with each other, the female elementalist Blue Joy led Shi Feng into the hall. Although Shi Feng's appearance was not particularly conspicuous, as he looked just like the many other cloaked players within the hall, he still attracted everyone's attention. This person came in with Blue Joy. He should be the expert Monarch recruited to help, right? Sure enough, Monarch really did come prepared. But why is there only one person? The various fleet commanders began quietly discussing Shi Feng as they looked at the swordsman walking towards Monarch. The fact that passing Monarch managed to become the commander of the Freedom Alliance's 3rd Fleet showed that his individual strength was extraordinary. Otherwise, the other fleets would have long since overtaken his fleet. However, seeing that passing Monarch had invited only one helper confused everyone. It seems Monarch has really miscalculated this time. Unlike the previous time, when the various fleet commanders had not invited even a single outsider to help out, they had all recruited plenty of helpers for the expedition this time. Even the lowest ranked among them had invited over 10 people, while some had actually invited over 40 people. "Brother Yi Feng, did you come alone this time?" Passing Monarch asked quietly, feeling greatly perplexed as he looked at Shi Feng walking over to him. Although he had invited Shi Feng, he never said that only Shi Feng alone could join. After all, the more people taking control of a speedboat, the more power it could display. A speedboat's ability to endure attacks from monsters would also improve with more players on board. Hence, in God's domain, the more players a ship could accommodate, the stronger it would be. In fact, he had even reserved 30 slots specifically for Shi Feng. Despite that, Shi Feng had come by himself. "The others are all busy, so I didn't bother bringing them over," Shi Feng explained. Currently, the majority of Zero Wings experts were still stuck in combat inside the inferior legendary treasure chest. Only a portion of them had come out so far, and those who had were busy leading expert teams to grind for weapons and equipment. After all, Zero Wing was currently mass recruiting new members and was in dire need of weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose and the others were inside the secret technique space and would not be coming out anytime soon. Rather than bring a group of elite members with him, it was much better to let passing Monarch's other companions, who were much more accustomed to naval warfare, enter the ruins. Passing Monarch could not help falling speechless at Shi Feng's words. He felt that Shi Feng was underestimating the legacy competition. Although he could have his own subordinates take up the missing slots, their coordination with Shi Feng would not be particularly good since neither side had a great understanding of each other. Meanwhile, at the same time as passing Monarch was conversing with Shi Feng, 100 Leaves, who sat a short distance away, had her gaze fixed on Shifeng, shock surfacing on her flawless, white face. However, 100 Leaves very quickly hid this reaction of hers. Leaves, is there something strange about that person? The cloaked woman seated beside 100 Leaves asked quietly. He is the person I'm looking for, 100 Leaves said, a hint of excitement surfacing in her eyes as her lips curled up slightly. At 100 Leaves' words, the cloaked woman turned to look at Shifeng despite herself and exclaimed in surprise, "How can this be? The demon god sent the recovery order to every dark player in God's domain. How could the person holding the soul orb possibly appear before us so easily? I can't believe it either. However, the detection crystal I spent 3,000 magic crystals to buy cannot be mistaken. As long as the soul orb is within 30 yards of me, the detection crystal will automatically sense it. Moreover, I've already used detection on him and have already confirmed that the soul orb is indeed on that person's body." 100 Leaves chuckled. "I never thought that I would be able to encounter the person holding the soul orb so quickly. My luck really is too good." "Then, when are we going to make a move?" the cloaked woman asked. "No need to rush. We'll have plenty of opportunities once we enter the secret land," 100 Leaves said as she waved her hand. "Have scorpions secretly keep an eye on them. Once players entered the secret land, they would not be able to leave for a certain period. At that time, there would be no escape for Shifeng." "All right, I'll notify Scorpion right away." The cloaked woman nodded. If Passing Monarch heard the conversation between 100 Leaves and the cloaked woman right now, he would definitely be shocked. After all, based on the way the two were speaking with each other, the cloaked woman from the sacred temple seemed more like 100 Leaves' subordinate rather than a collaborator. However, shortly after everyone began talking about Shifeng, the entire hall fell silent once again as it was nearly time for them to set out for Sea Dragon City. At this moment, a refined middle-aged man dressed in white robes entered the hall. Walking behind him were two robust men, a level 43 ranger with a dark gray longbow slung over his shoulder and a level 43 guardian knight with a massive, white bone shield on his back. The two could easily rank near the top of the ranking list of any empire in God's domain. Not to mention, both the bow and the shield these two men carried were currently radiating the epic glow effect. The two men looked extremely conspicuous as they entered the hall. "Since everyone has already gathered, let us begin then," the refined middle-aged man said unhurriedly after taking a glance at everyone in the hall. "As is traditional, my first fleet will dispatch 100 members while the other fleets will dispatch 90 members each for a total of 1,000 members. If there are no objections, we'll start right away." Although the man's voice sounded mild, nobody present dared to look down on him. After all, this refined man was none other than the founder of the Freedom Alliance. He was also the commander of the current First Fleet, Silent Entropy. None of the commanders present said anything in response. Instead, they each took out a tablet fragment while Silent Entropy took out 2 tablet fragments. When everyone present combined their tablet fragments, the fragments formed a complete circular tablet with an ancient magic array carved on it, and the instant the tablet was assembled, a spatial portal gradually appeared in midair. When Silent Entropy saw that the spatial portal had stabilized, he took back his 2 fragments and said, "All right, everyone, enter according to fleet ranks now." Following which, the other commanders also stored their tablet fragments and entered the spatial portal together with their own fleets in an orderly procession. The first ones to enter were the First Fleet's 100 members, followed by the Second Fleet's 90 members and so on. After the 1,000th player walked into the spatial portal, the portal vanished from the hall. The instant Shifeng entered the secret land, before he could even see where he had been transported to, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. "System, you have entered the secret land beneath Sea Dragon City. You are not allowed to leave before 6 hours have passed. After 10 hours have passed, you will be automatically transferred out of the secret land." When the system notification came to an end, Shifeng was finally able to see his surroundings clearly. He was currently standing in the middle of a massive cavern with an ink-black lake encircling his location. Moreover, Fog hovered above the lake. He could barely make out passages at the far end of the cavern. While Feng was busy observing his surroundings, the members of the Freedom Alliance began releasing their ships onto the lake in an orderly manner. Even the weakest ship released was an advanced speedboat. There were also plenty of bronze speedboats, which were originally very rare in the outside world. It was an amazing sight to behold. The secret land did not place any restriction on the number of ships that could be brought in. However, the appearance of over 120 ships on the lake would immediately trigger a massive monster attack. Only after these monsters had destroyed the excess ships would they leave. Hence, the various fleets of the Freedom Alliance had agreed that each fleet could bring a maximum of 10 ships each. Any fleet caught bringing more than the agreed number of ships would have their right to enter the secret land in the future taken away. Moreover, as everyone had signed a contract agreeing to this point, there was no escaping the penalty if they broke their word. At this moment, the cloaked woman, who stood beside 100 Leaves, covertly observed the distant Feng as she quietly asked, "Leaves, should we take action now?" Chapter 1221, Hidden Strength. Hellscythe_Vampire. Chapter 1221, Hidden Strength. Scorpion, take the party with you and find an opportunity to strike. Don't attack unless you're absolutely confident of succeeding. 100 Leaves nodded. After entering the secret land, aside from the starting point, there would not be many places where their various fleets would encounter each other. Only those that chose to go down the same legacy path would get to meet again at the rest point, where players could escape the harassment of monsters, located in the middle of each legacy path. Aside from these two locations, there would be no other opportunity to strike at Feng. Therefore, the time before the various fleets decided on the path they would take would be the perfect time to strike. Although attacking Feng would also mean severing all friendly relations with passing monarch, she was willing to take this loss to complete the demon god's quest. The party? Is there really a need for that? He is just one person. I alone am enough to kill him, the black-clad assassin said contemptuously as he sent a glance at Feng. He was a peak expert the sacred temple had dispatched to protect 100 Leaves in secret. He was also a peak assassin known to practically everyone in the outside world, as he was ranked 69th on the God's Domain experts list. In the entire God's Domain, the number of peak experts capable of stopping his assassination could be counted on the fingers of both hands. Killing an unknown brat would be a piece of cake for him. There was no need to mobilize the entire security party at all. In order to ensure 100 Leaves' safety, the 6 members of the security party usually took turns protecting her. Moreover, even the weakest of them was at the half-step flowing water realm, while most of them were at the flowing water realm. Having all 6 of them take on a random kid was akin to humiliation to them. At this time, the other 5 members of the security party also nodded in agreement with Scorpion's words. Just having their party leader take action could already be considered an overestimation of Feng's abilities. After all, not a single person in the entire sea's end could stop their leader's assassination tactics. There's no harm in being careful. This quest is very important to me. If I succeed, I might be able to improve further, 100 Leaves said in an extremely stern tone. Immediately, Scorpion and the others shuddered as massive pressure washed over their bodies. Meanwhile, only Scorpion and the security party members felt this pressure, as it was not the result of a difference in strength but a difference in status. I understand, Scorpion said hurriedly, realizing the gravity of the matter. The other members of the security party also nodded promptly, not daring to speak another word. Following which, Scorpion and the others activated stealth and approached Feng from different directions, clearly intending to form an encirclement, which would give Feng no opportunity to escape alive. Just as Scorpion and the others were gradually closing the distance to their target, Feng released the Swift Dragon speedboat. The instant the Swift Dragon speedboat appeared, a storm stirred up the previously peaceful waters, a massive vortex forming in the water. The entire cavern shook as if it would collapse at any moment. What's going on? Everyone automatically went on alert. Danger plagued the entire secret land. It was not uncommon for a single mistake to result in death. Now that such a huge commotion occurred in the cavern, how could everyone not feel frightened? "Look at the distant grotto," a ranger with good eyesight suddenly shouted. Immediately, everyone turned to look at the grotto in the distance. At this moment, the strong gusts of wind blew away the fog filling the grotto. Although the situation inside the grotto was not entirely clear, everyone could still see what had happened. The cavern, which originally had 12 grottos leading out of it, had another one added to it, taking everyone unawares. Meanwhile, the entrance of this grotto was extremely large. What? How can this be? This scene came as a tremendous shock to everyone. The Freedom Alliance had already done their research on the situation inside the secret land. It had a total of 12 legacy paths, and each entrance leading to these paths differed in size. The paths were divided into 3 groups, those with entrances with a diameter of 20 yards, a diameter of 30 yards, and a diameter of 50 yards. The larger the entrance of a path was, the more danger one would encounter inside that path. This was the conclusion the Freedom Alliance had drawn after their last expedition, because every fleet that had entered the 50-diameter paths had failed to set foot into the inner area of those paths. On the other hand, the first fleet, which had chosen a 20-diameter path, had managed to pass all the way through. Meanwhile, the new entrance that appeared had a diameter of at least 100 yards. It could easily accommodate 4 speedboats moving in parallel. How can this be possible? There wasn't such a path the previous time we were here. Passing Monarch had a conflicted look on his face as he stared at the massive grotto. His reaction was because this new grotto might be the greatest secret of the Sea Dragon secret land. Only, he did not know whether he should choose this path or not, because it went without saying that this path was undoubtedly the most dangerous one. Nevertheless, if he did not enter this path, there might not be another chance to do so in the next expedition. After all, no such situation occurred during his last visit here. It was uncertain whether this grotto would appear again in the next expedition or not. Chance. Our chance has come. Identical Summer was inwardly ecstatic at this situation. Sending a private message to Heavenly Spider, he said, "This is our chance. If we obtain the strongest legacy in the Sea Dragon secret land, no matter how many times Entropy and the others enter this place, they will never be able to compete against us for Heavenly Ocean City. But I'm afraid the difficulty of conquering it will be quite significant," Heavenly Spider, the commander of 4th Fleet, said somewhat worriedly. "What's there to be afraid of? Don't forget, we still have that," Identical Summer said nonchalantly. "If we don't give it a try now, we might not get another chance in the future." Saying so, Identical Summer took out a glass bottle and immediately began chanting an incantation. Suddenly, a small sailboat with 2 main sails appeared on the surface of the water. Before the sailboat's massive size, even a bronze speedboat looked no different from a small rowboat. Is this Summer's trump card? The other fleet commanders' jaws dropped when they saw the small sailboat. Until now, there had been no news of anybody in possession of a small sailboat. Passing Monarch and 100 Leaves, who stood at a distance, frowned when they saw this scene, their complexions turning somewhat ugly. A small sailboat was on an entirely different level from a speedboat. If a speedboat could be considered a machine gun, then a small sailboat was akin to a tank. The latter could completely suppress the former. A small sailboat could even go up against a great lord-ranked sea monster easily. The reason for this was because a sailboat could accommodate many more passengers. We'll be going ahead. As soon as the small sailboat was released, Identical Summer and his crew immediately boarded it and dashed towards the largest grotto without hesitation. Although the small sailboat he had was only common rank, its speed was not something speedboats could keep up with. Moreover, it could accommodate up to 100 passengers at a time, allowing them to carry a lot of MTs to tank the damage from bosses. After including the 8 bronze speedboats their 2nd and 4th fleets possessed, they were definitely the strongest fleet in the entire Freedom Alliance right now. As expected of Summer, his preparation is indeed amazing, Silent Entropy laughed. He then took out a glass bottle from his bag and began chanting as well. In the blink of an eye, another small sailboat appeared before everyone. The commander of 11th Fleet boarded the sailboat together with silent entropy without hesitation. The small sailboat then promptly chased after identical Summer's fleet. Meanwhile, in terms of strength, Silent Entropy's fleet was even stronger as it had 9 bronze speedboats in total. The commanders of the other fleets were dumbfounded. Although they knew that the top-ranking fleets had hidden a lot of their strength, they had never suspected that those fleets had hidden this much. Silent Entropy. Identical Summer. 100 Leaves' eyes were filled with anger as she glared at the 2 small sailboats disappearing into the largest grotto. Originally, she had planned on directly becoming the first fleet of the Freedom Alliance in this expedition. Now, however, those 2 people had ruined her plans. Leaves, Passing Monarch and the others are also starting to move out, the cloaked woman said as she pointed at Shifeng and the others, whose ships were already heading towards the largest grotto. Have they lost their minds? 100 Leaves was filled with confusion as she looked at the 5 speedboats rapidly moving towards the largest grotto as well. Chapter 12:22, Sea God's Legacy. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 12:22, Sea God's Legacy. Leaves, what do we do now? Give chase? The cloaked woman asked 100 Leaves as she watched the speedboats sail away. They had planned to set off after Scorpion's party killed Shifeng, but they hadn't expected anything like this. Give chase. We cannot let them get ahead of us. 100 Leaves frowned. Reluctantly, she withdrew a pitch-black crystal bottle from her bag. Unlike the others who recited an incantation to release their ships, 100 Leaves threw the black bottle into the water. Plop! When the crystal bottle sank into the water, a massive, black magic array appeared on the surface. A small sailboat, even larger than Silent Entropy and Identical Summers, emerged from the magic array, covered in magic patterns. After the 8th Fleet's members boarded, the 10th Fleet joined them on this small sailboat. It was clear that the 8th Fleet and 10th Fleet had agreed to cooperate. The remaining fleet commanders revealed bitter smiles when they saw this. There's no way we can compete with them. The gap is simply too vast. The various fleets had intended to compete for the 3rd rank in the Freedom Alliance. However, after seeing one small sailboat after another, they had lost the heart to do so. Even obtaining the legacy of the sea from the other grottos wouldn't change the outcome. A magic bottle? Shifeng was somewhat surprised to see the small sailboat emerge from the massive magic array. The sacred temple's foundations are truly impressive. A magic bottle could contain a myriad of items. The bottle's value changed based on the items contained within. For example, if a magic bottle stored a small sailboat, it could easily be worth several thousand gold. This was because magic bottles did not drop from monsters. Rather, they were treasures that could only be obtained by raiding ancient ruins. However, magic bottles had one fatal flaw: they were one-time use items. 100 Leaves cannot be underestimated. She actually obtained a small sailboat without anyone knowing. Brother Yifeng, let's choose another grotto. We cannot compete with them. As Passing Monarch watched 100 Leaves' approaching fleet, he questioned the idea of competing for the greatest legacy in the Sea Dragon's secret land. Even if they had Shifeng's secret silver speedboat, it would be a waste of time. Moreover, now that 100 Leaves had also entered the largest grotto, their 3rd fleet had no competition in the other grottos. They could obtain legacies more easily. Glancing at Silent Entropy and the others, who had already entered the largest grotto, Shifeng nodded and said, "That's fine. According to our previous agreement, the first legacy we obtain belongs to you, while the second belongs to me. Which grotto should we choose?" This, Passing Monarch hesitated. If given the choice, he would never willingly forsake the greatest legacy of the Sea Dragon's secret land. However, with so much powerful competition in a single grotto, it was unknown whether or not he could even obtain the legacy. He was wrought with indecision. Why don't we give it a try? If we think that it's impossible, we can give up on the largest grotto, Passing Monarch decided after considering the matter further. That won't do. If you waste too much time before heading to another grotto, what will happen to my legacy? Why don't we do this? We'll split the time in half. We'll each take command of the fleet for 5 hours. We'll keep the harvest we obtain during our command. If we do so, I don't mind if you want to join the competition in the largest grotto, Shifeng said as he shook his head. He was not here as free labor. After seeing the situation for himself, he was no longer interested in the legacy of the sea. He had remembered something about the Freedom Alliance's legacy of the sea. In the past, one of the reasons that the Freedom Alliance had been able to move about God's domain seas uncontested was its large number of players who had obtained the legacy of the sea. Even the various super guilds had avoided provoking the Alliance for no good reason. Another reason was Silent Entropy's Ancient Weather Book. The player that wielded the Ancient Weather Book could manipulate the weather in an area. When used in naval combat, one could offer their side an absolute environmental advantage. Rumors had it that Silent Entropy had obtained the Ancient Weather Book when he had obtained the Sea God's legacy. The Freedom Alliance obtained their legacies of the sea from the Sea Dragon's secret land. After taking into account the information Passing Monarch had given him about the secret land, it was not difficult to determine that Silent Entropy had obtained the Sea God's legacy here. In the past, the Sea God's legacy had been known as one of the 4 great legacies at sea. Now that the strongest legacy in the secret land had appeared, the Ancient Weather Book would be available as well. While he could ignore the Sea God's legacy, the Ancient Weather Book was an extremely important item. When used in naval combat, it was a strategic weapon. That's fine. However, we'll split our time 4 to 6. I get 6 hours. Later, I'll use 1 hour to test the waters. If it really isn't possible, we'll switch to other grottos. This will also give you the chance to learn the largest grotto's difficulty, Passing Monarch said. All right, let's do that then, Shifeng smiled before taking out a contract. Following which, the two renewed their contract. Passing Monarch released a sigh of relief as he quickly directed the fleet into the largest grotto. In reality, the secret land's grottos were portals that would transport players to another space. As the Third Fleet's ships entered the largest grotto, after a few minutes of drifting along a heavy current, the fleet left the grotto and appeared before a massive island. The island had a white, sandy beach and an azure blue sky above it. It looked like paradise. This island was none other than their rest point. Another island waded across from this paradise. Unlike the first island, dark, thundering clouds covered the sky above the second. One could also see plenty of massive sea monsters roaming the island. This was where the legacies hid. Silent Entropy and Identical Summer's fleets had already engaged these sea monsters in battle. Why are there so many sea monsters? Passing Monarch was shocked when he saw the creatures. Both Silent Entropy and Identical Summer's fleets stood against more than 20 sea monsters. These sea monsters looked like sea turtles, but unlike normal sea turtles, a long horn grew from the heads of these monsters. Their bodies also emitted arcs of blue electricity, and all of their attacks used lightning. Not only were their attacks very fast, but they also contained massive destructive power. Thunderhorn Beast, Sea Monster, Lord. Level 51. HP 35, 000/35, 000/000. Although Silent Entropy and Identical Summer's fleets each had a small sailboat, their ships suffered against so many Thunderhorn Beasts. If not for their small sailboats taking the brunt of the attacks, they would have already been annihilated. Passing Monarch paled at this sight. Speedboats stood no chance against those monsters. The Third Fleet couldn't even reach the island. If they could not get on the island, how were they supposed to obtain the legacy? In the Sea Dragon's secret land, all legacies were in the center of the legacy island at the end of each grotto. The ship's role was to transport the players through the obstacles on the way to the legacy island. However, with so many sea monsters in the outer perimeter, one could just imagine how many sea monsters waited for them around the legacy island. They sure move quickly. At this moment, 100 Leaves had also emerged from the grotto. When she saw the ongoing battle, she simply smiled and said, "It seems this legacy is fated to be mine." In the next moment, the small sailboat and bronze speedboats in 100 Leaves' fleet sliced through the water towards the legacy island, bypassing the Thunderhorn beasts. Roar! As 100 Leaves' fleet entered the outer perimeter, a large group of Thunderhorn beasts broke through the water's surface, attacking 100 Leaves' fleet. Ping! A series of lightning strikes bombarded the fleet. However, 100 Leaves' small sailboat showed no intentions of dodging the attacks. Instead, it forged ahead. When the lightning strikes were 30 yards away from the small sailboat, they dissipated into nothing as if they had met an invisible barrier that nullified magical attacks. In a short moment, 100 Leaves' fleet broke past the blockade and entered the inner perimeter. Chapter 1223. Who says we don't have a sailboat? Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1223. Who says we don't have a sailboat? They made it through so easily? Passing Monarch's mouth gaped as he looked at 100 Leaves' fleet getting past the outer perimeter. Although the outer perimeter was not large, there were still roughly 5,000 yards to cross to reach the inner perimeter. Crossing such a distance while weathering the attacks of over 20 Thunderhorn beasts was easier said than done. Even Silent Entropy's fleet had yet to cross half the distance and had already lost 4 players. It was clear that Silent Entropy's fleet would lose over 20 people by the time they reached the inner perimeter. Of course, Silent Entropy's fleet could use another method that would incur fewer losses, gradually killing off the Thunderhorn beasts. However, killing the sea monsters would take a lot of time. Meanwhile, they only had 10 hours inside the Sea Dragon's secret land. If they wasted 1 or 2 hours in the outer perimeter, they would have to waste even more time in the inner perimeter. By the time they reached the Legacy Island, they would have already run out of time to search for the Legacy. Seeing 100 Leaves' fleet enter the inner perimeter, Identical Summer grew anxious. The Legacy on the island was on a first-come, first-served basis. The sooner one reached the island, the higher their chances were of obtaining the Legacy. All MTs, take turns activating your life-saving skills. We're forcing our way through. Identical Summer commanded, gritting his teeth. A group of 6 MTs stormed the small sailboat's deck, receiving the Thunderhorn beast's attacks. The ship blasted away any monsters in their way with cannon fire. Silent Entropy's side fared far better than the other fleet. Silent Entropy had used a Tier 3 defensive magic scroll to receive the level 51 Lord's attacks. By the time both fleets had reached the inner perimeter, the difference between Silent Entropy and Identical Summer's fleets was obvious at a glance. Silent Entropy's fleet hadn't lost a single player. On the other hand, Identical Summer's fleet had lost 17 players, with 5 of them being MTs. The players that died would automatically resurrect on the Rest Island. They would not be able to rejoin the main force and would have to wait for their companions to retrieve them or be sent out of the secret island once time was up. Fortunately, the death penalty in the secret land was similar to that of dungeons. Hence, players that died would only lose a small portion of their EXP. "Commander, are we still waiting?" Blue Joy asked Passing Monarch, a hint of worry in her eyes. It was obvious that she was not optimistic about their chances of breaking past the outer perimeter. "Forget it. It's too difficult. There's no need for us to waste our speedboat's durability here," Passing Monarch said, sighing deeply. In the end, he decided to give up on the greatest legacy as this area was far more challenging than he had imagined. With their fleet strength, they had no hopes of reaching the Legacy Island. "Hold up," Shifeng said suddenly. "If you really want to reach the island, we're not entirely out of options." While the Thunderhorn beasts were terrifying, after watching them for some time, Shifeng could tell that the majority of the Lord's attacks were magical. Others might find it difficult to defend against magical attacks, but to Shifeng, it was a simple task. "Brother Yifeng, you have a plan?" Passing Monarch asked curiously. These Thunderhorn beasts was extremely fast. Even bronze speedboats could not outrun them. If they were surrounded, they would be utterly helpless. They would need a small sailboat to force open a path. I'll attract these sea monsters' attention while your speedboats use the opportunity to get past them, Shi Feng explained. Passing Monarch was surprised by Shi Feng's words. He had never thought that Shi Feng would willingly sacrifice his speedboat as bait. However, since Shi Feng was willing to do so, he would not object. Meanwhile, 100 Leaves and the others, who were currently resting at the edge of the inner perimeter, noticed passing Monarch's fleet speeding towards the outer perimeter. They're overestimating themselves, Identical Summer sneered. Do they really expect to get past those Thunderhorn beasts without a small sailboat to open a path? Do they really need to waste time here? 100 Leaves rolled her eyes as she watched passing Monarch. There was no way to repair one's ship inside the Sea Dragon's secret land. If the Thunderhorn beasts bombarded passing Monarch's fleet, even with players splitting the damage, the speedboat's durability would deplete rapidly. Once a ship's durability reached 0, it would be useless. Even if passing Monarch's fleet escaped with their speedboats intact and proceeded to the other grottos, their chances of obtaining a legacy would decrease due to the lost durability. Though, looking at it from another perspective, the fact that passing Monarch and the others were willing to attempt reaching this legacy island benefited 100 Leaves. This way, she would have an opportunity to kill Shi Feng and complete the Demon God's quest. At this time, Shi Feng steered the swift dragon speedboat into the outer perimeter. Thunderhorn beasts immediately emerged from the water, one after another, rapidly encircling the swift dragon speedboat. At the same time, electricity gathered at their horns as they prepared to attack. However, Shi Feng paid no attention to these monsters as he continued towards the group of sea monsters before him. Seeing the numerous arcs of lightning arcing towards him, Shi Feng activated Magic Barrier, making the swift dragon speedboat immune to magic damage and reducing the physical damage it received by 60% for 10 seconds. After blocking the attacks, the swift dragon speedboat arrived before the group of Thunderhorn beasts, letting the sea monsters surround it. It's over, passing Monarch could not help but sigh. If the massive Thunderhorn beasts surrounded a speedboat, there was no hope of escape. What a fool! He sacrificed a speedboat for nothing. Identical Summer laughed. In the past, he had always seen passing Monarch as his rival. After all, the two had fought for a long time, and the man had caused him plenty of trouble. Now, however, passing Monarch was no longer a threat. His only competition now was Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves. As more Thunderhorn beasts gathered around the swift dragon speedboat, the likelihood of Shi Feng breaking through the encirclement grew smaller and smaller. Rather than worrying, however, a smile appeared on Shi Feng's face. It's about time to make a move. Shi Feng observed his surroundings and noticed that practically 80% of the Thunderhorn beasts had gathered around him. Energy Pulse. Dragon Cannon. Suddenly, a blue ripple spread out from the swift dragon speedboat, paralyzing the surrounding Thunderhorn beasts. At the same time, a black-white beam shot out from the swift dragon speedboat's bow. In the next moment, 3 Thunderhorn beasts that blocked the secret silver speedboat's way had been blasted back. At the same time, the 3 lords lost over 2 million HP each. The surface of the water caved in at the might of the black beam. Suddenly, an empty path opened up before the swift dragon speedboat. Shi Feng activated Accelerate, increasing the swift dragon speedboat's movement speed by 100%. Before the Thunderhorn beasts could react, the swift dragon speedboat had already sped away from the encirclement and made its way to the inner perimeter. Meanwhile, passing Monarch and the others tore across the water to the inner perimeter from another direction. As only 5 Thunderhorn beasts chased after passing Monarch's group of 4 bronze speedboats, they were able to get away with minimal damage, their speedboat's durability decreasing only slightly. As for the remaining sea monsters chasing the swift dragon speedboat, due to the paralyzation, their movement speeds had reduced to less than half of their original. As a result, the distance between them and the secret silver speedboat rapidly increased. By the time the paralysis effect wore off, the swift dragon speedboat was over 300 yards away. By then, all the Thunderhorn beasts could do was watch as the swift dragon speedboat entered the inner perimeter. What rank is that speedboat? 100 Leaves blinked in astonishment as her gaze followed the unharmed swift dragon speedboat. So, this is the expert passing monarch recruited? Not bad. The swift dragon speedboat's performance had also surprised Identical Summer. The speedboat's main cannon was strong enough to throw 3 Thunderhorn beasts. Even his small sailboat wasn't capable of such a feat, however. They won't get much further. They'll never reach the island. Identical Summer's words earned the agreement of those around him. The difference between the inner and outer perimeter's difficulty was like the difference between heaven and earth. Although one had to face fewer sea monsters in the inner perimeter, these monsters were obviously stronger. Moreover, the condition to cross the inner perimeter was different. After entering the inner perimeter, they noticed a magic barrier around the Legacy Island. It was obvious that they were required to kill the guardian sea monsters before they could dock. However, the sea monsters guarding the inner perimeter included 1 level 55 king-class sea monster and 2 great lords. Without a small sailboat, it was simply impossible to defeat such a powerful force. What a pity, Brother Monarch. Even if you make it here, it's all for nothing. Without a small sailboat, you are doomed to remain in the inner perimeter, Identical Summer laughed. However, rest assured, you'll at least rank 7th. Only, you will no longer be able to use the large shipyard. When passing Monarch noticed Silent Entropy's fleets fighting a level 55 king-class sea monster, his jaw dropped as he lost heart. The king-class sea monster guarding the inner perimeter was far stronger than the one they had previously fought. That had only been a great lord, while this was a grand lord. Moreover, the current one was an even higher level. Shifeng's secret silver-ranked swift dragon speedboat could never tank it. Furthermore, the king-class sea monster was accompanied by 2 great lord-ranked sea monsters. Who says we don't have a small sailboat? Shifeng suddenly asked. Chapter 1224, Combat Power Assessment. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1224, Combat Power Assessment. You have a small sailboat? Identical Summer stared at Shifeng as if the man had told the funniest joke in the world. Although Identical Summer had not said anything else, there was no doubting the contempt in his eyes. The other Freedom Alliance members smirked at Shifeng's words. That brat sure knows how to boast. Even our sacred temple hasn't obtained a small sailboat until recently. How could an independent adventurer team with no background possibly have one? The cloaked woman from the sacred temple chuckled softly. The sacred temple was one of the super guilds that had begun to develop its naval strength early in the game, yet even now, it had only found a magic bottle containing a small sailboat, not an actual small sailboat. They had obtained this magic bottle from an ancient ruin in the sea's end. For this magic bottle, the sacred temple had sacrificed dozens of experts and thousands of elites. As for Silent Entropy and Identical Summer, while both had only acquired a small sailboat due to luck, they also had the support of powerful backers. The power supporting Silent Entropy, in particular, was intense enough that even the sacred temple avoided casually provoking it. Passing Monarch was merely an independent player with great individual strength. The naval adventurer team he had formed lacked the support of any major power. It was a miracle that he had led his team to become the Freedom Alliance's 3rd fleet. Obtaining a small sailboat was impossible for Passing Monarch. Brother Yifeng, do you really have a small sailboat? Passing Monarch stared at the swordsman in shock. He had already investigated Zero Wing and learned that the guild didn't possess any particular naval power. The guild hadn't even begun to develop its naval forces. Zero Wing had focused on competing with the various large guilds on land all this time. Just the fact that Zero Wing possessed a secret silver speedboat was astounding. Even now, no one throughout the Freedom Alliance possessed a secret silver speedboat. Blue Joy, who stood by his side, blinked in astonishment. She wondered if Shifeng had simply made the claim to save the 3rd fleet from humiliation. You'll know once you see it, Shifeng said as he looked around him. He could clearly feel the doubt and contempt everyone aimed his way. Following which, he took a delicate crystal bottle from his bag and began to chant an incantation. With each verse Feng chanted, black mist emerged from the crystal bottle, shrouding a large section of the sea water before the swift dragon speedboat. Suddenly, a silver sailboat appeared before these players. This silver sailboat was no smaller than the sailboat 100 Leaves had summoned with the magic bottle. Moreover, magic runes decorated every inch of the silver sailboat. At first glance, it was obvious that the silver sailboat was a higher rank than the common sailboats Silent Entropy and Identical Summer had summoned. This small sailboat was none other than the bronze-ranked one-horned sailboat he had obtained from the king-class sea monster he previously killed. Impossible! When did small sailboats become so common? Everyone was stupefied. None of them could believe their eyes. Just who is that man? 100 Leaves shifted her gaze to Feng when she saw the one-horned sailboat. First, the man had earned himself a bounty from the demon god. Then he revealed a very high-rank speedboat. Now, he revealed a small sailboat. If someone claimed that this man wasn't supported by a major power, she wouldn't believe it. I have really underestimated you, Monarch. I never thought you would recruit such an expert. However, you'll never get to the island. At the end of the day, passing the inner perimeters test depends on one's strength, Identical Summer snorted. He then steered his sailboat towards the Legacy Island to challenge the inner perimeter's sea monsters. Passing Monarch's fleet might have crossed the outer perimeter with some trick, but the inner perimeter required them to face the joint attacks of a Grand Lord-ranked King-class sea monster and 2 Great Lords. Without defeating these monsters, they would not be allowed to dock on the island. Although passing Monarch's fleet now had a small sailboat, the fleet's disadvantage was still obvious. The fleet lacked manpower. The third fleet was only allowed to bring 90 members to the secret land, while Identical Summer, Silent Entropy, and 100 Leaves' fleets each had over 100 people. Not only could they employ their small sailboats, which could accommodate 100 passengers, to their fullest potential, but they also had extra men to control multiple bronze speedboats. On the other hand, passing Monarch's fleet did not even have enough players to exert its small sailboat to its full potential. How could passing Monarch's fleet possibly defeat a king-class sea monster? At the same time, the members of Third Fleet gazed at Feng with admiration. Brother Feng, thank you truly. However, I still intend to give up on this grotto. Passing Monarch was extremely grateful to Feng. In reality, Feng could have easily decided not to help him. After all, both had already agreed that they would determine each other's harvest based on time. However, when passing Monarch had seen the distant king-class sea monster, he had decided to relent. Magic Whale, Marine King Creature, King-class Sea Monster, Grand Lord. Level 55. HP 200, 000/200, 000/000. Razor Shark, Marine King Creature, Sea Monster, Great Lord. Level 55. HP 80, 000/000/80, 000/000. Seeing these sea monster statistics, even a naval expert like passing Monarch felt powerless. Just one Great Lord-ranked Razor Shark was already a difficult foe, not to mention 2 and the Magic Whale. Without dozens of speedboats attacking at the same time, it was practically impossible to defeat all 3 sea monsters. Meanwhile, the fleet's Silent Entropy, Identical Summer, and 100 Leaves commanded had some hope of victory as they each had around 7 or 8 bronze speedboats to assist them. For example, Silent Entropy's small sailboat was currently tanking the Magic Whale while 2 other bronze speedboats dealt with the Razor Sharks. As for the remaining speedboats, they focused their fire on the Razor Sharks. Although each bronze speedboat only inflicted around -200,000 damage, the total damage from 6 or 7 bronze speedboats still surpassed the sea monster's battle recovery. It was only a matter of time before the speedboats dealt with the 2 Razor Sharks. Once those 2 sea monsters had been dealt with, Silent Entropy's fleet would slowly, but surely, whittle down the Magic Whale's HP. On the other hand, They couldn't even exert the maximum combat power of their small sailboat. How were they going to whittle away the sea monster's HP? Hence, rather than waste time here, exploring the other grottos would be more beneficial. With their fleet strength, they wouldn't have any issues obtaining 2 legacies. Brother Monarch, since you wish to give up, why don't you let me command the fleet for the first 4 hours? Shifeng asked. Passing Monarch's decision hadn't particularly surprised him. After all, assessing an opponent's combat power was the basics of being an expert. If passing Monarch couldn't even do that much, he would not have become an expert at all. Only, passing Monarch's assessment was slightly different from his. Brother Yifeng, is there really a reason to waste time here? Passing Monarch could not figure out what was going through Shifeng's mind. It was already clear that they had no hope of victory, yet this swordsman insisted on jumping into the jaws of death. However, when passing Monarch saw the determination in Shifeng's eyes, he had no choice but to nod, saying, "All right, then. We'll follow your command for the next 4 hours. Once these 4 hours are up, we'll leave immediately." Following which, both sides renewed their contract yet again. From the next 4 hours, the Third Fleet would be under Shifeng's command. After finding nothing wrong with the contract, Shifeng stored it away in satisfaction. "Let's go." Shifeng smiled at the distant magic whale. Others might not know the one-horned sailboat's might, but he did. While King-class sea monsters were quite powerful, a bronze sailboat could not be underestimated either. Following which, Shifeng allocated tasks to the Third Fleet's members. The Swift Dragon speedboat and one of the bronze speedboats had a 20-man crew each, while each of the remaining 3 bronze speedboats had a party of 6. The remaining fleet members would board the one-horned sailboat and deal with the magic whale. This is nuts. We'll only have 32 people on our strongest ship? How are we going to hold back the magic whale? When passing Monarch and the others saw Shifeng's distribution, they were confused. The other fleets had 3 full MT parties each, splitting the magic whale's damage. Those fleets also had the other crew members on their small sailboats sharing the damage. Only then could they minimize the damage to their sailboats. Otherwise, before their respective fleets even finished off one Razor Shark, their sailboats would be reporting for duty in Davy Jones' locker. However, Shifeng insisted on this setup, and passing Monarch had no choice but to agree. After all, Shifeng now held authority over the fleet. Moreover, the sailboat belonged to Shifeng. As the one-horned sailboat approached the island, a magic whale and 2 razor sharks emerged from the water. Their massive frames resembled large mountains, blocking the legacy island from view. "Begin!" Shifeng fired the thunder cannon at the magic whale. Chapter 1225. The Might of a Bronze Small Sailboat. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1225. The Might of a Bronze Small Sailboat. Leaves, this magic whale's attack range is too wide. We won't hold at this rate. We need to use magic scrolls, the cloaked woman from the sacred temple said, frowning at their sailboat's remaining durability. The razor sharks were only great lords. Moreover, their skills were monotonous, making their attacks easy to dodge. Bronze speedboats were more than enough to cope with the razor sharks. The problem was the magic whale. Although the Grand Lord was clumsy and slow, and its attack patterns were not particularly complex, it was still a powerful foe. Aside from ruthless headbutts, the magic whale's main attacks were Ice Meteor and Icicle Rain. When casting Ice Meteor, the magic whale would call down a massive globe of ice. Even with 6 MTs sharing the attack's damage, all 6 would lose over 2/3 of their HPs. Furthermore, the Grand Lord used Ice Meteor frequently. Only when all 18 MTs took turns blocking could they keep up with the attacks. The burden on the healers was also massive, as one mistake could spell the end for a party of MTs. However, this was not the team's greatest challenge. The magic whale's Icicle Rain was what left everyone speechless. When the magic whale cast Icicle Rain, countless icicles would rain down from the sky. Although each icicle only dealt around minus 10,000 damage and could easily be blocked by any player, they could not keep up with how many icicles bombarded their ships. One could say that this skill specifically targeted ships. By the time Icicle Rain's duration ended, their small sailboat would have lost roughly 3 or 4 points of durability. If they continued this battle of attrition, their small sailboat's 700 durability would have long since bottomed out before they could shave away the magic whale's 200 million HP. Sure enough, a king-class sea monster is not an easy foe. 100 Leaves frowned as she watched another batch of icicles form in the sky. She then said to the cloaked woman, "Use the Tier 3 summoning scroll. Have the summoned creature share part of Icicle Rain's damage." The cloaked woman nodded before retrieving a Tier 3 summoning scroll and chanting the incantation. With a Tier 3 summoned creature sharing the damage, the small sailboat only lost 1 point of durability by the time the skill ended. At the same time, the cloaked woman redirected a portion of the sailboat's cannon attacks towards one of the distant razor sharks, assisting the bronze speedboats in whittling down the Great Lord's HP. As a result, the razor shark's 80 million HP decreased at a visible rate. 95%, 94%, 93%. Leaves, Passing Monarch, and the others seemed to be taking action. As the cloaked woman controlled the summoned creature, she noticed the one-horned sailboat moving deeper into the inner perimeter, and an odd feeling rose in her chest. Passing Monarch's fleet only had 90 members. Even with a small sailboat, such a small team was not enough to defeat the magic whale. Any expert worth his salt should know this, much less a fleet commander like Passing Monarch. They're actually pushing forward? 100 Leaves glanced at Feng, who stood aboard the one-horned sailboat. Smiling, she muttered, "What an interesting person." She was very familiar with Passing Monarch. While Passing Monarch's individual combat standards were not particularly high, his leadership abilities and assessment for monsters' strengths were first class. He would never take such a risk. The only possibility was that Feng had persuaded him to do so. Silent Entropy and Identical Summer had also noticed the one-horned sailboat's approach. "They're not giving up?" Identical Summer asked contemptuously. "I want to see just how long they can last." Currently, his fleet barely held its ground against the 3 guardian monsters. He still didn't know if his team could kill the magic whale. In the case of Passing Monarch's fleet, however, just killing the 2 razor sharks would be a huge challenge. As such thoughts ran through the various commanders' minds, a golden beam exploded from the one-horned sailboat's bow, slamming into the magic whale's thick hide. Boom! As it struck, the golden beam carved out a small wound from the magic whale's side, blue blood spilling into the water. How can it possess such power? 100 Leaves was shocked. No matter how many times her small sailboat attacked the magic whale, they had only taken a fraction of the Grand Lord's HP. The sailboat's attacks could not cause any substantial injuries to the Grand Lord. How can this sailboat possess such a high-rank cannon? Could it have been modified? As Identical Summer stared at the wound on the magic whale's body. In God's domain, no ship was static. They could all be modified. Only, there was a limit to how much a ship could be modified and strengthened, as the ship's construction materials were a limiting factor. Furthermore, it was very difficult to modify and strengthen a ship. The task required lifestyle players of considerably high rank. To modify a ship, one also had to risk reducing the ship's quality or destroying it altogether. Hence, even now, nobody actually dared to modify their precious ships. Enraged, the magic whale beat its tail fin violently and propelled itself towards the one-horned sailboat. The 2 razor sharks followed after the magic whale. A bronze small sailboat's cannon fire is really quite impressive. Feng was very satisfied with this outcome. Seeing the magic whale and razor sharks swimming closer, he activated Thunder Blast, the one-horned sailboat's strongest move. This attack was many times stronger than the Swift Dragon speedboat's dragon cannon. Immediately, several snakes of golden lightning surged forward, dealing devastating damage to the area 500 by 30 yards ahead of the one-horned sailboat. As the golden lightning snakes slithered towards the magic whale and razor sharks, the three sea monsters revealed a hint of fear, trying to avoid the incoming attack. Unfortunately, Thunderblast was not cannon fire. Rather, it was a magical attack channeled from a magic array. It was many times faster than cannon fire. The arcs of golden lightning had crossed several hundred yards in the blink of an eye. Boom. When the golden lightning streaked past the magic whale and razor sharks, all three sea monsters screamed in agonizing unity. The magic whale and razor sharks were all in a miserable state. The magic whale was covered with wounds with fresh, blue blood coloring the water. A damage of over -900,000 had appeared above its head. As for the razor sharks, many areas of their bodies had scorched black. The two great lords had clearly suffered serious injuries, significantly affecting their combat powers. Each had lost over 2 million HP in the attack. Thunderblasts might stupefied everyone present. This is impossible. The watching players instinctively refused to accept this reality. They had lived in Sea's End throughout their career in God's domain. They had lost count of how many times they had fought sea monsters. Hence, their naval understanding ranked at the peak of God's domain. However, the one-horned sailboat's attacks were unbelievable. Brother Yifeng, just what rank is your sailboat? Passing Monarch gulped audibly as he looked at the heavily injured razor sharks. Only now did he understand why Shifeng was so confident. With such firepower, it was no wonder why Shifeng wasn't worried about killing the magic whale. What do you think? Shifeng smiled mysteriously, not offering a concrete answer. Players still assumed that small sailboats were similar to speedboats, which had only a small gap in power between each rank. They had not yet realized how vast the divide was between a common ranked small sailboat and a bronze rank. In terms of firepower, a bronze small sailboat could rival a fine gold speedboat. This was the reason that Passing Monarch's assessment of each side's combat power was incorrect. Brother Monarch, you guys deal with the razor sharks. Make sure you lure them away from each other. Leave the magic whale to me, Shifeng instructed after noticing the magic whale and razor sharks approach. You're going to deal with that thing with only one ship? Won't we be cutting it a little too close? Chapter 1226, Hidden Effect of the Bronze Small Sailboat. Shifeng's commands confused Passing Monarch and the others. The one-horned sailboat might possess frightening killing power, but when all was said and done, the magic whale was still a king-class sea monster. It was still a terrifying foe. Although Silent Entropy and the other fleets relied on their small sailboats to tank the magic whale, they constantly had 2 or 3 bronze sailboats assisting from the side. The speedboats occasionally shared some of the magic whale's damage, giving the small sailboats a break. Furthermore, the one-horned sailboat only had a 32-man crew on board. In terms of endurance, it was far weaker than Silent Entropy and the others' small sailboats. Without a doubt, sending the one-horned sailboat to deal with the magic whale alone was mad. If it were up to Passing Monarch and the others, they would have refused the idea. After all, it was nothing more than gambling with a small sailboat. A small sailboat's value went without saying. One wouldn't even necessarily trade such a ship for a fragmented legendary item. However, it was too late for Passing Monarch and the others to argue as Shifeng had steered the one-horned sailboat directly towards the massive magic whale. Meanwhile, the 2 razor sharks had swum around to launch a pincer attack against the one-horned sailboat from the sides. Commander, are we really not going to help him? Blue Joy asked Passing Monarch worriedly. He is the commander now. We'll only stop him if it truly seems impossible. Passing Monarch could not help but sigh. He did not know what was going through Shifeng's mind. Normally, anyone who obtained a small sailboat would treat it like a priceless treasure, avoiding anything reckless that might destroy it. Shifeng, however, pitted his small sailboat in a dogfight against a Grand Lord-ranked king-class sea monster. Looking at this situation, Passing Monarch could not help but feel sorry for the one-horned sailboat. Following which, under Passing Monarch's command, all speedboats took action. With the 4 basic mana pulse bombs Shifeng had provided them, they fired 2 bombs at each of the Razor Sharks, each bomb dealing over -1 million damage. Instantly, the Razor Sharks' aggro split between the one-horned sailboat, the Swift Dragon speedboat, and one bronze speedboat. As the Razor Sharks were about to reach the one-horned sailboat, the MTs on board the Swift Dragon speedboat and bronze speedboat used Crowd Mock, securing the Great Lord's aggro. Immediately, the 2 speedboats split up and moved away from the magic whale, the Razor Sharks following closely after them. The timing of passing Monarch's commands was extremely accurate. Meanwhile, the magic whale bellowed when it noticed the one-horned sailboat approaching. 3 ice meteors then appeared in the air. "Ha! Now you've done it. I want to see how you intend to clean up this mess." Identical Summer smirked when he saw the 3 ice meteors. When his and the other fleet's magic whales used Ice Meteor, they only summoned 2 attacks. Thunder Blast has surprised him. He was even somewhat jealous. However, it was obvious that this frightening firepower had angered the magic whale. Even his fleet would suffer against 3 ice meteors at the once, not to mention the one-horned sailboat, which faced the magic whale one-on-one. "Leaves, look at the small sailboat in passing Monarch's fleet," the cloaked woman from the sacred temple called out in surprise and pointed at the one-horned sailboat. "There are less than 50 people on board." "Less than 50? 100 Leaves, who commanded her own battle, turned to look at the one-horned sailboat upon hearing this, her brows rising in surprise. They actually did something like that? This was ludicrous. She had a 100-man crew aboard her sailboat to deal with the magic whale's attacks, yet her sailboat still lost a significant amount of durability. If the one-horned sailboat had less than 50 players on board, its durability would fall several times faster. The sailboat would likely sink to the bottom of the ocean before the 2 Razor Sharks were dealt with. Ayaroo! The magic whale bellowed as it controlled the ice meteors, aiming for the one-horned sailboat's blind spots and making its attacks difficult to dodge. In terms of speed and angle of attack, this magic whale used faster and more accurate ice meteors than the others. When the 3 ice meteors were less than 30 yards away from the one-horned sailboat, Shifeng activated Mana Drive, increasing the sailboat's speed by 30%. This allowed the sailboat to dart out of the magic whale's attack trajectory in the nick of time. After dodging the ice meteors, the one-horned sailboat's 4 thunder cannons rang out simultaneously. 4 golden beams struck the magic whale, tearing a pained cry from the Grand Lord's throat as a series of damages appeared above its head. -471,847. -482,187. -471,974. -472,079. The 4 cannons instantly devoured nearly 2 million of the magic whale's HP. Sure enough, it won't be possible to kill it with the one-horned sailboat's firepower alone. Shifeng felt a headache brew as he looked at the magic whale's HP. It seems we'll have to kill the Razor Sharks first and then focus fire on the magic whale. Although the one-horned sailboat was quite powerful, the magic whale could recover 2 million HP every 5 seconds. With the thunder cannon's long cooldown, it was impossible to kill the magic whale without help. Following which, Shifeng readjusted the one-horned sailboat's course, circling the magic whale while waiting for the thunder cannon's cooldown to finish. When the enraged magic whale saw that its first wave of attacks had failed to land, it used its AoE attack, Icicle Rain. Even with the one-horned sailboat's increased speed, it couldn't avoid this attack. "All members, prepare to block the icicles," Shifeng shouted. Although Shifeng had issued the command, he knew it was unrealistic to expect 32 people to block so many icicles. As the icicles began to descend, Shifeng took a Tier 3 summoning scroll from his bag. Immediately, a massive golden gorilla appeared, joining the defense. Dang. Under Shifeng's control, the golden gorilla executed Sword's Orbit, using its arms in place of swords. This was another method of utilizing combat techniques. Only, Doing so required considerably fine control and a great understanding of a combat technique. Although Shi Feng could not execute Sword's orbit through the Golden Gorilla as freely as with his own body, with the summoned creature's massive frame and wide attack range, it easily protected over half the one-horned sailboat from the icicle attacks. The players blocked the majority of the icicles, protecting the remaining half. Overall, less than 1/10 of the icicles had actually struck the sailboat. This outcome was on par with 100 Leaves and the others. How did he do that? The players watching from afar were flabbergasted. Despite having similarly summoned Tier 3 summon creatures, their summon creatures could only block around 1/3 of the Magic Whale's icicle rain. Their summon creatures even lost over 1,500,000 HP with each wave of attacks, yet the Golden Gorilla had blocked half of the icicle rain, losing less than 500,000 HP. This was simply inconceivable. It wasn't just the Golden Gorilla that had received less damage than expected. Even the players on the one-horned sailboat had only lost around 7,000 HP when struck, 3,000 less HP than their players. This allowed the one-horned sailboat's crew to endure many more attacks. However, what everyone did not know was that bronze small sailboats had a hidden effect. The runes lining the hull weren't just for decoration. They possessed a damage mitigation ability. The runes could reduce an attack's damage by 10% to 30% based on the attack's might. Although the icicle rain was a powerful skill, the individual icicles did not pack a lot of power. Hence, their damage was reduced by 30%. In addition, a bronze small sailboat's defense was superior to that of a common small sailboat. Despite receiving roughly the same amount of attacks, the one-horned sailboat had not lost a single point of durability after the last wave of attacks. This was also the reason that Shi Feng dared to challenge the Magic Whale with a crew of fewer than 50 people. Time passed quickly. While keeping the Magic Whale distracted, the one-horned sailboat launched attacks at the distant razor sharks. In less than 15 minutes, both razor sharks were dead, fueling the team's EXP bars. In contrast, each of the other fleets had only dealt with one razor shark so far. The difference between them was obvious instantly. Now that only the Magic Whale remained, Shi Feng's side had a much easier time. Although it took a long time just to reduce the Magic Whale's HP by 1%, they slowly, but surely, depleted the Grand Lord's HP. When the Magic Whale's HP fell to 10%, it spread its colossal jaws, and a frightening amount of mana began to concentrate in its mouth. All speedboats, hide behind the sailboat. Shi Feng shouted hurriedly. All King-class sea monsters possessed powerful team-wipe moves. The Magic Whale was no exception. The King-class sea monsters inside secret lands might not be as powerful as those elsewhere, which possessed second lives, but it still shouldn't be underestimated. Hararu! An evil glint appeared in the Magic Whale's eyes. The Magic Whale snapped its mouth shut. Its body then began to release dark blue beams of light that directly devoured Shi Feng and the others. As the light show ended, the sea around the one-horned sailboat and the Magic Whale had transformed into a frosty world. Everyone gasped at this sight. The Magic Whale was simply too fierce. This last move could rival the power of a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. As a result of the spell, the Magic Whale had lost 5% of its HP. As the icy fog surrounding the one-horned sailboat dissipated, it received significant damage as the blue barrier protecting the ship crumbled and disappeared. This was none other than the one-horned sailboat's life-saving skill, Magic Shield. When activated, it would create a barrier capable of absorbing up to 1 million damage for 5 minutes. Although the barrier couldn't mitigate all of the damage, at the very least, it had prevented many of the crew's deaths. After sharing the damage, 19 people were still alive on the one-horned sailboat. As for the speedboats behind the one-horned sailboat, only the Swift Dragon speedboat and the Bronze speedboat with a full crew had half their original crew members. The other Bronze speedboats had lost their entire crews, leaving behind ghost ships. The Magic Whale has entered a weakened state. Throw everything you have at it. Shi Feng had less than half of his HP remaining. Although he had prepared for this, The move had shocked him. Even after activating Magic Shield, everyone on board had still received so much damage. Although only the one-horned sailboat, Swift Dragon speedboat, and one bronze speedboat remained, the Magic Whale's defense was crippled. Moreover, it had lost its ability to recover in battle. It was nothing more than a living target for Shifeng and his crew now. 4%, 3%, 2%, 1%. Die. Shifeng activated Divine Blessing and used Thunderblast. Countless arcs of golden lightning devoured the Magic Whale's remaining HP. In the end, the Magic Whale released an agonized cry as its body disintegrated into particles of light. Immediately after, a large group of golden dots descended towards the water. Chapter 1227. Upgrading the 7 Luminaries Ring. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Chapter 1227. Upgrading the 7 Luminaries Ring. It's dead. Silent Entropy, Identical Summer, and 100 Leaves' crews were dazed for a long time after watching Shifeng and his team kill the Magic Whale. Even now, they had only whittled down their respective Magic Whales to 30% HP, and both their small sailboats and their member count had suffered significant losses. Their healers, in particular, were nearly out of mana. They were barely holding on by relying on mana recovery potions and special tools. Needless to say, the longer they continued this battle, the greater their losses would become. Damn it! Why are they the ones to kill the monsters first? Identical Summer's eyes were bloodshot when he saw the golden orbs of light floating above the water's surface. When he noticed that only a few members remained on passing Monarch's fleet, he smiled coldly as he said, "Change our course. As long as we get the item to dock, we can get to the island without killing the Magic Whale." At this moment, passing Monarch's fleet was a remnant of its past glory. On the other hand, his fleet was still in considerably good shape. With the numerical advantage, they should have no problems stealing the Magic Whale's loot. As Identical Summer's fleet took action, Silent Entropy commanded his fleet to charge at passing Monarch and the others as well. The Freedom Alliance had not set any rules or signed any contracts forbidding them from attack each other in the secret land. After all, with so many legacies, it wasn't very likely that two fleets would find the same legacy. "Leaves, should we go as well?" the cloaked woman asked 100 Leaves. "Not only can we steal the item to dock on the Legacy Island, but we can also kill that person and finish the quest." The fact that passing Monarch's fleet had managed to kill the Magic Whale first had given it an advantage over the other fleets. Unfortunately, the nail that stuck out was usually hammered down first. None of these players were good people. Why would they let this opportunity escape? 100 Leaves did not reply immediately. Instead, she looked toward Shifeng, who stood aboard the one-horned sailboat, various emotions flashing in her eyes. After giving the matter some thought, 100 Leaves said, "Let's wait." If it were only passing Monarch, she would have joined in the fray without hesitation. Now, however, there was the unknown factor named Shifeng. Although Shifeng was only one person, she felt that something was off. Silent Entropy and Identical Summer did not know Shifeng's secret. The Soul Orb was important enough to drive even the demon god frantic, and Shifeng currently carried this item. He had also revealed priceless treasures like the Swift Dragon speedboat and one-horned sailboat. Moreover, Shifeng had displayed his skills in controlling a summoned creature, allowing the beast to exert extraordinary combat power. Most likely, not even the Sacred Temple's old monsters could accomplish such a feat no matter how she looked at it. Shifeng wasn't a simple character. It was unwise to take action against him right now. But the cloaked woman grew anxious as she watched Identical Summer's and Silent Entropy's fleets sail closer to the Magic Whale's loot. "Enough. I've made my decision. Let's concentrate on dealing with our own Magic Whale. If there is an opportunity, I won't let it get away," 100 Leaves commanded indifferently. Meanwhile, as soon as the Magic Whale had died, Shifeng steered the one-horned sailboat towards the dropped item's location, completely ignoring the fact that the Magic Whale had provided enough EXP to net him one whole level. Currently, he was at 24% of level 51. Meanwhile, Passing Monarch and the other members of the Third Fleet had leveled up twice, reaching level 45. Perhaps due to divine providence, the magic whale had dropped over 30 items. This was a considerable harvest for a monster in a secret land. The monsters in secret lands were mainly there to test players' worthiness of the final treasure. Hence, while they provided higher EXP than normal, their drop rate was generally low. Take the two razor sharks for example. Both had only dropped 4 items in total. Although the magic whale's 30+ items were scattered, Identical Summer's and Silent Entropy's fleets were too far away. Even if they sailed at full speed, it would be quite some time before they arrived. Feng had more than enough time to pick up all of the loot. Hand over the loot, and I'll let you all off the hook. Identical Summer, who arrived first, shouted at Feng and Passing Monarch. If you don't hand it over, none of you will leave this place alive. I'll have my men kill you until you drop all of the loot. Summer, you're too shameless. Didn't we agree to rely on our own skills once we enter the secret land? We killed this magic whale. Passing Monarch surveyed his surroundings and noticed that Identical Summer's fleet had already surrounded them. They would have to fight their way out now. After entering the Sea Dragon secret land, players couldn't leave the secret land during the first 6 hours. So far, only 1 hour or so had passed. With the number of players in Identical Summer's fleet, he definitely had the power to kill them multiple times. Monarch, while we did agree to rely on our own capabilities, we never said that we aren't allowed to plunder each other's ships. Identical Summer sneered. I don't have that much patience right now. I'll count to 3. If you don't hand the loot over, don't blame me for being ruthless. 1, 2. Both he and Silent Entropy intended to plunder Passing Monarch's loot. As his fleet was closer to the one-horned sailboat, he got there first. However, if Silent Entropy joined the battle, the situation would become even more complicated. If there was going to be a battle, he needed to end it quickly. Passing Monarch also understood that Identical Summer was fully capable of acting on his words. He had no way of buying more time. He turned to Feng and said quietly, Brother Yi Feng, rest assured, even if I have to put my life on the line, I won't let Identical Summer get away with this. Later, I'll distract Identical Summer while you get to the island. Once you've entered the island, he won't be able to touch you. Hearing this, Feng was moved. Even in such a dire situation, Passing Monarch placed friendship above all else. If it were anyone else, they would have long since advised him to hand over the loot. After all, according to their contract, the magic whale's loot belonged entirely to him, not Passing Monarch. It's fine. I'll fight with you. Worst case scenario, it'll just be 1 death, Feng said, laughing. While Passing Monarch was also moved by Feng's response, he sternly insisted, don't be stupid. The island houses the strongest legacy in the Sea Dragon secret land. If you clash with Identical Summer, you might even lose your small sailboat. Since you have no intentions of abandoning me and are treating me like a brother, Yi Feng, will treat you as a brother as well. I would never abandon a brother. Feng shook his head as he glanced at Passing Monarch. Besides, if it really comes down to a fight, we don't know who will win or lose. 3. Identical Summer's expression twisted as Feng and Passing Monarch showed no signs of giving up. Annihilate them. Don't let a single person get away. As Identical Summer issued his command, numerous cannons rang, all of them bombarding the one-horned sailboat. To Identical Summer's fleet, speedboats were no threat. As long as the players on board the one-horned sailboat were annihilated, the battle would be over. Since you want to fight, come. Feng simply smiled as he watched cannonballs fill the sky. He then rapidly leveled up the 7 Luminaries ring. The 7 Luminaries ring was the best epic ring Feng had seen thus far. It provided immense help to any player that wore it. Feng hadn't leveled the ring for quite some time. Due to the 7 Luminaries ring, high demand for EXP, he hadn't bothered doing so until now. Now that he was level 51, he could start leveling the ring once again. Immediately, Shifeng upgraded the Aura of Fire, Aura of Wind, and Aura of Earth to Tier 1, which in turn upgraded Firestorm, Wind Rider, and Absolute Defense to Tier 1. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng fell to 2% of level 50. Chapter 12:28, One Strike. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 12:28, One Strike. Sure enough, the skills have grown significantly stronger after reaching Tier 1. Shifeng smiled faintly as he looked at the newly improved 7 Luminaries ring. The instant the 3 skills reached Tier 1, they had undergone massive changes. Originally, Absolute Defense only granted immunity to all damage for 5 seconds. After reaching Tier 1, it also gave immunity to all allies within 15 yards for 3 seconds. Meanwhile, the skill now had a cooldown of 1 minute 30 seconds. As for Wind Rider, the movement speed increase it provided had risen from 220% to 300%. The skill also increased the damage of his next attack by 500%. As for the duration, it increased from 24 seconds to 30 seconds. The cooldown hadn't changed, remaining at 2 minutes. Lastly, Firestorm, which had dealt 1,200% damage to an area of 45 by 45 yards for 6 seconds, now dealt 1,500% damage to an area of 50 by 50 yards for 6 seconds. As for its cooldown, it still lasted 5 minutes. After Shifeng finished upgrading the 7 Luminaries ring, he steered the one-horned sailboat towards the incoming cannonballs. At the same time, he activated Absolute Defense. Boom. Although the cannonballs were fast, the one-horned sailboat had still dodged a portion of them, while Absolute Defense blocked the remaining attacks. The sailboat itself did not receive any damage whatsoever. They dare make their way over here. They must want to die. Identical Summer sneered. All speedboats, scatter and attack. Don't let them get away. If Shifeng and the others gave it their all to escape to the outer perimeter, they had some faint hope of getting away. Now, however, they charged straight for his small sailboat. He had several times more players than Shifeng. Moreover, every one of them was extraordinarily skilled. The one-horned sailboat took only 3 seconds to cross the distance of 150 yards. When it arrived before Identical Summer's small sailboat, before it sailed past, Shifeng jumped to the other ship's deck. What is he trying to do? Passing Monarch, who watched from a distance, was stupefied. Shifeng had safely arrived before Identical Summer's sailboat. As long as he continued forward, he could have shaken off the enemy sailboat and docked on Legacy Island, yet the swordsman had boarded the enemy sailboat alone for a melee battle. This was insane. Unlike the fight on Demon Island, they still bore the damage from the fighting the magic whale for so long. In fact, Shifeng's HP bar was not even half full right now. On the other hand, Identical Summer's crew was only slightly battered. You've arrived just in time. In any case, I had thought of taking your sailboat for myself. Seeing Shifeng board his sailboat, Identical Summer looked to the 15 cloaked players around him and said, "Get rid of him. Everyone else, collect the sailboat." Nodding, these 15 cloaked players slowly approached Shifeng. Although these 15 players' footsteps were casual, their positioning was far from it as they had sealed off Shifeng's path of retreat. "Brat, you really are unlucky to have crossed us. But don't you worry. We won't come at you together." At this moment, a man that was as robust as an ox stepped away from the formation and said, "I'll be your opponent now." As soon as this man said so, he threw off his black cloak and revealed his steel-like muscles and the 2 short swords hanging from his waist. Both swords bore a delicate flame engraving, the marks giving off a light blue flame. The weapons were clearly a pair. Although the robust man's figure was abnormal for his assassin class, when everyone present saw this man's face and game ID, they realized that it was only natural. Why is Mad Beast here? Passing Monarch was surprised when he saw the robust assassin. The assassin's name was Residual Innocence. Although not many people were familiar with this name, the assassin had another name that was famous throughout Sea's End, Mad Beast. Mad Beast was known as one of the top 5 assassin experts in Sea's End. Aside from his robust form, Residual Innocence had earned the title Mad Beast in Sea's End due to a fight in which he had overwhelmed the 7th-rank Berserker with his strength alone. Mad Beast was not a guild player, but an independent player. He was also a member of the House of Seas, the #1 adventurer team in Sea's End. There were countless adventurer teams in Sea's End, yet the House of Seas had been publicly acknowledged as the #1 adventurer team in the area. Not only did the adventurer team possess many experts, but it also operated several popular shops. Passing Monarch and his fleet members weren't the only ones surprised. 100 Leaves and the others hadn't expected to see Mad Beast either. They had never imagined that Identical Summer would join hands with the House of Seas. This makes things a bit tricky. If Identical Summer has joined hands with the House of Seas, it could cause some trouble for our plans to take over the Freedom Alliance, the cloaked woman from the Sacred Temple said, frowning. Although the House of Seas was merely an adventurer team, it was backed by an extraordinary power. During the Sacred Temple's investigation, it discovered that the House of Seas had secured the support of a certain major corporation from overseas. If the Sacred Temple wanted a hand in the Freedom Alliance's First Fleet, it would likely have to compete with that corporation in the future. The Freedom Alliance's top-ranked fleet commanders cannot be underestimated. Let's get ready. We cannot let Identical Summer monopolize the loot, 100 Leaves said, smiling. Originally, she had worried that Identical Summer would not be a match for Shifeng. However, it would seem that both sides were equally matched. It was likely that they would enter a stalemate. If that happened, she would have a golden opportunity to rake in a fortune. However, as 100 Leaves considered such thoughts, Shifeng exploded into action. Instant strike. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng appeared before Mad Beast and executed Sword's Orbit. Instant strike increased his attack speed by 500% and damage by 400%. Even someone like Mad Beast was caught off guard. Before the assassin could even activate Vanish, Shifeng's sword bit into him. Only after Shifeng's second slash descended did he successfully activate Vanish. However, it was too late. Minus 39,486. A terrifying damage devoured all of Mad Beast's 30,000 HP. Even after his death, Mad Beast could not figure out how a normal attack had taken his life. How is he so fast? Mad Beast's companions suddenly wore serious expressions. Mad Beast had literally died in the blink of an eye. This had to be a joke. Mad Beast could rank 3rd among their group of 15. Although there were players who could defeat Mad Beast in Sea's End, his survivability was incredible due to his assassin class. If he focused on escape, very few could kill him. There wasn't even one expert in Sea's End who could kill him instantly. Yet now, Mad Beast lost. This can't be possible. Identical Summer's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when he saw this. While he had considered the possibility of Shifeng defeating Mad Beast, he had never expected Mad Beast to die instantly. Who is that man? 100 Leaves was stunned as she stared at Mad Beast's lifeless body. Based on her investigation, Mad Beast was a flowing water realm expert. Although he was no match for her guard, Scorpion, he wasn't an easy target. Who's next? Shifeng licked his lips as he glanced at the remaining experts from the House of Seas. Chapter 1229, Glory and Collapse. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1229, Glory and Collapse. Shifeng's taunt instantly enraged his enemies. However, due to Shifeng's frightening performance and chilling killing intent, nobody dared to rush at him casually either. We've got ourselves a tough one. Melees, distract him. Ranged players, assist from the sides. I refuse to believe that we can't take him down. A thin elementalist behind the group shouted. The heavy pressure these players felt from Shifeng vanished the moment the elementalist finished speaking. 5 melee players then charged at Shifeng. A Guardian Knight used Justice Roar. A Berserker used Flame Slash. A Shield Warrior used Shield Bash. A Swordsman used Wind Blade, and an assassin used stealth and circled to Shifeng's back. All 5 were level 43 and equipped with dark gold weapons and equipment. In terms of weapons and equipment, they were not the least bit inferior to Mad Beast. Moreover, these 5 had excellent coordination. While the Guardian Knight and Shield Warrior were distracting Shifeng, the other 3 launched attacks from Shifeng's blind spots. Even peak experts would have to retreat temporarily in the face of such an attack. After all, if hit, Shifeng would definitely be at a disadvantage. At the same time, the slim elementalist waved his staff and double cast, sealing off Shifeng's only path of retreat with an ice wall as well as sending 5 great fireballs following the Guardian Knight and Shield Warrior. Amazing! Identical Summer was inwardly impressed by the timing and execution the House of C's experts displayed. Whether Shifeng tried to run or fight after repelling the Guardian Knight and Shield Warrior, the 5 great fireballs would strike the instant he pushed the 2 MTs back. If Identical Summer had to face such a well-planned assault, he would die. Contrary to expectation, however, Shifeng smiled as the 5 melee players moved towards him. Immediately he used silent steps and vanished. He reappeared behind the slim elementalist and swung down his sword. Dang! However, before Shifeng's killing ray could strike the elementalist, a layer of ice stopped it in mid-swing. Impressive reaction time. The ice barrier before him surprised Shifeng slightly. He would not underestimate Mad Beast and the other House of C's experts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used instant strike right from the start. The House of C's had been one of the 6 major maritime trading firms in the past. The wealth it amassed was unimaginable. Meanwhile, to grow one's business to such an extent, one first needed enough strength to protect it. In fact, Mad Beast and the others represented the House of C's strength. They were all incredibly strong, and everyone had been an apex expert that had reached Tier 5. Even on land, the House of C's had been strong enough to challenge super guilds. After Shifeng's attack met the elementalist's ice barrier, the other House of C's members reacted and bombarded Shifeng with attacks. Dozens of arrows and spells flew at Shifeng, giving the swordsman no other choice but to retreat momentarily. Be careful. This bastard has quite a few instantaneous movement skills, the elementalist warned his companions. Don't hold back. If not for Shifeng's previous display against Mad Beast, even he would have been slow to react. He was second in command in the House of C's, nicknamed the Frost Saint. He had also been born with faster reactions than most ordinary people. Even so, Shifeng had nearly caught him off guard and killed him. This proved that Shifeng's basic attributes and combat standards were extraordinary. I really never imagined that we would one day meet an opponent that could force all of us to activate our berserk skills and work together. The Shield Warrior sighed as he looked at Shifeng, who remained unharmed. However, he did not take the situation lightly as he activated his berserk skill. Immediately, his HP doubled, soaring past the 70,000 threshold. His strength and agility attributes had also improved significantly. Charge. This guy's too nimble. I'll try to restrain him, a distant ranger announced as he took 5 silver arrows from his bag. Savage, you're so generous, the Shield Warrior chuckled as he glanced at the silver arrows. The ranger named Savage treasured these silver arrows, each worth 10 gold coins. Crafting the arrows required many rare materials. Aside from dealing with Grand Lords, he had never seen Savage use the arrows on anything. Just one of those silver arrows packed enough power to injure a Grand Lord, not to mention 5 of them. Even if he activated a life-saving skill, he couldn't avoid the ranger's treasures. He should be proud to die under my arrows, Savage boasted as he activated his berserk skill and released his bowstring. Shio! All 5 silver arrows flew towards Shifeng simultaneously. As the silver arrows sliced through the air, they twisted the space around them. Gravity arrows? Shifeng frowned when he saw the incoming arrows. Originally, he had intended to preserve some of his skills, but he scrapped that idea. Without hesitation, he activated Thunder God's Descent, increasing his movement speed and attack speed 150%, damage by 50% and decreasing all damage received by 50% for 30 seconds. He then charged straight at the shield warrior and 5 gravity arrows. As Shi tightened his grips on his 2 swords and brandished them, starlights sparkled around him. Swords orbit. Ping. Shi Feng's blades repulsed the shield warrior instantly, forcing the man to take several steps back. As for Shi Feng himself, he was knocked back by roughly 8 yards, his blades emitting a low hum. He blocked them? Savage's mouth twitched. Sure enough, fighting so many refinement realm and above experts is taxing. Shi Feng revealed a bitter smile as he glanced at his trembling hands. He had lost 10,000 HP when he had blocked the 5 gravity arrows. Without Thunder God's descent, he would have lost double that. He only had around 10,000 HP remaining. Normally, killing any one of these players in a one-on-one would be a piece of cake with his level, weapons, and equipment. However, even he couldn't end this battle in a short time with these 14 players working together. His best option was a battle of attrition, slowly wearing down his opposition. Unfortunately, it was obvious that he didn't have that luxury. Currently, Identical Summer's men had already begun to clash with Passing Monarch and the others. It was only a matter of time before so many enemies annihilated Passing Monarch and his fleet. It seems that I don't have the option of holding back any longer. Shi Feng sighed. He then activated Heavenly Dragon's power. He had yet to reach the Legacy Island. Nobody knew what would happen once they docked. In addition to the time limit, Shi Feng had wanted to conserve some of his strength in case of emergency. However, now that the House of Sea's experts had already their berserk skills, he had lost his advantage of higher basic attributes. The slim elementalist felt a chill crawl down his spine when he saw this situation. He immediately shouted, "Careful! He has used his berserk skill. Damn it! How is he so strong? Frost, find an opportunity to use a Tier 3 magic scroll. We'll pay for this trade." The House of Sea's members wore serious expressions. They glared at Shi Feng as if he were their greatest enemy, focusing on the swordman's every move. Meanwhile, Shi Feng no longer held back. Wind Rider. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng appeared before the slim elementalist, who had been 16 yards away. He swung down his sword. It was a simple and straightforward slash. However, despite such a simple attack, the elementalist couldn't dodge in time. He was forced to use blink, instantly appearing 15 yards away. Too close. Although Shi Feng's sudden appearance had shaken the slim elementalist, he had used blink in time. With this, Shi Feng couldn't close in on him again so easily. Be careful. As the elementalist refocused his attention on Shi Feng, he heard his companion's warning. Unfortunately, the warning came too late as Shi Feng already stood before him. The upgraded Wind Rider increased Shi Feng's movement speed by 300%. With the movement speed and agility buff from the aura of wind, Shi Feng could easily cross a dozen yards or so in the blink of an eye. His speed might not be comparable to blink or instantaneous movement, but in such close quarters, he was not very far behind. How? Although the elementalist tried to retaliate, killing Ray had already sliced open his neck, draining all of his HP. Chapter 12:30, Horrific Difference. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 12:30, Horrific Difference. So fast. Everyone on the sailboat glared at Shi Feng as if he were a powerful enemy. Despite Shi Feng being alone and having less than 25% of his total HP, they somehow felt as if they were at a disadvantage. However, Shi Feng did not plan to give the crowd around him time to react. Advancing, he dashed towards his next target. Everyone, do not let him leave here alive. Identical Summer shouted. Summer, if everyone attacks him, who will deal with Passing Monarch's fleet? Heavenly Spider asked as he watched their fleet members currently engage Passing Monarch's fleet. Ignore them. This brat is our most important target. Identical Summer snapped, rolling his eyes at Heavenly Spider. Passing Monarch was but a fish on a chopping block. Shi Feng was different. If they didn't stop him quickly, his frightening combat power would cost them dearly. Under Identical Summer's command, his fleet members shifted their focus to Shi Feng. Only a small number of players remained to distract Passing Monarch and the other Third Fleet members. Identical Summer's assumptions were correct. Even a peak expert would be hard-pressed to avoid every attack if surrounded by plate armor classes and over 100 melee players. More melee players waited on the side as well, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Even an assassin with high survivability would not escape death. Unfortunately, Shi Feng wasn't what they expected. With Wind Rider's movement speed increase, it would be very difficult for ranged classes to get a lock on the swordsman. Moreover, Shi Feng's range wasn't limited to the ship's deck. He could also fly through the air. He could easily throw off his opponents and dodge attacks with abrupt turns and stops mid-air. Furthermore, fighting on the small sailboat was convenient for Shi Feng. In the cramped space, he didn't need to chase his enemies. He could easily arrive before another player with a few steps. Shi Feng slaughtered one player after another. Every time he swung one of his swords, one of Identical Summer's fleet would lose their life. The shield warriors with over 35,000 HP were no exception. There was already a massive gap between their levels. After Shi Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength had also increased by 150%. In addition, he had Angry Tyrant's passive skill, Blood Frenzy, which increased his strength by another 20%, attack speed by 30%, and reduced damage received by 20% when his HP was below 50%. He could even kill shield warriors with high HP and defense instantly if the latter did not activate shield wall in time. In 10 short seconds, Shi Feng had killed 11 people, yet his HP had not decreased. Rather, it had begun to recover. Heavenly Dragon's power increased his HP by 500% and defense by 300%. This put his maximum HP at over 210,000. With his battle recovery, he could regenerate 1% of his HP every 5 seconds. When normal arrows struck, Shi Feng only took around -400 damage. In the case of frost arrows or fireballs, due to Shi Feng's high magic resistance, they dealt even less, with each attack dealing around -200 to -300 damage. During the 10 seconds of combat, Shi Feng had been struck 3 times. However, these 3 hits had been extremely expensive. Each attack had cost the House of Seas a refinement realm expert. How is this possible? How is his HP increasing without a healer? Identical Summer felt his skin grow cold as he watched Shi Feng eliminate his fleet members. What kind of monster is he? Every member of his fleet that he had brought with him to the secret land was an expert, yet against Shi Feng's blades, they were no little more than thin sheets of paper. This transaction has cost us. Morning, help me pin that guy down. I'll use the space-shattering arrow to finish him off. The ranger named Savage whispered to the guardian knight before him. 1 second. I just need him to stay still for 1 second. 1 second. The guardian knight, First Morning, hesitated. He could hold down any other expert for 10 seconds easily, much less one. However, Shi Feng was simply too strong. Even with his berserk skill, he was not confident in holding Shi Feng down for that long. I'll give it a try. Savage did not say anything in response. Instead, he retrieved a crimson arrow from his bag, removing the seal placed upon it. The ranger class wasn't like other classes. Aside from the player's attributes and bow, their arrows played a major role in how much damage they dealt. With a powerful arrow, a ranger could even display several times more combat power than usual. I refuse to believe that you can block this space-shattering arrow. Savage smiled confidently after removing the seal. The space-shattering arrow was not a craftable item. Rather, he had obtained it from an ancient ruin. It was the strongest arrow he had ever seen. As soon as he removed the seal, the arrow exuded a pressure on par with that of a great lord. Even injuring a grand lord wouldn't be an issue with his bow's effects. Savage now. First Morning shouted. The instant he noticed Shifeng kill one of his companions, he launched himself forward and tackled the swordsman. Even if Shifeng used a control removal skill, there was no escape. Shifeng could only break free with brute force. Nice job. Savage released the space-shattering arrow. Xiu. The crimson arrow flew towards Shifeng. Space itself cracked as the arrow passed. Even a Tier 4 skill paled in comparison to the space-shattering arrow's power. Shifeng's expression darkened when he noticed the rapidly approaching crimson arrow. If he were struck, even with Heavenly Dragon's power active, he would sustain heavy injuries. Shifeng took a deep breath and used Dragon Breath on the arrow. A silver beam of light clashed with the space-shattering arrow. Unfortunately, Dragon Breath had only delayed it for a brief moment before the space-shattering arrow shattered the counterattack. However, the brief moment was just enough time for Shifeng to break free from First Morning's hold. Almost instinctively, he executed a complicated, mystical footwork technique before vanishing. Void steps. He disappeared. First Morning cried out in confusion. Although he searched for Shifeng, the space-shattering arrow had already pierced his heavy armor. Not only had the arrow killed the Guardian Knight instantly, but it had also punched a hole in the small sailboat. How is this possible? Savage couldn't believe his eyes. The space-shattering arrow was extremely fast. While Shifeng's speed was frightening, he shouldn't be able to dodge the arrow yet. Shifeng had used Dragon Breath to stop the space-shattering arrow temporarily. He had then used the brief delay to break free from First Morning's hold and dodge the ranger's attack. This was the first time he had ever seen such a fine, bold strategy. Where is he? Identical Summer muttered in confusion. Even after searching the deck, he didn't catch a glimpse of Shifeng. However, after Identical Summer had finished his 3 words, a blue longsword emerged from his chest. You. Identical Summer tried to turn his head. Before he had noticed, Shifeng had stood right behind him. Although he couldn't see Shifeng's appearance due to the black cloak, he could somehow tell that Shifeng had flashed him a ridiculing smile. All this time he had thought himself the hunter, but in reality he was the prey. Only after Identical Summer's HP reached 0 did he finally realize that he had fallen into a monster's den without knowing it. Identical Summer's death had frozen every member of his fleet in shock. Despite an assault from so many people at once, not only hadn't Shifeng's HP dropped in the slightest, but the man had also taken their commander's life. How were they supposed to defeat such a monster? Retreat. No one knew who had shouted this word, but everyone instinctively followed the command. You want to escape? Do you think it'll be that easy? Following which, Shifeng raised Killing Ray high and activated Lightning Edge against the fleeing players. As Lightning Edge had a 0.5-second channeling time, it had limited effects against expert players. As he had previously stood in the center of the deck, he wouldn't have been able to hit as many players. Now, however, he stood at the tip of the stern. Lightning Edge's range was more than enough to cover the entire small sailboat. In addition, as these players turned their backs to him and fled, they had lowered their guard against the attack. Countless arcs of lightning shot forth from Killing Ray. Although some experts reacted quickly and dodged in time, over half of the team, consisting of over 100 players, died instantly. As for those who survived the attack, they had already jumped ship. Let's go! After Identical Summer, the small sailboat's captain, had died, Shifeng smiled in satisfaction. Now, even without Identical Summer's permission, any player could simply steer the sailboat away. Following which, Shifeng sailed towards the Legacy Island. As for Passing Monarch and the others, they followed closely after on the One-Horned Sailboat and Swift Dragon Sailboat. Only now did Silent Entropy's fleet arrive. Commander, are we going to chase after them? An indifferent man in blue mage robes asked as the fleet commander. Forget it. The battle is over. If we fight that person, we'll likely let that little girl take advantage of us. Let's head back and finish off the magic whale. Silent Entropy shook his head as he watched the distant Shifeng. Chapter 1231, Hidden Reward for the First Kill. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1231, Hidden Reward for the First Kill. It's over. Disappointment flashed in 100 Leaves' eyes when she saw Silent Entropy's fleet turn back. Originally, she had thought that she could get to understand Shifeng more through Silent Entropy and the others. In the end, however, the outcome wasn't what she had hoped for. After watching Shifeng's battle with Identical Summer's fleet, she ended up with even more questions than before. Leaves, your prediction was quite accurate. Fortunately, we didn't intervene. Otherwise, we would have suffered severe losses as well, the cloaked woman said as she watched Shifeng's departing figure in shock. Not only had Shifeng wiped out over half of Identical Summer's fleet by himself, but he had also taken a small sailboat from his enemies. Even in the sacred temple, there were only a few people capable of such a feat when Shifeng had dodged the Crimson Arrow. In particular, he had displayed perfect timing and skill usage. Had his aim with the skill been off, he would have lost his life then and there. Could he be a domain realm expert? The cloaked woman suddenly thought of this possibility and shuddered. Domain realm experts were peak existences even in the sacred temple. The guild would host an all-day celebration if such an expert joined. The cloaked woman also knew how fearsome a domain realm expert was, as she had once fought one. Despite both parties having the same level and attributes, the battle had been completely one-sided. She had not even injured her opponent before her HP dropped to nothing. The fact that Shifeng had kept up with the Crimson Arrow was already impressive, not to mention counterattacking the arrow with a skill of his own. Without sufficient understanding and perception of physics, the feat would have been impossible. She was a Void Realm expert the Sacred Temple had nurtured. Although she had only recently reached the Void Realm, she knew that she was not capable of using a skill to strike an incoming arrow. A Domain Realm expert. 100 Leaves fell into deep thought. She felt both fortunate and frustrated. If Shifeng really was a Domain Realm expert, then it would be impossible to kill him with their forces. After all, the previous fight had shown her that Shifeng was a true monster when it came to basic attributes. With both the advantage in basic attributes and combat standards, how were they supposed to defeat him? Currently, there were only two known methods to deal with Domain Realm experts. The first method was to catch the Domain Realm expert in an ambush and supplement the lack of quality combat standards with quantity of experts. However, for this method to work, certain conditions, such as the expert being unable to escape, needed to be met. The second method was to use a special tool to catch the other party off guard. Similarly, however, certain conditions needed to be met for this to work. Dealing with Domain Realm experts gave the various superpowers headaches. Not only were they extremely powerful, but they were also very hard to kill. Hence, the various superpowers normally avoided provoking Domain Realm experts, trying to recruit and befriend them as much as possible. Understanding 100 Leaves' worries, the cloaked woman suggested, "Leaves, why don't I use that?" They had the full support of the Sacred Temple for their operation. Hence, the Sacred Temple had provided a considerable amount of assistance. Aside from experts, the temple had supplied extremely powerful tools. This was also why they were so confident in obtaining the greatest legacy of the Sea Dragon Secret Land. Forget it. Even if they dock, it won't be that easy to obtain the legacy. Sighing, 100 Leaves said, "Let's get rid of the magic whale for now." Shifeng and the others rested on Legacy Island's shore. After the battle with the magic whale and Identical Summer's fleet, the team members were badly battered. Meanwhile, dangers plagued the island. They had to recuperate before searching for the legacy. What a huge harvest. Shifeng was ecstatic as he smiled at the crystal bottle in his bag. This crystal bottle contained none other than Identical Summer's small sailboat. Although it was only a common small sailboat, its value far outstripped that of epic items. With the addition of this small sailboat, Zero Wing's naval power would increase significantly. Moreover, the magic whale had dropped a plethora of relatively valuable items. Although its loot could not compare to that of King-class sea monsters in the outside world, every item among the 30+ that had dropped was a treasure in its own right. The magic whale skin, in particular, could strengthen ships. Shifeng even regretted not killing a few more magic whales. Magic whale skin, dark gold rank tool. Improves a ship's defense by 10%, movement speed by 3%, and durability by 10 points. A maximum of 3 magic whale skins can be used to strengthen a ship. While players could modify their ships in God's domain, the risk was quite high. A single mistake could ruin the ship entirely. However, there was also a risk-free method to strengthen a ship by using certain precious tools. In the past, the best ship-strengthening tool Shifeng had seen was only Secret Silver rank. Said tool was only capable of increasing a ship's defense by 5% and durability by 3 points. Even then, it could have easily sold for 500 gold on the market. One might consider the price steep, but many had fought over the item like crazy. If one used a ship-strengthening tool on an advanced speedboat, it wouldn't be worth the 500 gold. However, if used on a bronze speedboat or above, one could easily earn back their investment. Now, a total of 8 magic whale skins had dropped. Just looking at them excited Shifeng. The magic whale had also dropped 2 items that Shifeng valued above the rest. One of them was a growth-type support tool called the Alchemy Pot. The Alchemy Pot could increase a player's alchemy success rate. To alchemist players, this item was worth no less than an epic item. As for the other, it was the map of Sea God's Island, which was the name of the legacy island they rested on. The map recorded all of the island's secrets, and it allowed players to reach the legacy without wasting a lot of time with exploration. Is this the benefit of getting the first kill of a magic whale? Shifeng smiled at the Sea God's Island map in his hands. No one would have imagined that getting the first kill on the magic whale would offer such a benefit. Otherwise, Silent Entropy and the others would have used everything they had to kill their magic whales first. Brother Yifeng, you are incredible. You wiped out so many experts all by yourself. You are the strongest player I've ever seen. Reverence filled Blue Joy's eyes as she praised Shifeng. The Third Fleet had clashed with Identical Summer's Second Fleet in the outside world frequently. She knew full well how powerful Identical Summer and his subordinates were, yet Shifeng had not only defeated them so easily, but he had also killed the House of Sea's Mad Beast with a single hit. Finally, Shifeng had even stolen Identical Summer's small sailboat. Identical Summer was most likely dying inside right now. Blue, don't just praise Brother Yifeng. Didn't you see my heroic performance? I faced Heavenly Spider and 3 of his experts at the same time, Passing Monarch boasted. Commander, Brother Yifeng only used one move to annihilate over half of Identical Summer's experts. When you can defeat dozens of experts of Identical Summer's caliber by yourself, I'll praise you as well, Blue Joy retorted, giggling. This, Passing Monarch fell silent. While he wished that he could accomplish such a feat, he was not a monster like Shifeng. Now that we've rested, let's set out. Shifeng simply smiled in response. In reality, his performance was average at best. In the past, the experts that had become legends in God's domain were the truly amazing players. One expert had defended an entire city by himself. Moreover, said expert's opponent had not been an ordinary guild, but a super guild. Watching the expert face off against hundreds of the super guild's top forces had been spectacular. There was also one instance where an expert had held their ground against 3 god-ranked players. That battle had been truly breathtaking. Blue Joy and Passing Monarch had experienced too few battles in God's domain, particularly between famous experts. While the Legacy Island seemed small from afar, in reality, it was massive. Its size could rival a regional map. The island was also home to many powerful monsters, the weakest of which were chieftain rank, while the strongest were Grand Lords. Fortunately, the maximum level was level 55. However, the most troublesome part about getting through the island would be the many fatal traps that waited for them. Fortunately, under Shifeng's lead, The group had managed to reach the heart of the island after only 2 hours. The Tower of Falling Stars. Chapter 1232, Cities Management Rights. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1232, Cities Management Rights. This should be where the legacy is. Excitement flashed in Passing Monarch's eyes as he looked at the tower hidden in the gorge. He was impressed by how fast Shifeng had found the greatest legacy of the Sea Dragon. On his last visit to the Secret Land, the Third Fleet had taken over 4 hours to clear the trials. Afterward, they spent the remaining time searching Legacy Island. However, they failed to find the legacy and lost some of their members to the island's various traps. Yet, Shifeng had located the legacy in less than 3 hours. It was a miracle. Although Passing Monarch was a little frustrated that Shifeng would be the one to obtain the greatest legacy, after giving the matter some thought, it was much better than letting it fall into Silent Entropy or the others' hands. Moreover, if he had Shifeng's help later, he should have no problems obtaining the legacies in the 50-yard grottos. He could then stabilize his fleet's position as Third Fleet in the Freedom Alliance. Had he not cooperated with Shifeng, his fleet would have likely fallen to 7th or 8th Fleet after this expedition. If that happened, his fleet would no longer qualify to use the Freedom Alliance's large shipyard. When Shifeng saw the Tower of Falling Stars, although he was slightly excited, he did not hurry to approach the tower. Rather, he turned to Passing Monarch calmly and quietly asked, "Brother Monarch, are you interested in a trade?" At this point, he practically had the Sea God's legacy in the bag, fulfilling his initial goal in coming here. However, Zero Wing currently lacked both money and resources to develop. The Candlelight trading firm's income was not enough to sustain Zero Wing. If he wanted to increase the Candlelight trading firm's income, he needed to expand. Meanwhile, the Freedom Alliance occupied 3 of the 12 major cities in the sea's end. If he could set a shop up in each of these 3 cities, the trading firm's income would skyrocket. However, setting up shop in these major cities would not be as easy as it was on land, where all he needed was a sufficient amount of reputation and coins. When purchasing a shop in Sea's End's NPC cities, one did not require any reputation. Instead, a player needed the approval of the city's manager. This was similar to how player-constructed towns and cities operated. Due to this, Sea's End's businesses hadn't developed over much. After all, to get the city manager's approval, one normally needed to sign a profit-sharing agreement. While some kind-hearted managers only asked for 30% of the profits, some black-hearted managers went as far as to ask for 50%. This was why most players in Blue Jade City had opted to set up street stalls to sell their items, as that method did not require them to split profits. They only needed to pay a small fee. A trade? What do you have in mind, Brother Yifeng? Passing Monarch asked, curiosity gripping his heart. Are you interested in becoming First Fleet's commander? Shifeng asked, laughing. First Fleet's commander? Brother Yifeng, are you joking? You know what kind of foundations Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves possess. Even if I obtain a legacy this time, I'd be lucky to keep the 3rd seat, Passing Monarch said, shaking his head. That's why I'm offering a trade. Suddenly, Shifeng grew serious as he said, You've seen my strength. You also know that I have the Zero Wing Guild behind me. If you have Zero Wing's full support, how confident are you in becoming the First Fleet's commander? Shifeng's words rendered Passing Monarch speechless. If not for Shifeng's help, the Third Fleet would have suffered in this operation. Although I don't know exactly how strong Zero Wing is, in my opinion, I'd be lucky to have a 20% chance of becoming the First Fleet's commander. Silent Entropy is not as simple as you assume, Passing Monarch answered. 20%? Shifeng chuckled. Not bad. At the very least, it's more than nothing. If I help you become the First Fleet's commander, I want management rights for the city under your rule. We'll split the profits evenly. What do you think? The Freedom Alliance was not a guild. Becoming the First Fleet's commander did not mean that one would gain control over all 3 major cities under the Freedom Alliance. However, one could gain control over Heavenly Ocean City, which had the largest player population out of the 3. The commanders of the remaining 10 fleets commanded the 2 other cities. This was also why the Sacred Temple meddled in the Freedom Alliance's affairs. By becoming the First Fleet's commander, one could monopolize a major NPC city. If managed properly, the riches one could obtain would be staggering. The city's management rights? After giving the matter some thought, Passing Monarch said, "All right, I agree to your conditions. I can deal with that as long as I become the First Fleet's commander." An adventurer team had formed the Third Fleet. To them, a city's management rights were of little importance. As long as they received sufficient resources and coins, they'd be satisfied. However, contesting for the position of First Fleet will be difficult. The sea monster invasions we have to deal with test a fleet's overall strength. It isn't something that can be handled with just 2 small sailboats and several high-quality speedboats. Passing Monarch understood that Feng was in possession of powerful ships. However, those ships would not be of significant help when contesting for the position of First Fleet. Once a month, a competition would be held for the management rights of Sea's End's various cities. During these competitions, sea monsters would invade these cities. The fleet that defended the most locations in a particular city would become said city's manager. The Freedom Alliance's fleets also used this competition to compete for the various seats in the alliance. Silent Entropy was able to hold the First Fleet position due to the scope of his unmatched defense. Although Feng appeared confident about the situation, Passing Monarch was not. "I understand. I will think of a way to increase your overall strength," Feng said, chuckling. "Let's sign a contract." He more or less understood the Freedom Alliance's seeding competition. After all, the Freedom Alliance had been one of the overlords at sea in the past. Following which, Feng established a contract with Passing Monarch. The contents were very simple. Feng would help Passing Monarch become the commander of First Fleet. In return, Passing Monarch would hand over all management rights of the city he controlled to Feng. As for the city's profits, they would split them equally. While Feng managed the city, Passing Monarch also had to provide assistance in maintaining it. After they signed the contract, Feng nodded in satisfaction. He then led Passing Monarch and the others towards the Tower of Falling Stars. The tower had a total of 3 floors. According to the Sea God's Island map, the rewards on the first floor were available to all players that reached this place. Players would have to fight for the rewards on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Moreover, the rewards on the 2nd and 3rd floor were unique. Only the first player to clear the floor could walk away with them. Any players that cleared the floor afterward would obtain nothing. As Feng and the others arrived before the Tower of Falling Stars, Feng stopped the team abruptly. This confused Passing Monarch and his sailors. A moment later, however, a familiar voice reached everyone's ears. "We've been discovered already." Several figures suddenly emerged from the nearby forest. The person speaking was none other than 100 Leaves. Silent Entropy stood by her side casually. "How did you guys get here so quickly?" Passing Monarch was shocked to find 100 Leaves and Silent Entropy here. The magic whale was not an easy opponent. The final, team wipe move was particularly threatening. Even if 100 Leaves and Silent Entropy defeated their respective magic whales, it should take their fleets quite some time to do so, yet they were here as soon as his group had reached the Legacy's location. No matter how he thought about it, this shouldn't be possible. Understanding Passing Monarch's thoughts, 100 Leaves chuckled and said, "There's nothing to be surprised about. I simply formed a temporary alliance with Commander Entropy and established a 200-man team. We then sacrificed my small sailboat and Commander Entropy's 2 bronze speedboats to get here quickly. Although we sacrificed a lot, fortunately, we caught up to you. Otherwise, the Legacy really would have fallen into your hands." Passing Monarch could not help his astonishment. He had never dreamed that 100 Leaves would sacrifice even a small sailboat. Commander leaves. Your subordinate is truly amazing. Even in such a situation, he managed to track us. Shi Feng offered his admiration as he glanced at the cloaked assassin beside 100 Leaves. On their way here, he had tried to hide their tracks as much as possible. To track them, one needed to have leveled their tracker subclass to master rank at the very least. Well, enough talk. Since we're here, we should conclude this matter. 100 Leaves smiled at Shi Feng and the others. Chapter 1233, Breaking a Magic Array with One Sentence. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1233, Breaking a Magic Array with One Sentence. Hearing this, Passing Monarch's expression darkened as he prepared for an attack. He had less than 30 people. In contrast, 100 Leaves and Silent Entropy had a force of over 150. Aside from the numerical disadvantage, his men had already used their berserk skills to deal with identical Summer's men. Without their berserk skills, they were even less of a match for 100 Leaves and Silent Entropy's people. However, what Passing Monarch had not realized was that 100 Leaves' subordinates had long since taken action. Suddenly, a crimson barrier appeared around Shi Feng's group, enveloping them. Commander Monarch, I'll have to ask you and your crew to wait here while we go ahead, 100 Leaves said, giggling as she glanced at Shi Feng, who stood beside Passing Monarch. There was no limit to the number of people that could enter the Legacy's location. However, the sooner one entered, the higher their chances were of obtaining it. If not for witnessing Shi Feng's combat power personally, she would have killed Passing Monarch and the others instead of wasting a magic barrier. 100 Leaves, you're despicable. Blue Joy gnashed her teeth, glaring at the female commander. If the other party had simply wanted to fight, they could have accepted that. After all, they could have found an opportunity to escape into the Tower of Falling Stars. Once inside, they would enter a separate space. By then, 100 Leaves and the others would not be able to touch them, and they could compete for the Legacy fairly. However, they wouldn't escape this trap for some time. If they were stuck in the barrier for too long, 100 Leaves and the others might secure the Legacy before they broke free. Don't worry. I have a Tier 3 magic scroll. It should not be difficult to break this magic array. Passing Monarch shot 100 Leaves a glare. He hadn't expected the woman to waste a magic array willingly. He couldn't help but smile bitterly as he turned to Shi Feng. After saying so, Passing Monarch took out his only Tier 3 magic scroll, Storm Spear. As Passing Monarch activated the magic scroll, a blue magic array appeared behind him. Several spears, shaped like tornadoes, bombarded the crimson barrier. The attack struck the barrier 6 times. However, after trembling slightly, it quickly returned to its original state. Meanwhile, the 15 players maintaining the magic array only lost 1% of their mana. Don't bother. Although this is only a basic magic array, it is among the best. Even Grand Lords of the same level need some time to break out, 100 Leaves explained when she saw the grim look on Passing Monarch's face. In reality, she had been reluctant to use the magic array. However, with the possibility that Shi Feng might be a domain realm expert, she could not afford to be careless. Silent Entropy glanced at Shi Feng as well, before chuckling and said, Commander Leaves, our agreement ends here. Once we enter the Legacy location, we'll compete with our own abilities. As the first person to have obtained a Legacy from the Sea Dragon Secret Land, he was familiar with how these locations operated. Everyone believed that obtaining a Legacy upon reaching the location was easy. In reality, that was not true. One first needed to pass the location's trials. Now that they had trapped Shi Feng, who possessed frightening combat power, they had one less serious competitor. Now, he only had to worry about 100 Leaves. After speaking, Silent Entropy led his men into the Tower of Falling Stars. That old fox really moves quickly. 100 Leaves clicked her tongue. She commanded, Let's go in. We can't let that old fox get ahead of us. After Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves entered the Tower of Falling Stars with their subordinates, only Shi Feng's group and the players maintaining the magic array remained outside. However, shortly after Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves left, Shifeng, who had been silent all this time, grinned. "Brother Yifeng, you're still in the mood to smile? If we don't get out of here quickly, they will get the legacy." Passing Monarch complained anxiously. Despite their efforts to take down the magic barrier, the players maintaining the array hadn't lost much mana. At this rate, they would need an hour of constant attacks before they could escape. "Relax. We'll be able to get out of here quickly," Shifeng consoled, chuckling. "With just you? Maybe in another 100 years." One of the elementalists maintaining the array laughed when he heard Shifeng's boast. "This magic array is a 6-star Crimson World, an extremely rare basic magic array. It can even hold Grand Lords for a short time. Am I right?" Shifeng chuckled as he asked the elementalist. "How do you know this array?" the elementalist cried out in surprise. Before 100 Leaves had given them this magic array, they had neither heard of it nor seen one before. "What do you think?" Shifeng did not bother answering. Instead, he offered a sophisticated smile. In the past, the 6-star Crimson World had been the Sacred Temple's trademark magic array. The temple had frequently sold the magic array for a steep price. Just one magic array scroll had cost 5 gold coins. To complete the set, one needed 15 scrolls. The magic array had been used in dungeon raids specifically. As players progressed to the game, encountering 2 bosses at once in large-scale team dungeons became common. To cope, players had normally trapped one boss while dealing with the other. He couldn't possibly tell them that he had purchased the magic array in the past. "So what if you know about it? Do you think you can escape just because you know its name?" the elementalist asked contemptuously. The other players maintaining the array nodded in agreement. They considered Shifeng's words to be nothing more than baseless arrogance. "You guys, attack the 6 corners." Immediately, Shifeng commanded his group. In God's domain, all magic arrays had weak points. Only, players didn't usually know them. Had his enemies used a relatively rare magic array to trap him, he wouldn't have known how to break it. However, he was very familiar with the 6-star Crimson World. If 100 Leaves had to blame anyone, she should blame the Sacred Temple for selling so many basic magic arrays in the past. Following which, under Shifeng's command, the team ruthlessly attacked the array's 6 corners. The magic barrier, which had been unshakable, began to tremble violently. Their combined efforts were even more effective than passing Monarch's Tier 3 magic scroll. Meanwhile, the players maintaining the array watched their mana deplete rapidly. Each wave of attacks stole 2% of their mana. After several dozen waves, the 15 magical class players' mana fell below 50%. "Brother Yifeng, you're too amazing." Blue Joy and the other members of Third Fleet gushed. They had already been impressed after watching Shifeng slaughter so many experts. Now, he had dealt with a powerful magic barrier with a single sentence. How is this possible? The players maintaining the magic array were going mad as they watched their mana plummet. The 6-star Crimson World was even capable of trapping a Grand Lord, yet it faltered in the face of a small team of Tier 1 players. Here's the final hit. As Shifeng made the announcement, he activated Firestorm. After reaching Tier 1, Firestorms might have become extraordinary. In the next moment, little butterflies of fire landed on the magic barrier's corners. When these little butterflies touched the barrier, the resulting impact resembled that of a high-speed truck crashing into a wall. After a mere 3 seconds, the 6-star Crimson World crumbled as the players maintaining it ran out of mana. Without mana, magical class players were little more than berserkers without weapons. Very quickly, Passing Monarch and the others massacred them. "Let's hurry inside," Passing Monarch ordered. Although they had been only stuck inside the magic barrier for several minutes, those minutes might give 100 Leaves and the others a lead in the race for the legacy. Meanwhile, inside the Tower of Falling Stars, 100 Leaves received a notification from a subordinate, which included a video of Shifeng breaking the magic array. Just who is this guy? Confusion swirled in 100 Leaves' mind as she stared at Shifeng in the video. Chapter 1234, Secret Footwork Technique. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1234, Secret Footwork Technique. After 100 Leaves watched the video of Feng taking command, her expression grew grim. The 6-star Crimson World was unique to the Sacred Temple as they had the only magic array design. Even now, they had never announced this to the public. No matter how she looked at it, Feng couldn't have located the 6-star Crimson World's weak points coincidentally. It seems I'll have to report this to the guild leader. 100 Leaves' gaze remained fixed on Feng in the video. Originally, the guild had planned to make a fortune with the 6-star Crimson World. The fact that someone had discovered the array's weak points was no trivial matter. 100 Leaves immediately contacted her superior. Interesting. There's actually someone capable of locating the 6-star Crimson World's weak points. The handsome man wearing exquisite blue robes in the video replied, a faint smile appearing on his face. This person is a problem. We need to teach him some humility. I'll send Uncle Lee and the others over. Keep an eye on that player. You're sending Uncle Lee? 100 Leaves could not help her growing joy. This is great. With Uncle Lee's help, this guy is doomed. The Sacred Temple was a super guild that recruited a large number of new talent every year. Various outstanding players rose within the guild each year as well. However, those who truly withstood the test of time and became the Sacred Temple's mainstays were the guild elders. Uncle Lee was one of these guild elders. He was an old monster that had grasped a domain many years ago. Even if Feng were a monster that had reached the domain realm, he was no match for Uncle Lee. Furthermore, Uncle Lee wasn't coming alone. His party members would be joining him. Following which, 100 Leaves notified her security party and had a few of them split up and head towards the rest area. As long as Feng appeared, they would keep a close eye on him. Inside the Sea Dragon's secret land, whether one obtained a legacy or not, they would be automatically transferred to a rest area once their time in the secret land was up. Players were then required to return to the starting point to leave the secret land. Otherwise, they'd be stuck here. Not even return scrolls could be used to escape. At that time, even if Feng wore a cloak, they could simply use a tracking tool to mark Feng. For a certain amount of time, they'd be able to find him even if he ran to the ends of the world. And here I thought I wouldn't get the chance to kill you. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for knowing too much. 100 Leaves smiled after disconnecting the call. She then took a Tier 3 summoning scroll from her bag as she shifted her gaze to the Great Lord that had appeared on the 2nd floor. Now, all I have to do is obtain the legacy as quickly as possible. There were only rewards awaiting players on the Tower of Falling Stars' 1st floor. Only after reaching the 2nd floor would the trial truly begin. The 2nd floor's trial required players to defeat the monsters that appeared before them. They would have to face a total of 3 monsters. The first monster was a chieftain, the second was a lord, and the last was a great lord. All 3 were set at the same level as the challengers, and each one was stronger than the last. However, to experts of her standards, soloing these monsters wouldn't be a problem if they had come prepared. The real problem was how quickly they could defeat these monsters. Although the 6-star Crimson World had not trapped Feng for very long, these several minutes had been long enough to remove him from the competition. This is the space inside the Tower of Falling Stars? Feng quietly examined the tower's interior. Although the Tower of Falling Stars appeared massive on the outside, he found himself in an empty space no larger than a basketball court after he entered the building. Aside from the various carvings on the walls, the room only contained a lone staircase leading to the 2nd floor. So, this is the reward. Feng's expression was serious as he investigated the carvings on the walls. The owner of this tower is truly generous. The carvings were none other than the secret technique that many expert players currently sought. Unfortunately, the secret technique was incomplete. With Feng's standards, a single glance was all he needed to tell that this secret technique resembled phantom steps. However, compared to the phantom steps he had seen performed in the past, the version here was more simple and refined. If he could learn this footwork technique, It would definitely benefit him in PvP. Following which, Shi Feng recorded a video of these carvings. This way, his guild members could learn it as well. Phantom Steps was not a particularly complex technique. It was simpler than Void Steps. With enough effort, one could easily grasp the technique to a certain degree. When Shi Feng activated the video recording mode, he noticed that something was amiss. Smiling bitterly, he said, "Sure enough, the main god system won't let players obtain a secret technique so easily." When he tried to record the images on the walls, the video contained nothing but darkness. It was clear that the system did not allow players to record the technique. What a pity! Shi Feng gave the carvings on the walls one last glance before heading reluctantly to the second floor. If given enough time, he could get a general gist of the technique very quickly. However, he didn't have that luxury right now. After all, he had other competitors ahead of him. If he spent several hours trying to learn Phantom Steps, he would be offering up the legacy on a silver platter. Upon reaching the second floor, Shi Feng noticed that the space here was roughly 3 times larger than the first floor. A 3-meter-tall, muscular, black-skinned orc stood inside the room, waiting for him. The orc wielded a stone cleaver that was as tall as itself. Blackstone Orc, Chieftain. Level 50. HP 4, 300, 000/4, 300, 000. A magic barrier sealed off the staircase to the third floor. It was obvious that he had to defeat this Blackstone Orc before he could proceed. Shi Feng glanced at the stone monument beside the staircase. The requirement to proceed to the next floor had been recorded on the stone, as well as a list. Although the list didn't name any players, it did display the progress of the top 5 players on the second floor. Currently, the first-ranking player was fighting against a Great Lord, which still had 96% of its HP remaining. The second-ranked player was also facing a Great Lord, and the boss still had 97% HP remaining. The third was going up against a Lord with 12% HP remaining. So, this is the situation. It seems I'll have to move a bit faster. After reading the introductory text, Shi Feng took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 2 battle demon. Shi Feng had also activated the Ice Blue Devil Flame, Phantom Kill, and 9 Dragon Slash. To ordinary experts, fighting a chieftain of the same level might be very difficult. However, neither he nor the others challenging the second-floor trial were ordinary experts. To put it simply, the second-floor trial was a contest of damage. With the battle demon tanking, Shi Feng and his doppelganger focused on DPS. In less than 40 seconds, the Blackstone Orc fell. Shi Feng's damage was off the charts. The Blackstone Orc's death only provided a small amount of EXP. It didn't take long before a Lord-ranked Blackstone general appeared before Shi Feng. Elsewhere, 100 Leaves and Silent Entropy fought the Great Lord before them frantically. Although neither possessed the Bible of Darkness, both had used Tier 3 summoning scrolls and relied on their summoned creatures to whittle down the enemy Great Lord's HP. That old fox sure is quick. 100 Leaves smirked as she glanced at the monument beside the staircase leading to the third floor. Currently, she still ranked first in terms of progress, with 71% of her Blackstone chieftain's HP remaining. Silent Entropies had 72% HP remaining. There was only a difference of 1% between them. If this continued, she would be the first to clear the second floor. As 100 Leaves thought of a way to finish the Blackstone chieftain off sooner, the 5th place on the progress list changed. Previously, number 72 of the Tower of Falling Stars had occupied 5th place, and that player's Great Lord had 94% of its HP remaining. Now, the occupant of the 5th position was entrant number 141, and their Great Lord had 93% HP remaining. When 100 Leaves saw the entry number, she knew it was Shi Feng. However, instead of panicking, she chuckled as she said, "How fast? Unfortunately, you are too late." Had they entered the tower at the same time, Shi Feng would have definitely posed a threat. But before 100 Leaves could use another skill on the Blackstone chieftain before her, The progress list changed once again. This time, number 141 had jumped to third place, with his Great Lord at 87% HP. Immediately, the Great Lord's HP fell from 87% to 82%, its HP decreasing at a frightening rate. Chapter 12:35. Is he hacking? Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 12:35. Is he hacking? What's going on? 100 Leaves couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at the progress list on the stone monument. A Great Lord was the equivalent of a Team Dungeon's final boss. Not only did they possess very high defense, but they also possessed potent skills. Take the Blackstone Chieftain for example. 100 Leaves had already seen it use 3 skills. The first was a passive skill called Stone Skin. The lower the Blackstone Chieftain's HP fell, the higher its defense and magic resistance would rise. The second was an attack skill called Flame Charge. When activated, the boss would randomly attack one target on the battlefield. During this skill's duration, the boss's movement speed would increase. If not dealt with properly, it could easily kill players instantly. As for the third, it was an AoE skill called Stone Shower. When this skill was activated, players had to deal with falling stones from above. If struck, players would lose at least 10,000 HP. When alone, without the support of a healer, players would have an extremely difficult time fighting the Blackstone Chieftain. Due to these 3 skills, staying alive was a challenge. It was even more difficult to deplete the boss's HP quickly. As such thoughts ran through 100 Leaves' mind, another change occurred to the progress list. This time, number 141's Great Lord dropped from 82% to 78% of its HP. Shifeng had nearly caught up to Silent Entropy, whose Great Lord was at 72% HP. Seeing the boss's HP fall so rapidly, he should have used a powerful magic scroll. Silent Entropy had also noticed the change on the progress list. However, he wasn't particularly worried. On the contrary, he smiled and said, "How unfortunate. Young people really are quite brash. The Blackstone Chieftain isn't an easy boss. Wasting your trump cards so early in the fight will only make things difficult for you later." He had his own methods of dealing explosive amounts of damage as well. The same could be said for 100 Leaves. Only, neither of them had chosen to use those methods yet. The proper way of dealing with a boss like the Blackstone Chieftain, which became harder to deal with as its HP dropped, was to wear it down slowly before finishing it off with a bang. The less time they had to spend fighting the boss in its final phases, the easier clearing the second floor trial would be. However, to quickly catch up to them, Shifeng had used plenty of precious tools. On the surface, it might seem as if he had made up for the lost time, but in reality he was doing more harm than good, so much so that he might even fail to kill the boss in the end. After all, practically every boss entered a berserk state when its HP fell to a certain point. If one couldn't cope with the boss then, they would be annihilated. Seconds, then minutes, flew by. Although Shifeng devoured the Blackstone Chieftain's HP at a staggering rate, the longer the battle continued, the less HP the boss lost. From the initial 4% to 5% decreases, it gradually slowed to 2% decreases before falling to 1% decreases. By the time the boss had 42% HP remaining, its HP no longer fell at a visible rate. Your drive to win has doomed you. 100 Leaves smiled as she glanced at the progress list. Although she was somewhat annoyed that Shifeng had overtaken her progress, pushing her to second place, when she saw Shifeng's progress bar grow stagnant, she felt a little gleeful. According to her plan, she would only go all out when the boss's HP fell to 20%. The level 44 Blackstone Chieftain had 36 million HP. After taking into account its later defense and magic resistance, it wasn't time to make her move just yet. Moreover, this was only the second floor. The legacy was on the third floor. She needed to save enough trump cards. This way, she could secure the second floor's reward and the third floor's legacy. As expected of a guardian boss. Its HP has fallen to 40%, yet its defense has increased by 50% and magic resistance by 70%. Feng analyzed the Blackstone Chieftain's defense and magic resistance growth while controlling the battle demon. It's time to make my move. To catch up with Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves, he had used all of the Tier 2 and Tier 3 attack-type magic scrolls he had brought with him. He had used the magic scrolls to deal with the boss to buy time while he waited for his skills cooldowns to finish. Following which, Feng activated Power of Darkness, increasing all of his basic attributes by 60%. 9 Dragon Slash. Abyssal Curse. The level 50 Blackstone Chieftain had a total of 44 million HP. It was far more powerful than the Blackstone Chieftain's Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves faced. However, after Feng activated his Berserk skill and taking into account Abyssal Curse, which decreased the Blackstone Chieftain's attributes by 10% for 5 minutes, his strength was on par with the Great Lords. Die. Feng activated Firestorm. A raging inferno rose from the ground. Immediately, the Blackstone Chieftain's HP fell by 150,000 every second, 300,000 if it received a critical hit. The battle demon had also used its ultimate move, the Tier 2 skill Purgatory Assault. The demon launched 6 attacks in quick succession, each taking over 120,000 HP from the Great Lord. At the same time, Feng controlled the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms to attack the Blackstone Chieftain, each dealing over -5,000 damage. A wave of the Phantoms' attacks easily dealt over -60,000 damage. In 6 short seconds, the Blackstone Chieftain's HP fell by 8%. After Firestorm ended, Feng activated Phantom Kill, both he and his doppelganger striking the Great Lord. Thundering Flash. Thunder Flame Explosion. With the battle demon as a shield, Feng rapidly chipped away at the Blackstone Chieftain's HP. Although his current damage output couldn't compare to the magic scrolls, the Great Lord's HP still fell rapidly. After a short moment, the Blackstone Chieftain's HP dropped below 30%. On the other hand, 100 Leaves, who was in second place, had just managed to reduce her boss's HP to 56%. How is he still so fast? 100 Leaves could not help her shock when she saw Feng's progress bar. Does he plan to give up the 3rd floor? This little lunatic. Silent Entropy's anxiety grew when he saw Feng's progress bar. He had to admit that Feng had interrupted his plans. As the Legacy's location in the Sea Dragon Secret Land, the 2nd floor reward should be considerably valuable. If Feng was truly going all out on the 2nd floor, he might really obtain the floor's reward. After all, there was a huge gap between them right now. If this gap continued to grow, Silent Entropy would lose the 2nd floor reward. Silent Entropy hesitated on whether or not he should try to compete with Feng. Damn it! To think you would dare to spoil my plans. Since joining God's domain, this was the first time Silent Entropy had lost control of a situation. His expression turning frosty, he declared, "You're 10 years too early if you think you can compete with me." Saying so, Silent Entropy took out 2 Tier 3 magic scrolls. One was his prized domain-type magic scroll, while the other was a Tier 3 summoning scroll. With 2 Tier 3 summon creatures and a Tier 3 domain attacking the Blackstone Chieftain simultaneously, the boss's HP began to plummet. Shortly, Silent Entropy overtook 100 Leaves and dominated 2nd place. This old bastard must have lost his mind. Since you want to fight, let's see who has a sturdier foundation. 100 Leaves gnashed her teeth. She then retrieved an orange crystal ball and multiple magic scrolls. As 100 Leaves began to chant an incantation, the crystal ball shattered and disappeared. A magic array then formed around the Blackstone Chieftain, rapidly decreasing its attributes. Very quickly, its attributes fell to 70% of their original values. Moreover, its defense and magic resistance had weakened significantly. In the blink of an eye, 10 Tier 2 summon creatures appeared around 100 Leaves, every one frantically assaulting the level 44 Blackstone Chieftain. Now that neither Silent Entropy nor 100 Leaves were holding back, their progress bars swiftly increased. When Shifeng's boss had 15% HP remaining, 100 Leaves and Silent Entropy's bosses had 25% and 26% HP remaining, respectively. How fast? Shifeng smiled at the two's progress bars. He then took several basic mana pulse bombs from his bag and tossed them at the Blackstone Chieftain. Every bomb contained the might of a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell. The bombs could even injure a mythic monster. Against a great lord, one was enough to inflict heavy injuries. Shifeng threw 6 basic mana pulse bombs in a row. Before the Blackstone Chieftain had the opportunity to use its ultimate move, its HP fell to 1%. Shifeng then used silent steps to appear behind the boss, both swords radiating a scorching heat. Flame burst. Of the 15 consecutive strikes, every strike devoured at least 60,000 HP from the Blackstone Chieftain. In the blink of an eye, the Blackstone Chieftain's remaining HP vanished. Meanwhile, Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves only saw Shifeng's progress bar jump, his boss's HP reaching 0% instantly. Impossible! How is his boss dead already? Did he hack the game? Chapter 1236, Dragon Knight. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Chapter 1236, Dragon Knight. The Blackstone Chieftain's sudden death had stunned Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves momentarily. How did he do it? While 15% HP was not much, it wasn't a small amount either. The Blackstone Chieftain's special characteristics made it tougher as its HP decreased. However, Shifeng had stolen the Great Lord's remaining HP almost instantly. Did he use several Tier 3 magic scrolls at once? 100 Leaves suddenly thought of this possibility. There was no other explanation for how quickly Shifeng had killed the boss. What a crazy bastard! Does he think the third floor's trial will be easier than the second? Or does he know that he can't get the legacy on the third floor, so he decided to use all of his cards on the second floor? 100 Leaves had only guesses at this point. After all, it was extravagant to use various tools to defeat a great lord of the same level. Such resources were generally difficult to obtain, only dropping after a large number of bosses or several difficult quests. They were precious resources. If not for a particularly important goal or something incredibly profitable, one normally avoided using these tools. However, if Shifeng understood that he didn't have sufficient foundations and that he could not compete for the legacy on the third floor, he may simply aim for the second floor's rewards. Silent Entropy entertained similar thoughts. Although he was frustrated, he continued to whittle away the Blackstone Chieftain's HP, trying to get to the third floor as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, due to soloing the level 50 Blackstone Chieftain, Shifeng's EXP bar had risen significantly. However, the greater harvest was the 3 rewards that had appeared after he had defeated the boss. 3 dazzling crystal balls rested in the center of the second floor room, and each one of these crystals contained 1 item within. System, congratulations! You have cleared the Tower of Falling Stars' second floor trial. You may choose 2 of the 3 items as your reward. Sure enough, the system wouldn't be that generous. Shifeng quietly clicked his tongue. To kill the Blackstone Chieftain as quickly as possible, he had invested a considerable amount of resources, yet he had only been awarded 2 items for his efforts. Shifeng approached and investigated the items. Amazing! After looking through the items carefully, Shifeng's eyes shone with excitement. Every one of the 3 rewards was extraordinary. It was no wonder why the system only allowed him to choose 2. The items included the Ancient Weather Book, Time-Space Herb Garden, and Secret Body Technique. Any of the various large guilds would covet each of these items. Even Shifeng had a hard time choosing which to take and which to abandon. Ancient Weather Book, Epic Rank Item. The Ancient Weather Book allows its wielder to control the weather of an area. However, due to damage during the war between gods, it can only exert a fraction of its original power. Additional active skill 1 - Weather Control changes the weather in a 2,000-yard radius for 2 hours. Cooldown, 10 hours. Additional active skill 2-. Reshape Nature. Concentrates the mana within a 200-yard radius, increasing the mana density within a 15-yard radius by 100%. Can be used even if the Ancient Weather Book is stored in a bag space. No cooldown. The Ancient Book has sustained significant damage. Initial restoration will require 100,000 magic crystals. Current absorbed number, 0. Space-Time Herb Garden, epic rank item. There is an independent space inside the Space-Time Herb Garden which can be used to cultivate herbs. Current rank, basic, upgrading to intermediate rank requires 70,000 magic crystals. Cultivation space, 500 by 500 yards. Flow of time, twice of that of the outside world. Survival rate increased by 10%. Secret Body Technique, bronze rank tablet. The Ancient Weather Book's importance went without saying. After all, the Ancient Weather Book was Shi Feng's main goal. Aside from its weather control skill, which could be a significant advantage in naval combat, the book could also be used to train and improve oneself. It was an excellent epic tool. Meanwhile, the Space-Time Herb Garden could help trading firms massively. In God's domain, while scavenging in the fields was most guilds' main herb source, there were other methods players could use to obtain herbs. They could cultivate them themselves. However, having a town of one's own was the prerequisite. It was practically impossible for independent players to cultivate their own herbs. Generally, only guilds could accomplish such a thing. As towns had a limited amount of space, guilds rarely made this a priority. Normally, guilds that wanted to do so would only try it after occupying a considerable number of towns with plenty of space to spare. Moreover, cultivating herbs was not an easy task. Not only was it time-consuming, but it also required a lot of manpower to manage. Most importantly, herbs' survival rate wasn't high. More often than not, the cost of cultivating a herb was higher than its market value. However, the Space-Time Herb Garden was different. Although it didn't offer a lot of space, it could increase the flow of time as well as survival rate. These effects put the Space-Time Herb Garden's value on par with the Ancient Weather Book. Moreover, the Herb Garden was only basic rank right now. It could be improved. If managed properly, it could become a gold mine. Lastly, the Secret Body Technique. According to Shi Feng's current understanding of secret technique tablets, the Secret Body Technique was considerably rare. It was useful to both magical and physical class players. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion did not possess a single tablet of this type. Despite this Secret Body Technique being only bronze rank, it was no less valuable than a secret silver rank tablet. After considering all three items, Shi Feng realized they were equally valuable to a guild. He wished he could walk away with all three. However, as the system had determined the regulation, he wouldn't get that third item even if he offered to pay a greater price. The Ancient Weather Book indispensable if I wish to develop a naval force. I have to choose that one no matter what. Then, there is the Space-Time Herb Garden and Secret Body Technique. Shi Feng's gaze moved back and forth between the two items. The Herb Garden can earn more money for the guild, whereas the Secret Body Technique can increase the combat power of the guild's experts. Should I go for money or combat power? The seconds passed by as Shi Feng fell into deep thought. Forget it. I'll choose this one. After much contemplation, Shi Feng eventually chose the Ancient Weather Book and Space-Time Herb Garden. While improving the combat power was important, developing the guild's financial strength was a priority right now. Zero Wing needed to invest funds in several aspects. Some of the candlelight trading firm's potions, in particular, required rare herbs. Purchasing these herbs in bulk was difficult as doing so would inflate their prices. Rather than give others the profits, it was more beneficial to cultivate the necessary herbs themselves. Now that players were inched ever closer to level 50, they would experience severe environments in future maps. Players would need more potions as they explored and leveled up. If he prepared for that eventuality properly, he could make a fortune. Most importantly, Shi Feng recalled a certain matter. In the past, the Freedom Alliance's trading firm had risen to an impressive height. This was especially for its potions. Despite not having any outstanding master alchemists, the Freedom Alliance's trading firm had contended with many powerful maritime trading firms. Now that Shi Feng looked at it, the Freedom Alliance's success had resulted from Silent Entropy obtaining the space-time herb garden. Although many resources were available at sea, there was a severe shortage of herbs. With the space-time herb garden, one could easily compensate for this. Following which, the system placed both items into Shi Feng's bag space. At the same time, the barrier surrounding the staircase to the third floor dissipated. This is the third floor? After Shi Feng emerged from the staircase, he was stunned by what he saw. He stood at the top of a large mountain, a sea of clouds drifting below. A middle-aged man in silver armor stood in the center of this room. After taking a close look, Shi Feng discovered that the middle-aged man was actually a Tier 4 NPC. Moreover, the man had the peak class Dragon Knight. Chapter 1237. Challenging a Tier 4 NPC. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1237. Challenging a Tier 4 NPC. The trial can't be a duel against this NPC, right? Shi Feng was at a loss for words as he looked at the silver-armored Dragon Knight. As a peak class, the Dragon Knight's defense and strength were superior to both the Guardian Knight and Berserker classes. Furthermore, the NPC before him was a Tier 4 class, on par with a mythic monster. Even if he had a bag full of powerful tools, he was no match for the NPC in a one-on-one fight. Unlike monsters, NPCs possessed very high intellect. Their ability to deal with tools was beyond any monster. A group of ordinary players using special tools might be able to challenge and even defeat a mythic monster. If these players' opponent were a Tier 4 NPC, however, they wouldn't even have a shred of hope. This was also why some players might be capable of defeating mythic monsters in dungeons, but were helpless if a Tier 4 NPC decided to rob them in broad daylight. The Dragon Knight class was no ordinary class, either. Reinbeck, Vice Knight Commander of the Sea Gods Temple, Human, Tier 4 Dragon Knight. Level 50. HP 19, 000, 000/19, 000, 000. In God's domain, divine temples such as the War Gods Temple and Sea Gods Temple normally had their own knight divisions. Even these divisions' normal members would be highly influential people in a kingdom, not to mention a vice commander. Even the king had to show respect to these individuals. Following which, Shi Feng began to search for clues relating to the third floor's trial. Yet, even after examining the room for a long time, he couldn't find an introductory monument like the one on the second floor. There was no progress bar either. There was only a massive magic array carved into the ground and Reinbeck standing in the middle of it. It seems that I'll have to take this one step at a time. Failing to find any hints, Shi Feng decided to face off against Reinbeck. The instant Shi Feng stepped into the magic array, a powerful aura washed over him, making it difficult to take another step forward. He felt as if he had stepped into a muddy swamp, his advance slowing to a crawl. When Shi Feng was within 20 yards of Reinbeck, the NPC finally turned his gaze toward Shi Feng, a faint killing intent flashing in the man's eyes. Suddenly, Shi Feng found it even more difficult to move. "Adventurer, you should not have come to this place. If you do not wish to die, turn back," Reinbeck said sternly. "Not just anyone can obtain the Sea God's legacy." "Lord Dragon Knight, I wish to take the challenge even if I cannot succeed," Shi Feng replied earnestly. He had come so far. How could he leave after just a few words? "Are you sure you wish to take the challenge?" Reinbeck said, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Even if you are a heaven-blessed individual, you will have to pay the price in blood for failure. You won't get away with a single death. Think this through carefully. This legacy is extraordinary. Luck will not help you obtain it. You are not permitted to use any external factors to assist you either. You must rely on your own strength. Are you sure you wish to take the challenge? There's another price to pay for failure? Feng was slightly surprised. He hadn't heard any of this in his past life. According to Passing Monarch, players only had one chance to obtain the legacies in the Sea Dragon Secret Land, and failure had only resulted in a single death. Moreover, as they were in a secret land, the death penalty was considerably light. However, based on Rhinebeck's warning, it would seem that he would have to pay a high price if he failed the challenge. Enough. Adventurer, turn back. Those who know not the truth cannot obtain the legacy. As Rhinebeck waved his hand lightly, Feng felt as if he had been hit by a truck. Before he could react, he had been sent flying out of the magic array. What amazing control over his domain! Feng was shocked as he stared at Rhinebeck, who returned to his motionless vigil. It was common knowledge that Tier 4 was a colossal turning point in God's domain. The biggest difference that separated a Tier 4 and a Tier 3 class was their ability to control a domain. However, Tier 4 NPCs could, at most, suppress their enemies with their domains, making it difficult for their enemies to move, yet Rhinebeck had sent Feng, a player who was very close to obtaining their Tier 2 class, flying with a wave of his hand. Rhinebeck's control over his domain could already rival that of the ancient abyssal monsters in the fallen Arkansas. Even the weakest among those ancient abyssal monsters had reached Tier 5 during their prime. Their tiers had only fallen due to their severe injuries. Determined, Feng approached Rhinebeck once more. The consequences for failure might be severe, but he needed to know the truth Rhinebeck had mentioned. What did the NPC mean by, those who know not the truth cannot obtain the legacy? No matter what, he had to try. Lord Dragon Knight, I wish to continue with the challenge. Feng declared. Young adventurer, since you are so determined, I will not stop you, Rhinebeck said, smiling. Don't you wish to obtain the legacy? Feng nodded. Why was he here if not for the legacy? I shall be your opponent. As long as you defeat me, you will obtain the legacy tablet. If you lose, not only will you die, but you will also receive the sea god's curse. However, you should rejoice. As you are so weak, I will not use all of my strength against you. As long as you are able to walk up to me, you will be victorious. Once Rhinebeck finished explaining the rules of this challenge, the magic array's atmosphere changed. It was as if space itself had frozen, and Feng even struggled to breathe. Suddenly, wind blades flew at Feng, one after another, moving nearly too fast for Feng to dodge. Seeing this, Feng had no choice but to unsheath his swords and defend himself. Dang! After a series of metal clangs, Feng was forced to take 5 steps back. He had almost been forced to the edge of the magic array. So, this is how it works. Feng suddenly understood how challenging the trial was after experiencing the wind blades. The attacks inside a domain were omnipresent. Moreover, Rhinebeck had proper control of his own strength. These wind blades were just slightly stronger than Feng. Every time Feng blocked a wind blade, he was forced to take a step back. Of course, if he were struck directly, the attack would throw him from the magic array. Moreover, he couldn't use any of his skills or tools. He couldn't rely on any external factors. He had to use his own strength to approach Rhinebeck. In the next moment, a new wave of wind blades bombarded him. This time, however, Feng moved towards the wind blades. Sword's orbit. While his skills and tools were unavailable, his combat techniques were not. The wind blades vanished, one after another, as they collided with Sword's orbit. This time, Feng didn't retreat by a single step. Following which, Feng slowly advanced. The closer Feng got to Rhinebeck, the more pressure he felt. Similarly, more wind blades flew towards him. From the initial 5, Feng began to face 6 and 7 with each wave. By the time Feng was halfway there, he had to protect himself from 10 wind blades at once. However, this still wasn't anything he couldn't handle. Not bad. Unfortunately, your movements are too rigid and mechanical. You are still far from comprehending the truth. You should return and train more. Rhinebeck chuckled. With a light wave of his hand, the attacking wind blades increased from 10 to 15. Moreover, these wind blades were much faster and more powerful than before. The instant a wind blade encountered Sword's orbit, Shifeng felt as if his hands had been struck by a steel hammer, the vibrations aching to the bone. With each wind blade Shifeng deflected, he moved ever closer to the edge of the magic array. Chapter 12:38, Technique Evolves. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 12:38, Technique Evolves. What precise control over his attacks? The more wind blades Shifeng blocked with Sword's orbit, the more he understood how amazing Rhinebeck was. As soon as he had started executing Sword's orbit, he had become capable of executing more attacks containing more strength, yet Rhinebeck had responded with more wind blades containing more of his own strength. He attacked with just slightly more than Shifeng could endure, forcing the swordsman to retreat. So this is the third floor trial. It really is a mystery how Silent Entropy had managed to walk away with the legacy in the past. Shifeng glanced at the outer edge of the magic array. He would be forced out of the magic array in a dozen steps at most, yet the wind blades showed no signs of letting up. When Silent Entropy had obtained the sea god's legacy in the past, the man had only been at the flowing water realm. In terms of combat techniques, Silent Entropy was far weaker than the current Shifeng, yet he had succeeded where Shifeng was about to be blasted out of the magic array. Shifeng simply could not wrap his mind around it. Could the so-called truth be unrelated to a player's combat standards? Shifeng guessed. Just as Shifeng was about to be blasted out of the magic array, he executed void steps and vanished from Rhinebeck's sight. An interesting footwork technique. A small smile graced Rhinebeck's face. He then turned to look at Shifeng, who had appeared elsewhere, and said, "How long can you keep that up?" Saying so, Rhinebeck launched another 15 wind blades, while Shifeng executed void steps once more to avoid them. A domain is truly impressive. Void steps' effect is limited against him. Although Shifeng dodged the incoming wind blades, he couldn't move beyond the array's border and approach Rhinebeck. He could only move along the edge. Void steps was a special footwork technique that forced others to actively ignore the user's presence. Although void steps was effective against Rhinebeck, the technique only distracted the NPC for a brief moment to determine Shifeng's exact location, preventing the NPC from sealing Shifeng's movements completely. Suddenly, Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves ascended to the third floor as well. The moment the two players reached the third floor, they were stupefied by the scene before them. Unlike the first and second floors of the Tower of Falling Stars, all challengers converged on the same location upon reaching the final floor. Hence, they had been greeted by the sight of Shifeng appearing and disappearing in the magic array, dodging countless wind blades. They then turned to Shifeng's opponent, but when they realized that his opponent was a Tier 4 NPC, their expression soured. "We're required to fight that Tier 4 NPC for the third floor's trial?" Seeing Rhinebeck standing proudly in the array's center, 100 Leaves demanded furiously, "How are we supposed to clear this?" "No. I don't think we're required to defeat the NPC. Otherwise, that brat would have died already," Silent Entropy said as he shook his head. Fear filled his eyes as he stared at Rhinebeck. Tier 4 NPCs were top-class existences even in Sea's End's 12 major cities. Rhinebeck was also the vice-commander of the Sea God's Temple's Night Division. "I don't think we'll be passing the trial this time. It is impossible for magical-class players like us to dodge so many wind blades at a time. Moreover, it seems that we can't cast spells or use tools here." As 100 Leaves watched Shifeng struggle, she relaxed. "However, this is acceptable. Although we won't get the legacy, he won't either." However, as 100 Leaves tried to reassure the other commander, Silent Entropy approached the magic array. The instant Silent Entropy entered the magic array, Rhinebeck turned his gaze towards the man. "Another one that doesn't fear death?" Rhinebeck chuckled. Are you sure you wish to face the challenge? Stealing another glance at Shifeng, Silent Entropy turned towards Rhinebeck and nodded seriously. Very good. However, as you are so weak, I won't go all out against you. You'll pass so long as you arrive before me, Rhinebeck explained. As soon as he finished his explanation, 2 wind blades shot towards Silent Entropy, giving the elementalist no time to prepare. Unlike the wind blades Shifeng faced, the 2 wind blades Silent Entropy faced were much slower. In response, Silent Entropy began to double cast, countering the wind blades with 2 ice arrows. Boom! After a brief pause, the wind blades shattered the ice arrows and continued towards Silent Entropy. Meanwhile, Silent Entropy took the opportunity to move out of the wind blade's attack trajectory, taking 2 steps towards Rhinebeck. That old fox! Realization immediately dawned on 100 Leaves. As the first person to obtain a legacy from the Sea Dragon's secret land, Silent Entropy knew far more secrets than she did. Clearly, the trial before her didn't treat all challengers equally. Rather, it varied depending on the player's strength. Magical classes had an advantage in this trial. After all, a physical class like Shifeng had to counter 15 powerful wind blades at once, whereas magical classes only had to face 2. Moreover, after Silent Entropy entered the magic array, he could still use spells. If that were the case, blocking 2 wind blades would be a piece of cake. Sure enough, Silent Entropy approached Rhinebeck, step by step, by blocking the wind blades with his spells. After realizing the nature of the trial, 100 Leaves dashed into the magic array to challenge the trial. However, despite 100 Leaves also defending herself with spells, she couldn't proceed. She could only move left or right to dodge the incoming wind blades. What's going on? 100 Leaves was confused as she glanced at Silent Entropy, who had already taken over a dozen steps forward. Am I wind blade stronger? She had similarly grasped double casting and assaulted the wind blades with her spells, yet she was forced to dodge left and right, not forward. If she advanced recklessly, both wind blades would strike her. Seeing Shifeng and 100 Leaves, Silent Entropy smiled as he said, "You youngsters are impressive. It's a pity that you've experienced too few hardships. I'll accept the legacy on your behalves." Silent Entropy took another step forward and finally reached the halfway point. Not bad. It seems you have an initial understanding of the truth, adventurer. What shall you do with this, then? Saying so, Rhinebeck smiled and waved his hand lightly. Suddenly, Silent Entropy had to face 3 wind blades rather than 2. The wind blades had also grown slightly faster. Damn it! They've gotten stronger. Silent Entropy's expression darkened. Hurriedly, he used 2 ice arrows to block 2 of the wind blades. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to dodge to the right to avoid the third. He was no longer able to advance. 100 Leaves could not hide her grin. She had worried that Silent Entropy would really snatch the legacy. It seems that none of us will get the legacy this time. Since that is the case, I won't waste my time here. After seeing this outcome, 100 Leaves lost interest. However, as 100 Leaves was about to give up and leave, Shifeng, who had quietly observed the other 2 from the side, made his move. I see. It's no wonder why I couldn't get through them before, Shifeng muttered in a self-mocking tone. Have you learned something? 100 Leaves asked when she noticed Shifeng laugh for no obvious reason. However, Shifeng did not bother with answering her. Instead, he moved forward to welcome the oncoming wind blades before executing Sword's orbit. Dang. After a series of clangs, he leaped forward, rather than being knocked back. How is this possible? 100 Leaves was astonished, unable to understand what had just happened. Impossible! Silent Entropy was similarly shocked. How could you have grasped it so quickly? I have you to thank for that. I wouldn't have figured this out without you. At this moment, Shifeng felt exhilarated. He finally understood why Rhinebeck had said his movements were rigid and mechanical. He hadn't been thinking outside the box. Both his combat style and his technique utilization had been stiff and clumsy. He only knew how to learn the techniques, not how to make the techniques his own. Silent Entropy could both defend and advance because he hadn't stopped moving while he had cast his ice arrows. On the other hand, 100 Leaves had only moved after she finished casting her spells. As she started moving later, it was only natural that she hadn't had enough time to advance. Now that Shifeng understood this truth, he could block the wind blades far more easily. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng crossed the halfway point. At the same time, Rhinebeck increased the number of wind blades he sent at Shifeng. However, the NPC had only added one wind blade this time. To Shifeng, who had already reached the Void Realm, this minor increase was no problem. By deflecting the attacks while moving, he had broken through the wind blade's blockade. Upon seeing Shifeng cross the halfway mark, Silent Entropy muttered incredulously, "Is he a monster?" After a short moment, Shifeng stood before Rhinebeck. Chapter 1239. Strongest Legacy Obtained. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1239. Strongest Legacy Obtained. Good. Excellent. A hint of praise flashed in Rhinebeck's eyes as he looked at Shifeng, unlike the previous indifference. He looked down at Shifeng as if he were an excellent junior. Who is he? Silent Entropy wore an incredulous expression as he watched Shifeng, unable to calm his pounding heart. He had learned to make a combat technique his own after clearing a legacy trial the last time. However, achieving that was easier said than done. Many of the techniques in God's domain were extreme and contrary to humans' natural movements. The brain programs fixed signals to manipulate the body's muscles based on a person's habits, which allows them to perform actions faster and more efficiently. If one wished to execute God's domain's extreme combat techniques swiftly, they needed to alter their brain signals. Silent Entropy had spent an entire month reshaping his habits to get to where he was now. Yet, after watching his performance for a few moments, Shifeng had executed the same to a skillful degree. Since someone has passed the trial, the rest can leave, Rhinebeck announced, waving his hand once more. Suddenly, both Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves were teleported out of the Tower of Falling Stars. In the blink of an eye, both players appeared in the rest area. "Commander, why are you out so earlier?" Scorpion, who had stood guard by the Resurrection Temple, asked in surprise when 100 Leaves appeared. 100 Leaves had just completed the second-floor trial. With the third-floor trial's difficulty, logically, it should take her even longer to clear, yet she had only reached the third floor a few minutes ago and was out already. "That person has already obtained the legacy," 100 Leaves said, frowning. When she thought about Shifeng's performance in the magic array, she warned her subordinate, "It won't be long before he comes out. Keep a close eye on him once he does. He isn't an ordinary player." "Commander, rest assured, I'll use the Soul Lock scroll on him the moment he appears. Even if he is more powerful, he won't escape my tracking for 5 hours, Scorpion said, laughing. In God's domain, there were many methods of tracking a player. However, there were only a handful of expert trackers like himself. Not only was his tracker subclass at master rank, but he had also obtained the design to produce the Soul Lock scroll in an ancient ruin. The Soul Lock scroll allowed the user to keep a lock on a player's soul. No matter where the targeted player went, he could find them on the system map. Its only flaw was its low accuracy. The map would only tell him the target's general location. However, he could easily deal with this flaw with his Master Tracker subclass. "I'll leave this to you. I have to head to the other locations and obtain the legacies there as quickly as possible." 100 Leaves nodded, considering that she worried a little too much. No matter what was said or done, Scorpion was one of the Sacred Temple's peak assassins. With his skills and the various tools, it was impossible for anyone to escape his pursuit. When Uncle Lee and the others eventually arrived, it would be very difficult for Shifeng to get away, even if he could grow wings and fly. Following which, 100 Leaves led her subordinates to another cavern. Silent Entropy's fleet did the same. After all, the Sea Dragon Secret Land had more than one legacy. As long as they still had time, they could obtain as many legacies as they wanted. Back on the Tower of Falling Stars' third floor, after Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves teleported out of the tower, Rhinebeck led Feng through the magic array to a dazzling, golden temple. Numerous crystal pillars had been situated around the temple, and every pillar had an item on top of it. Every item, whether they be tools, weapons, or equipment, was top tier in the current god's domain. Feng even saw the secret body technique, which he had not taken from the second floor. As expected of the Freedom Alliance's lifeline, the Sea Dragon's Secret Land is really extraordinary. Feng's eyes shone as he looked at the various items before him. If he could take everything here with him, Zero Wing's strength would skyrocket. Rhinebeck led Feng to a stone monument inside the temple. All sorts of divine runes and images had been carved into the stone, depicting ancient history. The entire monument radiated divine might, so Feng knew it was extraordinary with a single glance. You have passed the legacy trial, so you can now obtain the Sea God's legacy. However, whether or not you inherit the legacy will depend on your own abilities, Rhinebeck said. He then began to chant an incantation, which caused the massive stone monument to shrink. Eventually, it became a tablet that was only the size of a palm. This is the Sea God's legacy item. How you use it depends on you. Aside from this legacy tablet, you will be awarded 10,000 Sea God's temple points. You may use these points to trade for items in any Sea God's temple. Likewise, you can trade for items here. However, once you leave this temple, you will not have access to these items in the future. You can only use your points in the Sea God's temples elsewhere. You may now choose. If you wish to leave this place, step into the magic array. After saying so, Rhinebeck transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. What a pity! If I knew something like this would happen, I would have earned some Sea God's temple points before coming. Like the War God's temple, the Sea God's temple had a point system that allowed players to earn points. Take the runic crystal for example. Each crystal could be traded for 10 points. It was one of the fastest means of earning Sea God's temple points. The only other method of earning points was to complete special quests from the Sea God's temple. The reward of 10,000 points was a huge windfall. He would have to spend 1,000 runic crystals to obtain so many. Forget it. Let's see what items are available first. Feng walked up to each of the crystal pillars, one after another, investigating the items. There were 88 crystal pillars in the temple. Unfortunately, some were empty. Currently, there were only 82 items available for trade. The cheapest item among them cost 5,000 points, a mysterious iron pick that would make it easier to mine ores. The pick also increased the chances of obtaining high-ranking ores. If auctioned off, it could easily fetch over 100 gold. The most expensive item cost 111,000 points. Naturally, Feng wanted this item more than any of the others as it was a fragmented legendary item. It was the sole fragmented legendary item in the temple. The item was called the Sea God's Shield. It could also be restored to legendary rank. An excellent shield's value to a team went without saying. Without a powerful MT, defeating a powerful boss would be very challenging. If an MT used a fragmented legendary shield, killing powerful bosses would become a lot easier. However, Feng could only drool over the shield. He didn't have nearly enough points to obtain it. Let's go with the secret body technique first. Feng immediately retrieved the secret body technique, which he had failed to obtain before, from its pillar. The secret body technique cost 3,600 points. With how valuable the technique was, it was definitely worth the price. The secret spellcasting technique had sold for several 100,000 magic crystals, yet this technique, which was more valuable, only cost 360 runic crystals. What should I pick with my remaining points? After obtaining the secret body technique, Feng considered his options. Every item here was powerful. There was no lack of epic weapons or equipment. He could even trade for rare intermediate magic array designs. Unfortunately, with his remaining points, he could only choose 3 more items. Chapter 1240, 3 items. Hellscythe_Vampire. Chapter 1240, 3 items. Of the 3 items that caught Shifeng's eye, every one of them was worth as much as the space-time herb garden he obtained. The 3 items were the Mystic's Necklace, the basic enchantment design, and the arcane lightning design. Although he could also choose an epic weapon, at the end of the day, an epic weapon could help improve only one player's strength. On the other hand, the 3 aforementioned items could increase the overall strength of an entire guild. The Mystic's Necklace, which cost 6,150 points, was a dark gold necklace. It did not possess any level restrictions and was not meant for combat. Instead, it was a necklace for lifestyle players. Upon equipping the Mystic's Necklace, a lifestyle player would receive a 5% increase to their production success rate as well as a 30% increase to production speed. Setting aside the 5% higher success rate, the 30% increase to production speed could enable Burning Abyss to produce advanced transport carriages at a much faster pace. In turn, this would allow Stone Forest Town to develop much more quickly. Moreover, the Mystic's Necklace would come in handy when manufacturing advanced speedboats in the future. Meanwhile, the basic enchantment design, which cost 6,000 points, allowed enchanters to learn how to produce runestones. Similar to armor kits produced by forgers, runestones strengthened weapons and equipment. However, unlike armor kits, they were consumable items. Like potions, they had effectivity periods. Moreover, players could only strengthen one item at a time with them. Even so, runestones were still highly sought-after items and had been one of the must-have items when raiding dungeons in his past life. Back then, a basic runestone sold for 20 silver. Nevertheless, players had still fought to purchase them. After all, a basic runestone could strengthen an item by 10% for 10 hours. If used on a player's weapon or an MT's shield, it would bring about considerable results. As for the arcane lightning design, it was similarly extraordinary. It cost 6,300 points and was an extremely rare item that required an alchemist and an engineer. Arcane lightning possessed extreme destructive power that was superior to even ordinary Tier 2 magic scrolls and had an effective range of 15 by 15 yards. In the past, wealthy players that entered God's domain after the game had been launched for quite some time would frequently use arcane lightning to grind for levels. However, while their levels indeed skyrocketed, the amount of money they spent was also ridiculous, as a single arcane lightning was even more expensive than an advanced frost grenade. Each one sold for roughly 6 gold. Moreover, even if one made the arcane lightning themselves, the expenditure remained considerably high. Just the materials needed to produce one cost 1 gold. Depending on the people producing them, each arcane lightning could cost anywhere from 2 to 4 gold. All 3 items could make guilds drool over them. Even Shifeng found it difficult to choose between them. If I have to pick one, it will have to be something that can help the guild in the near future. While the arcane lightning is a nice item to grind monsters and do PvP with, it's a pity that it takes too much time and money to make. Moreover, producing it would require a master engineer and a master alchemist for it to be cost-efficient. Shifeng shook his head as he looked at the arcane lightning design. After deciding to give up on it, he shifted his gaze to the Mystic's Necklace and basic enchantment design. The Mystic's Necklace will be of great help to only one lifestyle player, and within the short term, its usefulness would be limited to accelerating the production of the advanced transport carriage. In the end, it seems the basic enchantment design is the better choice. The basic runestone would be a boon to both ordinary and elite players. It was a very beneficial item for large guilds. Currently, the various large guilds in God's domain should not have obtained the basic enchantment design yet. If he could mass-produce basic runestones, they would definitely sell like hotcakes. Moreover, the cost of making the basic runestone was not very high, only around 7 silver. Its production difficulty and production time were also relatively low, Even advanced enchanters could produce them at a reliable rate. This was a good opportunity to extend the candlelight trading firm's fame further. Moreover, the basic enchantment design was different from regular production designs, where each design normally allowed only one player to learn it. Up to 5 enchanters could learn the basic enchantment design. Hence, there was no need to worry about the production volume being too low. Following which, Shi Feng chose to exchange for the basic enchantment design. His remaining points immediately fell to just 400. Now that I've already obtained everything that I should get, it's about time I leave this place. Shi Feng stored the basic enchantment design with satisfaction before turning around and walking to the teleportation magic array. At the rest area of the Sea God's Legacy, Passing Monarch and the other members of Third Fleet were currently lingering on the island. Although they had not cleared the second-floor trial of the Tower of Falling Stars, they had gained a considerable harvest from the secret footwork technique taught on the first floor. Even though they hadn't managed to master the footwork, they could still use it for reference. Unlike players on land, players at the seas and focused mainly on naval battles. Players had never attempted to incorporate personal combat techniques into naval battles. However, after learning the secret footwork technique, they realized that such a thing was possible. Commander, look at Identical Summer's side. They don't seem to be showing signs of leaving at all. Do you think they're planning to steal the legacy? Blue Joy asked worriedly as she looked at Identical Summer's group, who were currently resting at a distance. In the previous naval battle, Identical Summer and Heavenly Spider had both suffered grievous losses. Particularly, Identical Summer had forfeited his small sailboat to Shi Feng. Only a gullible fool would believe that he did not have any ulterior motives right now. Ignore him. If they couldn't take advantage of us before, it is even more impossible for them to do so now. Rather than camping here, it would be much better for them to simply search for legacies in the other caverns, Passing Monarch said, chuckling. He did not mind Identical Summer and Heavenly Spider's actions at all. Once Yi Feng returns, we'll immediately head for another cavern. Previously, their battle against the magic whale had lost them over half their members. The survivors had also been in a battered state. Even then, they had still managed to win against Identical Summer's and Heavenly Spider's fleets. Now that everyone from Third Fleet had regrouped and recovered back to their peak state, with the inclusion of an expert like Shi Feng, what could Identical Summer and the others possibly hope to achieve? On the other side, Identical Summer was currently glaring at Passing Monarch and his crew. Enjoy it while you can. You all will get to feel complacent for only a little bit longer, Identical Summer sneered. Brother Summer, are you really going to sever all pretenses with Passing Monarch? Heavenly Spider asked worriedly. You've already seen that person's strength for yourself. Even Mad Beast and the other House of Seas experts were no match for him. If we continue fighting against him, we might end up not getting a single legacy at all this time. What are you worried about? I have naturally taken this point into consideration. While Mad Beast and the others aren't a match for them, even if Passing Monarch and the others are more powerful, do you think they can overpower every fleet in the Freedom Alliance? Identical Summer asked, a crazed look in his eyes. You couldn't have. Heavenly Spider suddenly thought of a possibility, and he couldn't help but shudder. That's right. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. I notified the other fleets regarding Passing Monarch obtaining the greatest legacy as well as 2 small sailboats, Identical Summer said, laughing. The other fleet commanders have already agreed to cooperate with us for the sole purpose of preventing Passing Monarch from ruling over the Freedom Alliance with an iron fist in the future. Whether it is the 2 small sailboats or the strongest legacy of the Sea Dragon secret land, Passing Monarch should not even think of keeping either one. Out at sea, we might not be able to do anything against Passing Monarch now that he has 2 small sailboats. However, on land, only death awaits them. The experts of the other fleets have long since hidden themselves on the island. Once that person comes out, it will be doomsday for Passing Monarch and his crew, Identical Summer said, laughing maniacally. The operation this time involved not only the 2nd and 4th fleets but also every other fleet aside from 3rd Fleet. Even Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves had dispatched some of their subordinates to help out. Even if Passing Monarch doubled his fleet's member count, he would have no chance of victory at all. At this moment, an assassin, who was sneaking around the Resurrection Temple, suddenly reported, "Commander, that person just came out from the Resurrection Temple." Chapter 1241, Taking Action Without Hesitation. Hellscythe_Vampire. Chapter 1241, Taking Action Without Hesitation. News of Shifeng's exit from the Resurrection Temple spread like wildfire. Practically every fleet commander of the Freedom Alliance received the word at the same time. He's finally out? Silent Entropy smiled as he read the message his subordinate had just sent him. Although you've managed to obtain the legacy, it won't be that easy for you to take it away. Compared to the other fleets, he had a much greater understanding of the Sea Dragon's secret land. After all, he had been the one to discover the secret land in the first place. How could he possibly let someone else obtain the Sea God's legacy so easily? "Leaves, are you really going to cooperate with them?" the cloaked woman asked as she looked at 100 Leaves, who was currently commanding a battle. The secret temple had long since made arrangements for such situations. They didn't need to cooperate with the other fleets to deal with Shifeng. As long as Shifeng exited the secret land, whether it was obtaining the Sea God's legacy or completing the Demon God's quest, they could easily achieve both by themselves. Cooperate? 100 Leaves could not help but giggle. How could I possibly cooperate with them? I simply wish to see what kind of trump cards that person still has. Previously, whether it was his fight against Identical Summer or his performance inside the Legacy Land, I kept feeling that he was still holding back a lot of his strength. Now that Identical Summer has banded together with the experts of the other fleets, I believe that even that man won't be able to continue holding back. If Identical Summer and the others do have some way to kill that man, I'll have Scorpion hinder them when the time comes. After all, that is the Sea God's legacy we're talking about. We absolutely cannot afford to let the other fleets have it. When the cloaked woman heard this, she immediately came to a realization. She had never thought that 100 Leaves had actually taken such factors into consideration. This way, Shifeng really was doomed. As long as he left the secret land, there would be no escape for him. Outside the Resurrection Temple, as soon as Shifeng came out, Passing Monarch walked up to him excitedly. "Brother Yifeng, you truly are amazing. Despite all the efforts Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves have put in, you still managed to snatch the legacy from them. I'm guessing that they're bursting with rage right about now," Passing Monarch said, his gaze filled with admiration as he looked at the swordsman. After all was said and done, the Freedom Alliance was an overlord at the sea's end. Meanwhile, the foundations of both Silent Entropy and 100 Leaves were among the best in the Freedom Alliance. Nonetheless, Shifeng had actually managed to steal the legacy from those two by relying on his own strength. "Sorry for the wait. Let's set out for the other caverns now." Shifeng simply smiled in response to Passing Monarch's words, not commenting on the legacy he obtained. He had already seen the Sea God's legacy for himself, and it was definitely one of the most incredible legacies he had seen. The reason for this was the legacy tablet allowing not only one player to obtain a legacy but 10. This was an incredible matter. After all, even obtaining one legacy in God's domain was already quite a challenge, not to mention 10 in one go. Meanwhile, among these 10 players, one could obtain the Sea God's legacy, while the remaining 9 could obtain the Sea God's Protector's legacy. Players who inherited these legacies would receive a portion of the Sea God's strength. Moreover, the player who inherited the Sea God's legacy would receive greater power from the legacy the more Sea God's protectors they had. "Alright, let's move out right away." Passing Monarch nodded. However, as soon as Passing Monarch said so, Identical Summer suddenly appeared, wearing a smile on his face as he looked at Passing Monarch and Shifeng. At the same time, a large group of players came out from the forest one after another, their numbers reaching close to 400. These players surrounded Shi Feng's group completely. "Brother Monarch, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Identical Summer said, laughing. "Look at how pitiful we are. Even after we entered the secret land, we still ended up obtaining nothing at all. You, on the other hand, have made a fortune. Shouldn't you make a gesture of goodwill?" Passing Monarch's complexion turned incredibly grim as he observed his surroundings. Currently, it wasn't just Identical Summer's men that were present. He could also see well-known experts of 1st Fleet to 11th Fleet here. "Our 3rd Fleet has already obtained the legacy. Are you still thinking of stealing it from us?" In a deep tone, Passing Monarch said, "Could you have forgotten about the contract we signed before we entered this place? What you say is indeed true. Our various fleets did sign a contract barring us from stealing the legacies others have obtained. However, we have no plans on stealing your legacy right now. We only want those 2 small sailboats of yours. Of course, you can also choose not to give them. However, you'll have to die several times until you are forcefully teleported out of the secret land," Identical Summer sneered. They dared not violate the conditions of the contract. Otherwise, they would receive a severe penalty from the system. However, the contract they signed back then was not perfect, including many exploitable loopholes. Everyone had deliberately ignored these loopholes in order to prevent one fleet from gaining too large of a monopoly. Otherwise, they would have long since signed a contract that barred all aggression against each other while inside the secret land. Despicable. Passing Monarch's complexion paled in anger. However, he was also helpless about this situation. Although he, too, had known about the loopholes in the contract, he never thought that a day would come when every other fleet would join hands to target him. "Well, what's your decision? Are you going to hand over the small sailboats, or do you wish to die in here time and again?" Identical Summer laughed in ridicule. "How about we give it a test? In any case, we have plenty of time right now. Although we won't be able to have every one of you sent back to level 0, we should have no problems getting a few of you there." Players couldn't leave the Sea Dragon secret land within 6 hours of entry. Only after 6 hours had passed could players teleport out of the secret land through the starting point. Either that or get forcibly kicked out of the secret land after 10 hours had passed. There was a resurrection temple in the various rest points of the secret land, and any player killed within a cavern would get resurrected at the rest point of that particular cavern. Meanwhile, unlike the outside world, players that died here would get resurrected immediately. Although players would not lose one whole level after dying, killing a particular player back to level 0 would still be a piece of cake. One could say that this was the risk of entering the Sea Dragon secret land. Hearing Identical Summer's words, the expressions of the 3rd Fleet's members turned grim, a hint of fear flashing across their eyes. They had spent a lot of time and effort to reach their levels. Getting killed back to level 0 was unthinkable. At this time, Tyrant Dynasty, the commander of 7th Fleet, shouted, "Why are we still wasting words with them? After they die a few times, they'll naturally become obedient." From the very beginning, they had no intention of letting Passing Monarch's fleet leave here in one piece. The reason for this was the sheer number of fleets in the Freedom Alliance. There was simply not enough resources to share with everyone. Hence, their condition for cooperating with Identical Summer was the expulsion of the 3rd Fleet from the Freedom Alliance. In the past, their various fleets had banded together to form the Freedom Alliance because they were too weak individually. Now, however, the situation had changed. The Freedom Alliance currently occupied 3 of the 12 major cities at the sea's end. They had both wealth and manpower. If they kicked a fleet out of the Freedom Alliance, they would obtain much more resources for themselves. However, as soon as Tyrant Dynasty finished speaking, Shi Feng suddenly appeared before him, the sacred sword lightly cutting across the 7th Fleet's commander. 2 blue flashes enveloped Tyrant Dynasty. Before anyone could react to what was going on, Tyrant Dynasty was already lying motionless on the ground. So fast. Passing Monarch had an incredulous look on his face as he looked at the corpse of the level 43 berserker lying at Shifeng's feet. Compared to the attacks Shifeng had displayed in the previous battle, despite these two sword slashes being of equal speed, these attacks gave off an indescribably natural and sharp feeling. Everyone was also stunned by this situation. Shifeng had actually taken action without the slightest bit of hesitation. Glancing at the corpse at his feet, Shifeng smiled as he said, "I very much agree with your opinion. Once you all die a few times, you'll naturally learn to be obedient." Chapter 1242, Strategic Skill. Hellscythe_Vampire. Chapter 1242, Strategic Skill. 2. Identical Summer had an astonished look on his face as he stared at Shifeng. He simply could not figure out what was going through Shifeng's mind. He had clearly placed Shifeng at an absolute disadvantage. Normally, the swordsman should have tried to delay for as much time as possible. Yet, before their side had even made a move, Shifeng had already taken action. What an interesting person. He actually dares to take the initiative to attack even in such a situation. Scorpion, who was watching from afar, was slightly surprised by this situation. The people Identical Summer had on his side this time were completely different from before. Among the 400 or so players, over half were experts dispatched from the other fleets, and even the weakest among them could reach the 5th floor of the trial tower. Scorpion himself would have no choice but to flee if he faced so many experts. Even if he really had to fight, he would have chosen to do so in favorable terrain and conduct a battle of attrition to whittle down his opponents one by one. Despite that, Shifeng had chosen to start a fight in a wide-open area. If a battle occurred in such an open area, the side with numbers would naturally possess a greater advantage. After all, every player on the battlefield could launch an attack, allowing a team to exert its strength fully. At this moment, Passing Monarch felt like weeping. Now that Shifeng had made a move, peace was off the table. "Attack! Slaughter them!" Identical Summer shouted, pointing at Shifeng. Immediately, the team of nearly 400 players swarmed towards Shifeng and Passing Monarch's crew. Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors charged at the forefront, followed by the other melee and ranged classes. The healers promptly cast Truth Shield or Protection on the Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors. With these buffs, coupled with the HP these MTs possessed, they could easily endure over -40,000 damage. Those, in combination with their innate damage reduction and the fact that they were experts, would guarantee that they would not be killed instantly, even under a bombardment of numerous fireballs from powerful elementalists. What a powerful defense! Passing Monarch felt his scalp tingle as he looked at the approaching MTs. Ranged players would be helpless against this iron wall-like defensive formation. Even when Blue Joy, one of the strongest ranged DPS in the 3rd Fleet, worked together with several other ranged players, she could not reduce the frontmost Guardian Knight's HP below 50% before said Guardian Knight got healed back to full HP. Right now, they could not even escape to the distant forest. Just as Identical Summer's group moved increasingly closer and the enemy ranged players were about to enter attacking range, Passing Monarch took out a Tier 2 magic scroll and began chanting. Suddenly, golden spears shot at the enemy MTs. A useless struggle, Identical Summer ridiculed. The current battle was different from the one on his small sailboat. Every player here could fully exert their combat power instead of being hindered by a narrow battlefield. In the next moment, the various MTs all activated their life-saving skills one after another, having the damage they received. Even when struck by the golden spears, they only lost around 10,000 HP. Moreover, these MTs had also managed to dodge the majority of these spear attacks. Each one of them received only 2 or 3 spears at most. The 40 or so healers standing at the rear needed to cast only 1 or 2 heals to bring the MTs back to full HP. Passing Monarch's Tier 2 magic scroll posed no threat whatsoever. Following which, Identical Summer's group continued to close in on Passing Monarch's crew. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, the 30-plus experts from the House of Seas had immediately surrounded Shi Feng as soon as the fight began. "You are very strong. This time, however, we will no longer be careless," Mad Beast said, his gaze fixed on Shi Feng. Previously, the House of Seas experts had fought Shi Feng without knowing his true strength. They also had no clue regarding his skills. As a result, he caught them off guard and eventually annihilated them. This time, however, they had come fully prepared. In the next moment, 3 level 43 summoners each took out a Tier 2 summoning scroll and promptly activated the scrolls. Tier 2 summon creatures were equivalent to Lord-ranked monsters. Whether it was in terms of speed or strength, these creatures were much stronger than the current Tier 1 assassins and berserkers. Moreover, the Tier 2 summon creatures were all above level 50, which made their basic attributes far superior to those of current players. At the same time as the 3 summoners were activating their Tier 2 summoning scrolls, 5 elementalists standing at a distance each took out a Tier 2 magic scroll and activated an AoE attack spell that cast anywhere from 1 to 2 dozen attacks. These elementalists then controlled the attacks to bombard Shi Feng simultaneously. They acknowledged that they were no match against Shi Feng in a one-on-one fight. However, even if Shi Feng was more powerful, faced with numerous attacks coming from all sides, how many could he possibly dodge? Even if the swordsman were struck only once or twice in each attack wave, without the support of a healer, he would eventually succumb to death. Meanwhile, Mad Beast and the other assassin experts also entered stealth and approached Shi Feng. "Leaves, that person is dead for sure this time," the cloaked woman said as she watched the live stream from Scorpion. "Even Scorpion and the others won't be able to save him in time." Against Tier 2 spells coming from all directions and 3 Lord-ranked monsters, current players simply had no way to survive, unless they possessed invulnerability. Identical Summer really is ruthless. 100 Leaves also frowned at this situation. She never thought that Identical Summer and the others would be willing to waste so many magic scrolls to kill Shi Feng. "It seems we have no choice but to have Scorpion use a Tier 2 defensive magic scroll." Just as Scorpion had received his orders and was about to take out a Tier 2 defensive magic scroll from his bag, a silver magic array suddenly appeared in the sky, covering everyone present. The Tier 1 absolute time sure is scary. Its effective range has actually increased by so much. Shi Feng smiled as he looked at the silver magic array in the sky. This magic array was the result of Shi Feng activating the Tier 1 absolute time, which he had just sacrificed a ton of EXP to level up. Mad Beast and the others' performance had exceeded his expectations. In such a flat and open terrain, even he would not be able to handle the attacks of so many Tier 2 magic scrolls and expert players. Hence, he had no choice but to use his strategic skill, Absolute Time. Previously, at Tier 0, Level 7, Absolute Time could only prevent enemies from using any skills, spells, and tools within an area of 100 by 100 yards for 24 seconds. After it reached Tier 1, Level 1, however, its effective area had expanded to 200 by 200 yards. Now, not only could the strategic skill cover the entire battlefield, but its duration had also increased to 30 seconds. The only downside of the skill's level up was that its cooldown had increased from 2 minutes, 30 seconds to 3 minutes. This situation had cost Shi Feng the EXP from killing the Blackstone Chieftain and completing the Legacy Trial. However, due to Absolute Time, the Tier 2 spells flying towards Shi Feng simultaneously vanished into nothingness. It was as if the spells had never been cast. The magic arrays maintaining the Tier 2 summon creatures had also been abruptly shattered. Identical Summer and the others, who were currently fighting passing Monarch's crew a short distance away, found themselves unable to use any of their skills, spells, and tools. Not good. This is an AoE silencing skill. Everyone, quickly leave the spell's range. Mad Beast, who was forced out of his stealth state, shouted hurriedly. In God's domain, both ordinary players and expert players were heavily reliant on skills and spells in combat. Suddenly preventing them from using skills and spells was akin to robbing a tiger of its fangs and claws. Their combat power would fall by more than half. However, even as Mad Beast's words entered everyone's ears, Shifeng activated Silent Steps and appeared behind Identical Summer, using Chop to kill the latter instantly. At the same time, Shifeng also switched the Aura of Time to the Aura of Fire and promptly cast Firestorm over Mad Beast. Scorching flames rose from the ground, killing more than 30 experts on the spot. Only those with quick reactions had managed to avoid the raging inferno in time. Following which, Shifeng turned around and used Lighting Edge on the players assaulting Passing Monarch's team. Unable to use any of their skills, the players targeting Passing Monarch and the others fell helplessly to the innumerable arcs of lightning. In the blink of an eye, over 100 players collapsed, weapons and equipment scattered around their bodies. Shifeng turned the tables on Identical Summer's group in an instant. Faced against expert players barred from using their skills, Passing Monarch and the Third Fleet members possessed an overwhelming advantage. Meanwhile, Shifeng had an even easier time slaughtering players. He was practically killing one player with each attack. By the time Identical Summer's group had escaped Absolute Time's effective range, less than 30 members remained alive. In contrast, not a single one had died on Passing Monarch's side. Is this his hidden trump card? 100 Leaves' expression darkened considerably when she saw the live stream Scorpion sent her. Chapter 1243, Harvesting Equipment. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1243, Harvesting Equipment. After escaping Absolute Time's effective area, the other fleets had less than 30 members alive. If they continued fighting Passing Monarch's team of 90 players, there was no doubt that they would be annihilated. Right now, their only option was to flee. However, for Shifeng, who greatly surpassed them in basic attributes, hunting them down was a piece of cake. While the sturdy Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors could endure a few hits, the other classes couldn't even last a moment against Shifeng's swords. Almost every time Shifeng swung his blades, a player died. What fast swordsmanship! Scorpion unconsciously gulped as he observed the battle from his distant hiding spot. Every one of Identical Summer's survivors was incredibly powerful. They would definitely be considered top-class experts in any large guild, yet not one of these experts had managed to block Shifeng's attacks. Watching from afar, it seemed as if these players' reactions were slightly delayed, only lifting their weapons to block after Shifeng's swords had bit into them. As a peak assassin, Scorpion knew very well that this result wasn't due to these players being slow. Rather, Shifeng's attacks were simply too fast. However, the speed Shifeng displayed was different from his previous fight against Mad Beast on Identical Summer's small sailboat. Back then, Shifeng's speed had been the result of his high attack speed. His current speed, however, was due to his amazing reaction speed. It is fortunate that we didn't try to ambush him before. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Scorpion was relieved when he thought back to how his party had prepared to ambush Shifeng. Shifeng's extraordinary basic attributes made it impossible to fight him in a melee battle. One had to fight him from a distance. Mad Beast and the others' decision to use Tier 2 summoning scrolls and Tier 2 magic scrolls was wise. Unfortunately, nobody could have expected that Shifeng had saved an AoE silencing skill. This skill instantly increased the difficulty of killing the swordsman. Unless these players could surpass Shifeng's basic attributes and techniques, or surround him with a large group of peak experts with similar basic attributes, killing Shifeng was practically impossible. Scorpion, did you get a lock on him? 100 Leaves asked. I've locked onto his soul. No matter where he goes, I'll find him, Scorpion reported confidently after checking the tracking system. Good. Continue keeping an eye on him and make sure you do not arouse any suspicion. Keep updating Uncle Lee about his situation. 100 Leaves smiled in satisfaction. Thanks to Identical Summer and the other fleets working together to deal with Shifeng, Uncle Lee and his team had a greater chance of killing him. An ace silence was indeed a troublesome skill. However, if one knew about it beforehand, they could find a way to cope. Commander, relax. He won't discover me, Scorpion said, grinning. The soul lock scroll kept a record of the aura released by the target soul, and it would not display any status effects on the targeted player. There was no way for the targeted player to find out that they were being tracked. While Scorpion had given his report, Shi Feng had finished with the reaming fleet experts. Corpses and items littered the sandy beach. Big Brother Yi Feng, you are simply too amazing. Now that identical Summer and the others have been annihilated, I want to see they try to stand in our way. Reverence lit Blue Joy's eyes as she looked at Shi Feng. Whether it was the previous battle against identical Summer's fleet on the water or the current battle against the combined expert team the fleets had formed, Shi Feng had easily turned the tide of battle by himself. If this tale were retold, nobody would believe it. Shi Feng was practically a living myth. Although identical Summer and the others would not lose an entire level from 1 or 2 deaths, players killed inside the secret land would drop a weapon or piece of equipment. The items identical Summer and the others had donned the best items they had before the fight. It would be nearly impossible to find suitable replacements in a short time. They could only use their backup items. This would significantly impact their combat powers. Worse, if they had not prepared any backup items, their combat powers would fall even further. Identical Summer would have to think twice before picking a fight with them now. Brother Yi Feng, before Identical Summer and the others hurry back, let's use this opportunity to get out of here, Passing Monarch suggested. Players that died inside the secret land would automatically resurrect in the nearest resurrection temple. It would be very easy for Identical Summer and the others to regroup. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's AoE silencing skill was not without a cooldown. If Identical Summer and the others surrounded them once again, their chances of victory would drop. No. Let's ambush them at the Resurrection Temple, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. If we leave for another cavern, by the time we get out, they will be prepared to take us on again. We have to strike while the iron is hot. We'll ambush them before they can prepare. Once we cripple them, they'll be powerless against us even after we obtain other legacies. Although Passing Monarch had considered the same option, they had only defeated Identical Summer and the others so easily due to Shi Feng's AoE silencing skill. Without it, what were they going to use to ambush Identical Summer? Relax. Take these. 1 for each person. When the time comes, throw them at my command. Shi Feng understood Passing Monarch's concerns. Immediately, he retrieved the last 22 basic mana pulse bombs he had from his bag and handed them to Passing Monarch and his team. When Passing Monarch saw the basic mana pulse bomb, an excited expression appeared on his face. With so many of these bombs, they could even annihilate a 1,000-man team, much less Identical Summer and the others. Outside the Resurrection Temple, Identical Summer and the others have already begun to reorganize their team. Damn it. I lost a pair of top-tier bracers. Just you wait. I'll make sure you lose every item you have. Identical Summer burned with rage. The first time Shi Feng had killed him, he had lost his top-tier pauldrons. Fortunately, he had a replacement in his bag. However, he did not have a backup for his bracers. While Identical Summer and the others rested, someone shouted in the team chat. Passing Monarch and the others are heading this way. Everyone immediately searched their surroundings and quickly spotted Shi Feng charging towards them with Passing Monarch's group. Could you dare to seek me out on your own? Identical Summer's blood rushed as he watched Shi Feng and his team run towards him. Kill them all and take back our weapons and equipment. The other experts excitedly expressed their agreement. Compared to the previous battle, they had even more motivation to wipe out Shi Feng and the others. Quickly, everyone took up their positions. The Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors moved forward, and the ranged players prepared for combat. As soon as Shi Feng and the others were within range, the opposing experts bombarded them with attacks. Unsatisfied with the situation, Identical Summer even activated a Tier 2 large-scale destruction magic scroll. Boom. A series of explosions shook the grotto, throwing dirt and dust into the air. Identical Summer really is ruthless. He's even used a large-scale destruction magic scroll that should have mostly wiped out Passing Monarch and his men. Scorpion, who observed the battle from a distance, muttered. However, as soon as Scorpion had said so, a group of people burst forth from the dust clouds. These people were none other than Shifeng and the Third Fleet. Every player was unharmed as Shifeng's absolute defense had absorbed all of the damage. With sufficient distance between the combatants, Shifeng shouted, "Kill them!" Immediately, 7 players tossed out the basic mana pulse bombs, the bomb's radius enveloping Identical Summer's joint team. Boom. After a series of explosions, only weapons and equipment remained. Second wave, get ready. Everyone else, deal with the survivors. Make sure you collect all of the dropped weapons and equipment. Shifeng commanded when he saw a few dozen people still alive. With Shifeng's command, Passing Monarch's people set out to hunt down the survivors. For players carrying basic mana pulse bombs charged into the Resurrection Temple, executing another round against the recently resurrected. Chapter 1244, Shattering the Alliance. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Chapter 1244, Shattering the Alliance. The Resurrection Temple was not very large. 4 or 5 basic mana pulse bombs were more than enough to cover the area. As a result, Identical Summer and the others died again and again. Although they had not lost any levels, they had each lost 5 or 6 weapons and pieces of equipment so far, that was practically half of their items. Needless to say, their combat powers had decreased tremendously. Despite their numerical advantage, they were no longer a threat to Passing Monarch's fleet. Passing Monarch, you're going too far. At the end of the day, we are still members of the Freedom Alliance. Identical Summer shouted at Passing Monarch and Shifeng, who currently stood in the Resurrection Temple's entrance. Are you trying to make an enemy of all 10 of our fleets? If these members were only from the 2nd and 4th fleets, Passing Monarch could pay them no heed. However, the players present included experts from every fleet, with the exception of 3rd. If Passing Monarch made enemies of all 10 fleets, he couldn't remain in the Freedom Alliance. The Freedom Alliance was comprised of the Independent faction and the Small Guild faction. Meanwhile, Passing Monarch had only risen to the 3rd seat in the alliance due to the support from the other independent adventurer fleets. If Passing Monarch lost that support, with his fleet's current strength, he could easily be knocked down to the bottom of the Freedom Alliance. If Passing Monarch made enemies of everyone, he wouldn't even receive scraps in the future. If that happened, it would only be a matter of time before Passing Monarch and his fleet were forced out of the Freedom Alliance. Passing Monarch's expression darkened upon hearing this, glaring at Identical Summer. Although he was frustrated, he whispered to Shifeng, suggesting, "Brother Yifeng, if we continue this fight, every fleet here will become an enemy. If that happens, our future plans will be affected." Part of the reason that he had become the 3rd Fleet's commander was that he had worked with the other independent adventurer fleets during past city defenses. If he broke all pretenses with the other fleets here and were kicked out of their circle, it would become far more difficult to contest for the Freedom Alliance's 1st seat in the future. "I understand." Shifeng nodded. Seeing Passing Monarch and his people halt their attack, Identical Summer chuckled and said, "Monarch, it's good that you are aware of the situation. Let's forget about this matter altogether. However, you must return the items our member lost. After all, they were originally ours." He had suffered severe losses in this visit to the secret land. Not only had he lost his small sailboat, but he had also lost half of his equipment. His subordinates had suffered severe losses as well. Recovering from these battles would take a long time. With the situation now in his favor, he had to ask for the items back. Identical Summer is too shameless. He clearly attacked us first. Now that he knows he can't beat us, he's using the masses to pressure us. Blue Joy was furious. However, she was also powerless to do anything about Identical Summer's shamelessness. As Passing Monarch hesitated over his decision, Shifeng used silent steps and appeared behind Identical Summer once more, his sacred sword slashing down on the elementalist. A streak of blue light bisected Identical Summer's body. You! Only after killing Ray had cut through his body did Identical Summer realize what had just occurred. He could not fathom why Shifeng would dare to make an enemy of practically every fleet in the Freedom Alliance. Although Identical Summer wanted to say something, his vision had already darkened, and his body no longer reacted as it collapsed to the ground. Without hesitation, Shifeng picked up the dark gold staff the man had dropped. Everyone was stunned. Passing Monarch's jaw hit the ground. Passing Monarch even wondered if Shifeng had understood his prior words. If you wish to leave this place, it is very simple. From now on, I'll give you 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the 50 players still standing in this resurrection temple may leave. You can keep your spoils of war. Any who linger best prepare themselves. Shifeng warned, smiling as he glanced at every enemy expert. He then walked towards the temple's entrance, checking the system clock. Identical Summer might know how to use the masses to his advantage, but the elementalist was 10 years too early if he thought that he could use an unstable alliance like this against Shifeng. You're looking to die. Don't listen to him. He wouldn't dare move against us. Identical Summer, who just resurrected, shouted. However, as soon as Identical Summer finished speaking, another chaotic battle raged in the Resurrection Temple. There was no longer an alliance to speak of. Nobody present wished to lose the weapons and equipment they had struggled to obtain. Moreover, when they thought about Shifeng's demonic prowess, they stopped caring about what was right or wrong. Finishing off the members of the other fleets was far more important right now. Watching everyone kill each other, Mad Beast turned to the slim elementalist beside him and asked, "Saint, what should we do?" "Kill. We can't bet our fate on that lunatic, hoping he's not so bold as to provoke the other fleets," Frost Saint said, sighing. "Moreover, we can more or less make up for some of our losses in this slaughter." "All right." Mad Beast licked his lips. Immediately he joined the fray. As for making a break for the temple's entrance, that was definitely not an option. Shifeng instantly killed the few players that tried. He could only hope that Shifeng would keep to his word. Time passed quickly. Everyone inside the Resurrection Temple grew frenzied as they slaughtered each other. As soon as a player died and resurrected, they rejoined the battle. Players died just as fast as they had against the basic mana pulse bombs. Watching the bloodbath, Passing Monarch and Blue Joy were shocked. When they looked at Shifeng, who sat by the temple's entrance, cold sweat dripped down their backs. They inwardly celebrated the fact that they stood on this man's side. Otherwise, the consequences would be truly horrific. With just a few words, Shifeng had shattered the 10 fleets' temporary alliance and turned them all against each other as he watched their strength wane. A demon. He was definitely a demon. After 3 minutes, silence descended upon the Resurrection Temple. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Those who rejoiced stood in the center of the main hall. These people were the 50 survivors after the 3 minutes. As for those that resurrected after the time limit, they stood in the back of the temple, hatred shining in their eyes as they glared at the 50 survivors. "As promised, you may leave." Shifeng addressed the victors. Hearing Shifeng's words, these people breathed a sigh of relief. Fearing that Shifeng would change his mind, they dashed out of the Resurrection Temple. The remaining players were a miserable sight to behold due to the lost equipment and levels. Inside the secret land, players would lose 5% of their EXP each time they died. Even so, these players had lost more than one level. The majority of the items they currently wore were no more than temporary replacements. Some even wore level 30 bronze equipment. As these players watched Shifeng approach, fear filled their eyes. They all regretted participating in this operation. Aside from identical summer, everyone may leave after contributing a portion of your souls, Shi Feng announced after meeting each player's eyes. Although they weren't sure what Shi Feng intended, after hearing that they could leave this demon's den, they agreed to his demands without hesitation. After all, a temporary weakened state was far better than dying back to level 0. Just you wait. I will not let a single one of you get away. Hearing Shi Feng's words, Identical Summer's expression twisted. He then logged out of the game, ignoring the severe penalty the system would impose as a result. Elsewhere, the other fleet commanders had received news of this situation, and every one of them was flabbergasted. Chapter 1245. Making Everyone an Enemy. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1245. Making Everyone an Enemy. Has Passing Monarch lost his mind? He actually dared to pull a coup? Silent Entropy's expression turned frosty as he listened to his subordinate's report. Not only had the 10 fleet's various experts lost 1 or 2 levels each, but they had also lost the majority of their weapons and equipment. The loss was significant. Each fleet had entered the secret land with their top experts. Every piece of equipment they wore was considered top tier at this stage of the game. They had invested a lot of time and effort to obtain these top-tier weapons and equipment. It would take a very long time for these experts to recover to their peak. It would have been fine if they had only lost 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. Now that they had lost more than half of what they owned, Passing Monarch had undoubtedly made enemies of the 10 fleets. Although Silent Entropy admitted that turning the fleets against each other in the end had been ingenious, it was also a fact that none of the Freedom Alliance's fleets would cooperate with Passing Monarch in the future. This would not benefit Passing Monarch when he competed for the Freedom Alliance's first seat. Meanwhile, in the Resurrection Temple, everyone was shocked by Identical Summer's ruthless action. Identical Summer is quite bold. He actually dared to log out inside the secret land. What's so impressive about that? If it were up to me, I'd say that monster is the amazing one. He had actually forced Identical Summer down this path. If I were in Identical Summer's position, I probably would have done the same. Now that Identical Summer has made such a decisive move, he will not let this matter rest until one of them has been destroyed. Everyone chatted quietly as they stared at Identical Summer's previous location. They could not help but feel a chill crawl down their spines when they recalled the hatred and madness in Identical Summer's eyes as he forcefully logged out of the game. In the outside world, if players forcefully logged out of the game, the system would impose a penalty, which was slightly more severe than the usual death penalty. If one did the same thing inside the secret land, the penalty would multiply by several times. Players would also be barred from logging into God's domain for a considerable amount of time. At this stage, even losing 1 level would drive a player mad. If they forcefully logged out inside the secret land, not only would they lose multiple levels, but they would also lose several items. That was on top of being barred from logging in for some time. No one would be so bold as to accept such a penalty willingly. However, Identical Summer had no other choice. After all, the system's penalty was slightly less damaging than staying. On the top floor of the Ferris skyscraper, the cover of a virtual gaming cabin slowly opened. Once the cabin opened fully, a man climbed out. The man wore a grim expression, his chilling gaze forcing a shudder from anyone it fell upon. This man was Xianxia. He was also known as Identical Summer, the commander of the Freedom Alliance's Second Fleet. Nobody would have ever imagined that the commander of Second Fleet was actually the young master of the Xia Corporation. Although the Xia Group was not a powerful international corporation, it was one of the country's first-rate corporations. Passing Monarch. And that damnable brat as well. I won't let either of them off the hook. Xianxia slammed his palm on the wooden desk before him in rage, shattering the desk. The strength he displayed was not one bit inferior to a professional fighter's. Immediately, he tapped the quantum watch on his wrist and called a particular number. Hello? Viper? Look into 2 people for me. Both are God's domain players. I'll send the information I have on them to you in a moment. If you help me discover their true identities, there will be no lack of benefits. Young Master Xia, what a rare occurrence. Since you've made the request, I'll get it done right away. Rest assured, no one can hide from me, the person called Viper responded, laughing. Nodding, Xianxia disconnected the call. He revealed a sinister grin. Just you wait. Anyone who dares to oppose me will not find a pleasant ending. Xianxia laughed. Although the main god system protected every player's information, and players normally modified their appearances, making it very difficult to learn their true identities, Xianxia rather trusted Viper's capabilities. After all, this was not the first time Viper had completed such a task. Meanwhile, inside the Resurrection Temple, Shattering collected one soul after another. With the number of players present, he could collect enough to produce 3 drops of soul water, and he planned to stockpile the soul water for learning the secret body technique. The secret spell-casting technique he had previously obtained catered mainly to magical class players. To Shattering, the secret technique was negligible. However, the secret body technique was suitable for all players. Since he didn't need to share the slots this time, he had to prepare more soul water. He was currently in Sea's End. He had also hidden his identity under his black cloak. Aside from passing Monarch and a few other trusted players, nobody knew his exact identity. Unlike in the Star Moon Kingdom, he did not have to worry about implicating Zero Wing. Right now, the most he had to worry about was an ambush from dark players. Shattering quickly collected over 300 souls, producing 3 drops of soul water in the soul orb. Now that I don't have to worry about exposing my identity in Sea's End, I can use this opportunity to collect more soul water. Many ideas swam in Shattaring's mind as he gazed at the soul orb in his bag. In the past, the Flower of 7 Sins had made a fortune with the soul orb. With it, the organization had nurtured plenty of peak experts. With no concerns to hold him back, he needed to use this opportunity to collect soul water. It'd be very difficult to obtain once he returned to Star Moon Kingdom. After obtaining the soul water, Shattering led Passing Monarch and the others to another grotto to search for legacies. Aside from the grotto that contained the sea god's legacy, there were 12 grottos in the sea dragon's secret land. Among them, the entrance to 3 grottos had a diameter of 50 yards. The legacies in these grottos was only second to the sea god's legacy. With 2 small sailboats, it would be a piece of cake for Shattaring's group to obtain a legacy from one of the 50-yard grottos. Without suspense, Shattering helped Passing Monarch obtain a legacy in their 9th hour in the Sea Dragon's secret land. This time, however, there were no other fleets to contest for the legacy, and everything went relatively smoothly. Commander, Passing Monarch's fleet has returned to the starting point. By the looks of it, they seem to have obtained another legacy and are preparing to leave, Scorpion, who hid at the starting point, reported when he saw Shattaring's group approach. But Uncle Li and the others are already outside. You should take off too, 100 Leaves said, nodding. She had waited for this moment for a long time. Although the legacy items weren't guaranteed to drop upon death, Uncle Li was a dark player. He had tools and methods of increasing the drop rate for players he killed. As long as Shattering did not store the sea god's legacy in his warehouse, it would only take a few extra kills before they obtained the legacy. For now, she needed to regroup with Uncle Li's team. Once Uncle Li killed Shattering, since she was on the same team, she would complete the Demon God's quest. As long as she obtained both the Sea God's legacy and the Demon God's reward, the Freedom Alliance's first seat was hers for the taking. After that, she would gradually take control of the Freedom Alliance and rule over the 3 major NPC cities. Every one of Sea's End's 12 major NPC cities had a larger population than any land kingdom's capital city. The player population of Heavenly Ocean City, in particular, could rival an empire's imperial capital. At the Sea Dragon's secret land's entrance, after Feng stored the two small sailboats, he followed passing Monarch and the others into the teleportation magic array. System, do you wish to leave the Sea Dragon's secret land? Feng chose yes without hesitation. Immediately, a beam of white light descended upon him. He then vanished from the secret land. Shortly after, Feng returned to Blue Jade Restaurant's top-floor hall. However, more players were present than before. Every player was a member of one of the Freedom Alliance's fleets. They all stared at Feng and passing Monarch with looks that could kill. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.